How could she miss her dad so much? Ding Xu Huai couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Emotional value plus 888. Xu Hao laughed in his heart. But on the surface, he pretended to be confused. What? Huai, you don't like it? Did you lie to me just now? Xu Huai grabbed the lollipop and ran out. It was so embarrassing. Xu Hao followed Xu Huai to the living room. The table was filled with all kinds of exquisite mooncakes. The second daughter Xu Qingshan sat aside. The third daughter Xu Hongzhuang was arranging tea sets. The fourth daughter Xu Qingshe was busy distributing mooncakes to everyone. There were also Xu Feiyan, Xu Shiqing, and Su Wancho holding Xiao Wanzhi. Dad, I made mooncakes for you, Xi'an Union. Xu Shiqing waved to Xu Hao. Xu Hao sat down, took the mooncake and took a bite. It tastes good. Everyone tasted the mooncakes they made by themselves. Xu Shiqing said sincerely. It's so happy that the family can be together like this. Xu Qingshe echoed. Yes, I hope it will be like this every Mid-Autumn festival. Xu Feiyan blinked. Of course, we will make mooncakes together, light lanterns together, and watch the moon together every year. The family atmosphere is warm, except for Xu Huai. Chapter 323. Daughter's character is broken. Is this how you take care of your daughter? Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Dad. Sisters greeted him one after another. Xiao Wanzhi also joined in the fun with a baby voice. Seeing that several sisters had said it, Xu Qingshan hesitated. She couldn't say the word, Dad. But everyone said it, and she didn't say it. It was really hard to say it. So she walked in front of Xu Hao and said it. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Xu Hao also nodded with a smile. Everyone started to enjoy breakfast. Xu Huai finished the mooncakes contentedly. The whole person seemed to have regained vitality. She rolled her eyes and said excitedly. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, and Dad also prepared gifts for us, dang dang dang. As she said that, Xu Huai took out 6 large lollipops from behind her like a magic trick. Lollipops. Although it was unexpected. But this is indeed Xu Hao's style. I want it, give it to me. Xu Shiqing reached out to take it impatiently. She looked anxious, afraid that it would be snatched away if she was a step slower. Xu Feiyan and even Xu Hongzhuang couldn't help themselves, and they felt relieved only after they got it in their hands. Xu Qingshan was speechless watching from the side. It's unimaginable that these sisters who are like fairies in daily life are fighting for a lollipop like this. The character collapsed. Second sister, this is yours. Several sisters have taken it. There is one left. Xu Huai handed it to Xu Qingshan. Xu Qingshan looked at the lollipop in front of her. It looked like an ordinary lollipop. The corners of her mouth twitched. It's not right to take it, and it's not right not to take it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wow, it's delicious. Xu Qingshui's voice came. Looking for the sound, I saw that she was holding a super lollipop. She tore open the package and tasted it with satisfaction. Xu Shiqing also echoed. It's delicious. I feel my mind is much clearer and my thoughts are open. Xiao Wanzhi cheered. It's worthy of being a gift from Dad. I like it so much. Xu Qingshan listened to the praise from her sisters. Her eyebrows kept jumping. It's just a lollipop. It's like a panacea. Is it necessary? This boasting is too exaggerated. Second sister, do you want it? If not, I will eat it. Xu Huai's expectant voice sounded. Xu Qingshan hesitated. She already believed that Xu Hao had another reason for beating and scolding them when they were young. Although she hasn't completely accepted calling him Dad. The resistance in her heart is slowly disappearing. This is a gift from Xu Hao. Would it be bad if she didn't accept it? Xu Huai suggested that Xu Qingshan not accept it. She was happy. If the second sister doesn't want it, it's hers. Just as she was about to take it back, Xu Hongzhuang snatched it away. She rolled her eyes and said, Second sister, this is a good thing, don't let her have it. Then she tore open the package and passed it to Shen Qingshan. Second sister, try it. Good thing. Xu Qingshan twitched her lips. Blamed herself for being ignorant. I really didn't realize that this lollipop was a good thing. However, her sister had already handed it to her. It seemed a bit inappropriate not to eat it. So, she symbolically took a bite. It was this bite. Xu Qingshan's eyes widened instantly. This tasted so delicious. She quickly took the super lollipop from Xu Hongzhuang's hand. No longer caring about anything else, she tasted it with big mouthfuls. It smells so good. She stayed at home with her daughters for the whole morning. Warm time passed quietly. 1 p.m. Xu Hao said goodbye to his daughters. After going out, he went straight to a high-end community. Here, there is a house he prepared for women. Since Sha Qingge showed her pregnancy, she has been here to take care of the fetus. Fortunately, Xu Hao often comes to accompany her. Otherwise, she must be bored. Now, it won't be long before the birth. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Sha Qingge is alone, and he must come to visit her. Originally, he learned that Xu Hao was coming. Sha Qingge was full of joy and wanted to go downstairs to greet him. But Xu Hao stopped him. "Qingge, you stay here and don't hurt the child." Sha Qingge's heart was filled with warmth and she was deeply moved. On the comfortable sofa, she touched her belly, with a happy smile on her face. Whispering softly, "Baby, you have to be born soon." Just then, click, the door opened, breaking the silence in the room. Sha Qingge looked up in surprise. As expected, she saw Uncle Xu whom she had been thinking about. Xu Hao appeared at the door. He was holding a bag in his hand, which was a Mid-Autumn Festival gift prepared for her. Xu Hao walked into the room with a smile. He put the gift aside. He came to Sha Qingge and hugged her. "Qingge, you have worked hard." Sha Qingge leaned on Xu Hao's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, feeling the familiar and warm breath. "For you, for our children, everything is worth it." Her mouth corners raised, and her smile was bright. The room was filled with warmth and sweetness. This scene seemed to be frozen. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. A crisp phone ring sounded. It interrupted the warm atmosphere. Sha Qingge looked at the caller ID and saw that it was her father calling. Picked up the phone. The slightly anxious voice of Sha's father came from the other side. "Qingge, what are you busy with? You haven't seen anyone for half a year, and you don't even go home to see your mother." Sha Qingge couldn't help but feel guilty. She had been keeping her affair with Xu Hao a secret from her father. Now that she was pregnant, she didn't dare to go back. If her father found out, wouldn't he be furious? Sha Qingge had no choice but to continue to shirk responsibility. "I'm on a business trip, right? I'll be back soon." "What business trip does it take so long?" There was some resentment in Sha's father's tone. He was really worried about his daughter. If it weren't for the fact that his daughter was in Xu Hao's company. And he was very confident in Xu Hao. Otherwise, he would have come to her house long ago. Fortunately, they could talk frequently to make sure that nothing happened to their daughter. "Oh, that's it. I'm busy now, so I'll hang up." Sha Qingge was afraid that she would be discovered if she said a few more words. She was about to hang up the phone after a perfunctory reply. At this time, Xu Hao spoke. "Qingge, who is it?" Sha Qingge was stunned. Before she could react, Chen Hao had already taken the phone. "Who?" "Brother Xu." Sha's father greeted her. "It's Brother Sha." Xu Hao laughed. "You're thinking about your daughter, so you called me." Father Sha said a little embarrassedly. "Brother Xu, I can't help it, I really miss you." Xu Hao explained for him. "I can understand, Mid-Autumn Festival is a day of reunion, and Qingge is your only relative. It's my fault, I shouldn't have assigned Qingge such a far-away task, causing you to separate." Father Sha said hurriedly. "Brother Xu, don't say that, you can assign tasks to Qingge, that means you value her, I just called to ask about her well-being." Xu Hao smiled and said. "It just so happens that I came here, today is Mid-Autumn Festival, give Qingge some Mid-Autumn Festival gifts." Father Sha was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xu, for causing you trouble." "It's not a trouble. We are brothers. Qingge is also my niece. Don't worry, Brother Sha, I will take good care of Qingge." Qingge Sha rolled her eyes. "Is there a brother like you? Take care of me. Is that how you take care of me? The baby is about to be born." Xu Hao noticed her little mood and touched her head. Father Sha didn't know the situation here and thanked him repeatedly. "Of course, I believe in Brother Xu. It's Qingge's honor to be able to join Brother Xu's company." If he saw his daughter sitting in Xu Hao's arms with a big belly, I don't know what his expression would be. "Hang up the phone." Xu Hao raised an eyebrow at Qingge Sha. "Qingge, how is it? Your father said that it's your honor to be with me." Sha Qingge said coquettishly. "That's right. It's her honor to follow Xu Hao." Yes, wait until I give birth to the child will thank you." Xu Hao looked teasing. "Then I'll ask you to give birth to another one." Sha Qingge was a little scared. This one hasn't been born yet, and there's another one. She bit her lip. Although these days of pregnancy are a bit boring, But if Xu Hao wants, she is willing to go through it again. Xu Hao hugged her tightly. Don't think too much, just give birth to this baby safely first. Sha Qingge nodded, her face full of happiness and expectation. Xu Hao has so many women, he can't do it. Naturally, it's impossible to go there in person to accompany them one by one. No one was there, but he sent Mid-Autumn Festival gifts. One by one, the women received the gifts. At first, it was inevitable that they felt a little resentful because Xu Hao was not with them. But think about it, Xu Hao has his own family. Mid-Autumn Festival is a reunion time. It is reasonable to accompany the family. Thinking like this, I gradually feel relieved. For example, the charming and enchanting Yan Wumei opened the gift box sent by Xu Hao. When I saw a sharp divine weapon long knife inside, I was full of joy. Comforted myself. Uncle Xu has not forgotten me. And the gentle teacher Wang Zuying. Holding the dazzling protective jade pendant sent by Xu Hao, I showed an understanding smile. He has his family, I can't be too greedy, this gift is his intention. Luo Qingxian, Feng Zixuan, and even Bai Ryu who is far away in the imperial capital have it. Ji Yuning Shuang, Lin Chuqing and other female presidents. At night, the bright moon hangs high, and the clear light spreads all over the earth. Xu Hao brought Su Wancho and several daughters to the lake as a family. Prepare to light lanterns and enjoy the mid-autumn moon. Su Wancho was wearing a light blue dress. Her hair fluttered in the breeze, gentle and beautiful. Her eyebrows and eyes were full of tenderness. Xu Huai was jumping in front. Her lively eyes flashed with excitement, holding a beautiful lantern in her hand. She kept shouting, "Dad, hurry up." Xu Feiyan and Xu Shiqing chattered about how round the moon was tonight. How to place the lantern in their hands to make it look better. The little daughter Xu Huang was held in Xu Hao's arms. The little guy giggled. Waving her chubby little hands, she said in a baby voice, "Dad, I want to put the most beautiful lantern." And the little fox Lang Bingji was held in Su Wancho's arms. After all, they were all comrades in arms. She became a little fox, so she should take care of it. The family came to the lake. They prepared to put lanterns in an orderly manner. A breeze blew by the lake, bringing a slight chill. It did not affect the family's mood at all. Children, close your eyes first, make a wish, and then put the lantern into the water. Su Wancho said to her daughters with a smile. Several girls closed their eyes obediently. Make your own wishes. Xu Qingshan also made a wish. She was a little out of place at first, but she was also immersed in this warm atmosphere. It felt like a family. What she didn't notice was, someone took a picture of her with a click. Xu Hao helped her daughter Xiao Wanzher to make a wish, which was very cute. After setting off the lanterns, the family sat down on the lawn by the lake and watched the moon together. Xu Huai took out her mobile phone. She looked through the photos of her second sister Xu Qingshan taken today with great interest. One was Xu Qingshan eating moon cakes with her family. There were some cake crumbs on the corners of her mouth, and she looked cute. One was her eating a lollipop with relish, her eyes narrowed into a slit. And she said Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to her father. The last two photos were of making wishes and setting off lanterns, and sitting on the lawn together to watch the moon. The picture was warm and beautiful. Xu Huai smiled. Xu Shiqing saw her strange expression and came over curiously. When she saw the photo, she immediately understood what this sister was thinking. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. The last time she did this was when she was targeting Xu Feiyan. That time, Xu Feiyan was kicked out of the group chat. This sister is going to make trouble again. Now, there are only the eldest sister and the second sister in the other group. I wonder what expression the eldest sister will have when she sees these photos. Xu Shiqing is also looking forward to it. As soon as this idea came up, she was shocked. She secretly cursed herself for having such a bad taste. It must have been infected by her sister. Xu Huai opened the chat dialog box with her eldest sister Xu Mingkong. Click to send the photo. In an office building far away in the imperial capital. The company founded by Xu Mingkong. Even on the Mid-Autumn Festival, she is still busy working. She is always thinking about catching up with Xu Hao. However, reality has dealt her a heavy blow. She works hard, but the gap between her and Xu Hao is getting bigger and bigger. First, within half a year, Xu Hao developed the Xu Group, which was worth 10 billion, to the level of 100 billion. If she could still catch up with it, it would just take a long time. Then now the market value of Xu 4.5 Group is nearly 1 trillion. It is simply not something she can catch up with. No matter how hard she tries, she will never catch up in her lifetime. The office is over. She came to the French window tiredly and looked up at the starry sky and the full moon. She thought of her sisters at home. In the past Mid-Autumn Festival, even if the sisters were not together, they would greet each other in the group. Today the group was dead silent. The younger sister Xu Huai no longer asked her for pocket money in various ways. Xu Shiqing, Xu Feiyan, and several younger sisters no longer respected her as the eldest sister as before. I don't know what's going on with the second sister. During this period, the frequency of reporting news to her has become less and less. Xu Mingkong felt a kind of loneliness. No one understands, no one accompanies. At this moment, a message reminder sounded. Xu Mingkong took out his mobile phone. Seeing that it was sent by her younger sister Xu Huai, she was delighted. It seems that she has not forgotten her elder sister. However, when she clicked on the profile picture, Shang looked at the photos one by one. Her face suddenly became ugly. The photo also came with Xu Huai's words. This is a photo of the second sister saying Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to her father. The second sister is eating the lollipop given by her father. Especially the photo of eating candy. Xu Mingkong was furious. How old are you and still eating lollipops? She eats so gluttonously. Why else? It must be because it was sent by Xu Hao. Xu Mingkong directly sent the photo to the group. 7 fairies with beautiful faces and moon. She only wants to make money. A technology is the primary productive force. I need an explanation. Xu Mingkong did not directly kick Xu Qingshan out of the group. First, because there are only 2 of them in the group, kicking or not does not make much difference. Second, she only has such an ally. If she kicks her second sister out, how can she understand the family situation? The company is very busy at the moment, so she can't leave for the time being. Chapter 324. My daughter sent me clothes. I have a fever. Fulfill the promise. Undress in 1 second. Ding. The sister group has set up special message reminders, and you know there is a message by listening to the sound. Xu Huai took the phone and looked at it with interest. Xu Shiqing was looking forward to it. When Xu Qingshan took out her phone and saw those photos, her heart skipped a beat. This trick is inexplicably familiar. The little girl who sells nuclear bombs. Congratulations, second sister, on returning to our big family. Draw a circle and curse you. Wow, second sister recognizes dad, congratulations. Technology is the primary productive force. I only want to make money, big sister, it's not what you think, don't be taught by them. At this time, the other girls also came to join in the fun. Please call me queen. There are pictures and the truth. Second sister, how do you want to quibble? I'm really not a big star. Second sister, you don't need to explain, we and dad are a family. Chinese medicine YYDS, big sister, second sister have recognized dad, will you be far behind? Watching the sisters talking to each other, Chen Qingshan was furious. Xu Feiyan felt relieved. She was like this at the beginning and couldn't defend herself. Second sister kept making sarcastic remarks, saying that she had betrayed and wanted to be an undercover agent. Now the second sister has experienced it. Xu Qingshan quickly typed a reply. Technology is the primary productive force. I haven't recognized it yet, big sister. I did find something different when I came back. Xu Hao may really have his reasons. The little girl who bought the nuclear bomb. I haven't recognized it yet, so it's only a matter of time before I recognize it. Xu Mingkong also thought of this question, with a gloomy face. What happened? Let the sisters who went back defect one after another. What poison did Xu Hao use? Draw a circle to curse you. Big sister, come back and see, dad has really changed a lot. Please call me queen. Yes, big sister, the family should be reunited. TCMYYDS, big sister, don't stay out there alone, come back and feel the warmth of home. Xu Mingkong looked at the news and fell into deep thought. She began to waver a little. Shaking her head, Xu Mingkong regained consciousness, her eyes deep. Wait until the work at hand is finished. She must go back to see it in person. After watching the moon, the family returned home. It was late. It was time to go to bed. Xu Hao was naturally with Su Wanzhou and the vixen Leng Bingji. The little daughter Xiao Wanzhi also pestered to sleep with her parents. It was not easy to do it with the little daughter. So let's wait until the daughter fell asleep. On the other hand, Xu Huai took out a few sets of clothes from the storage ring. They were the underwear and cosplay suits she took from Xu Hao's bedroom in the morning. She thought it was a gift from Xu Hao. It was still embarrassing to meet Xu Hao until now. She wanted to put it back. But she was afraid of being discovered, which would be even more embarrassing. And most of them have been discovered. Thinking of Xu Hao thinking that she likes it. She was so ashamed to take these things. No, I must not be embarrassed alone. She thought of several sisters in her mind. If I give these things to them, then I will not be the only one embarrassed. Do it when you think of it. Xu Huai divided the underwear and cosplay suits into 6 parts. Underwear includes the upper and lower parts, which are a set. Coincidentally, the sizes are almost the same. Xu Huai first came to the room of her twin sister Xu Xiqing. When she came to the door, she pushed the door open directly. There is no need for those cumbersome etiquette between sisters. At this time, Xu Xiqing was just coming out of the shower. She was startled to see someone coming in and said angrily, "Xu Huai, what are you doing? You didn't even knock when you came in." Xu Huai rolled her eyes. What does it matter? There are only my parents and sisters at home. They are not outsiders. Xu Xiqing was speechless. Although they are not outsiders, you can't be so casual. What if she breaks in when she is changing clothes? It's okay for a few sisters, but what if it's my father? Xu Xiqing gritted her teeth. Xu Huai, you are too disrespectful. Xu Huai waved her hand indifferently. Don't worry, I'm here to give you a gift. Xu Xiqing was surprised. You have a gift for me, of course. Xu Huai raised his head proudly. She didn't say at the beginning that this was a gift from Xu Hao. Wait until they all wear them. When they wear close-fitting clothes and co-suits, they will say it themselves. This is a gift from Dad. It must be very interesting then. Xu Xiqing came closer with concern. Reached out and touched her sister's forehead. You don't have a fever 12 inches. You know, in the past New Year and other festivals, it was the older sisters who gave gifts to the younger sisters. If they didn't give it to her, she would ask for it. Giving them gifts. Is the sun rising from the west? Xu Huai's face darkened and she slapped her sister's hand away. She felt insulted. Then a smile broke out on her face. Sister, come and see the gift I gave you. Xu Xiqing followed suspiciously. Xu Huai took out the bag and opened it, and the things inside came into view. When she saw the things inside, Xu Xiqing's eyes widened. No wonder it looked like there was nothing on the outside. It turned out to be just a few pieces of cloth. This is too embarrassing. Xu Xiqing blushed all of a sudden. She stared at Xu Huai in shame and anger. Sister, do you like it? This is the pajamas I gave you. Xu Xiqing was mad. You call this pajama? Xu Huai nodded affirmatively. Sister, don't look down on it, but it's very comfortable to sleep in. She doesn't know whether it's comfortable or not. It's true that she's embarrassed. It's not difficult to imagine what it would look like when she wears it. Come on, sister, I'll help you change. Xu Huai stretched out her hand to change her sister's clothes. Xu Xiqing wanted to refuse. But Xu Huai forced it. Plus, Xu Xiqing saw her sister giving her a gift for the first time, so she was half-hearted. After changing clothes, Xu Xiqing was very shy. Although it was a bit awkward, she could accept it without outsiders present. Let's be honest, it was a bit embarrassing. It felt really good to wear it. The silky touch was very smooth. Some clothes are more attractive than not wearing them. That's what I'm talking about. Even Xu Huai was stunned. Sister, how is it? I didn't lie to you, isn't it very comfortable? Xu Xiqing rolled her eyes and said from the heart. It's really good, but the style you picked, it would be better if it wasn't so weird. However, her words made Xu Huai stunned. She said it was pajamas. She said it felt good in order to trick her sister into wearing it. From what her sister said, it seemed to be really good. What's going on? Xu Huai was a little messy. But she didn't say anything, just put it on. This is a gift from my father. She won't be the only one who is embarrassed in the future. Then, Xu Huai went to the rooms of the other 4 sisters and gave them the gift. Unexpectedly, the sisters couldn't accept it at first. After trying on the clothes, they all felt good. Xu Huai was puzzled and slapped her forehead. It's from my father. That's fine. Not only are the food brought back good things. It has special effects. Even the underwear brought back is very nice. Back to her bedroom. Xu Huai couldn't help being curious and changed into a set herself. It felt really good, cool and icy. If I didn't know that the pajamas were made by her. It's true that sleeping in it makes dreams more fragrant. She secretly regretted it in her heart. If she had known such a good thing earlier, she wouldn't have given it to her sisters. The next day, on the construction site, the sun was high and the heat was rolling. Xiaolong finished moving bricks. Sweat soaked his clothes. Today is the day to settle accounts. The workers gathered around the foreman. They were looking forward to getting the hard-earned money. The foreman began to distribute money. Xiaolong took it in his hand and counted it carefully. His brows were tightly furrowed. He couldn't help asking, "Why is there 1,000 less?" The foreman curled his lips. "You are late and leave early every day, and you still have the nerve to ask for money." Xiaolong frowned and retorted, "Isn't it enough to complete the task?" He was indeed often late and leave early. But that was to protect his wife. What attracted him to this job was that he just had to complete the task, regardless of the process. Even if he asked someone to help him, it would be fine. The rest of the time he could use it himself. Xiaolong stared at the foreman and said again, "I have completed the task, you have no reason to deduct my money." The foreman felt cold all over and shuddered. He looked at the scorching weather. He cursed. Then he looked at Xiaolong, his anger instantly ignited. He said with even more disdain, "Oh, you are still angry. I did it on purpose, so what? You little jerk, don't you look at your own virtue? I am lucky to be able to pay you, and you dare to challenge me. Who do you think you are? You are right to be late and leave early. If you have the ability, don't work for me, get out." She clenched her fists tightly. In the end, she held back. Why bother with these mortals? After collecting the money, Xiaolong came to his wife Zhang Wei's company. Yang's clothing company. He was about to go in when he was stopped by the security guards at the door. One of the security guards looked Xiaolong up and down, with a look of disdain on his face, and mocked. "Hey, look who is this? He's dressed like a beggar, and he dares to come here." The other security guards echoed. The disdainful expression on their faces was not concealed. "I really don't know what kind of shit luck I had to get into the Zhang family. With your poor appearance, are you worthy of being our CEO? Get out. Don't dirty our company's ground here. That's right, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Our CEO Zhang is a swan, and you are a toad. Do you want to eat swan meat? Get out of here quickly, don't stand here." It was not the first or second time that he was stopped at the company's door. Xiaolong was used to it and didn't care. He was waiting at the door. Zhang Wei was safe in the company. What he wanted to protect was Zhang Wei leaving the company. Suddenly, a low engine roar came from far away. Xiaolong looked in the direction of the sound, and his whole body tensed up. His heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand. That was Xu Hao's car. He was very familiar with the unique model and license plate number. It had been several days since I saw Xu Hao. The fear of being dominated by Xu Hao was still deeply imprinted in my mind, and the memory was still fresh. Xiaolong's face was as gloomy as water. The security guards at the door who were mocking Xiaolong were shocked when they saw Xu Hao's car immediately got up. They were full of awe and flattering in their eyes. The state was in sharp contrast to the high-toe when he was treating Xiaolong. After the wall. How? He stared at Xu Hao. What are you doing here? Xu Hao smiled. Do it. Xiaolong was stunned, and then his face changed wildly. He clenched his hands into fists, and his nails pierced into his palms. The pain was no match for the anger in his heart. Xu Hao was too arrogant. He said such shameless words in front of him. Xu Hao seemed not to notice his anger. He was still calm. "I know you are angry, but don't be angry first. This is the agreement between Xiao Wei and I. 3 times, I have completed 2 times, this is the last time. You don't want Xiao Wei to break the agreement, right?" Xiaolong's chest rose and fell violently. He almost fell over with a breath stuck in his throat. Can it be more shameless? Xu Hao, don't go too far. His voice trembled slightly because of anger. I just want to fulfill the agreement, how can it be too much? After a pause, Xu Hao's smile became even stronger. Since you are here, then stay here and help us watch the door. Swish. Xiaolong's eyes widened. Unbelievable. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. What did he hear? Xu Hao was coming to see his wife in the office, but he wanted him to guard the door. What the hell? Xu waved his hand indifferently. Don't rush to refuse. I'm afraid that the sound insulation of this door is not good. If someone hears any sound, it will be bad. You don't want your wife to scream in the office, do you? Xiaolong's forehead was bulging with veins, and his eyes were bloodshot. The whole person was trembling slightly because of anger. He wanted to rush up and fight Xu Hao immediately. But when he thought of Xu Hao's strength, he felt 10 formations of power. Wang Le had to suppress his anger. Xu Hao, you will pay the price for what you did. Xiaolong squeezed out this sentence from between his teeth. The voice was low and full of threats. He thought of Shui Miao who was planted next to Xu Hao. Why haven't you found a chance to kill Xu Hao yet? However, Xu Hao just smiled contemptuously, turned around and pushed open the door of Zhang Wei's office. Xiaolong's heart kept sinking. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. In the office, Zhang Wei was sitting in the office chair working. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, she couldn't help but frown. Just about to scold why he didn't knock on the door. Suddenly seeing Xu Hao coming in, her body froze. Xu Hao came in on his own. He sat on the sofa as if it was his own home. Xiao Wei, I'm here. Zhang Wei bit her lip and said calmly. What are you doing here? Xu Hao chuckled. Did Xiao Wei forget our agreement? Zhang Wei's face changed. Anger, shame, helplessness. Xu Hao, is it fun to force me like this? Xu Hao nodded seriously. Yes. Zhang Wei was speechless. Come here. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at her. His tone was unquestionable. Zhang Wei was very resistant. Thinking that this was the last time, she finally gritted her teeth and walked over. Looking at the Dragon King's wife who was so close, Xu Hao felt a little itchy. He couldn't resist the urge to use his undressing hand. He thought he could try the effect on her. So he reached out his hand. It seemed slow, but in fact the movement was very fast. It swept across Zhang Wei's body in a short time. In Zhang Wei's eyes, Xu Hao just stretched out his hand in front of her and then took it back. But the next second, she felt cold. The clothes fell off one by one. Zhang Wei was shocked. Although I don't know what happened. But it must have something to do with Xu Hao. At this time, Xu Hao stretched out his hand and took her waist. Chapter 325, Eat It All. Wife Attributes. Another child is about to be born. Not to mention the dry firewood in the office. Xiaolong outside was furious. Knowing what Xu Hao was going to do when he entered the office. Targeting his wife, he was powerless to stop him. How sad this is. Not only that, I actually have to guard the door for them like a slave. Trampling on his dignity and trampling on it wantonly. Is there anything more humiliating than this? Xiaolong was filled with grief and anger. He hated that he was not as strong as others. He couldn't even protect his wife. At this time, a sound of footsteps came. Xiaolong looked up. I saw a department manager holding a document, walking towards this side. Xiaolong's face changed slightly. I don't know if it's because the sound insulation of this office is too good, so that he didn't hear any sound coming from inside. Or because the two people in the office haven't started yet. He can't let anyone get close. What if it's about to start inside? Xu Hao is right. Don't let anyone know that his wife is screaming in the office. If they knew that he, as a husband, was still waiting outside, they would definitely be even more furious. He had to cooperate with Xu Hao. No matter what, they had to stop it. They really had to be gatekeepers. Xiaolong took a deep breath and took the initiative to step forward. He blocked the way of the department manager. The department manager frowned. Looking at Xiaolong's dirty appearance, he said with contempt. How did you get in? He thought he was a beggar who got in from outside. I didn't get in, Xiaolong explained. Then which department are you from? Why are you stopping me? You delayed me from looking for the president. Can you afford it? The department manager was impatient. He thought he was an employee of a certain department. Running around without work clothes. Xiaolong continued. I'm not from the company either. President Zhang is busy now and can't be disturbed. The department manager was furious. You are not from the company, and you said you didn't sneak in. He cursed the security guard for his dereliction of duty in his heart. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. Who are you? Get out of here. I have something to do with Mr. Zhang. I'll settle accounts with you later. Xiaolong said seriously. I am Mr. Yang's husband. I said she is busy now and has no time to see people for the time being. Come back later. The department manager was stunned for a while, and then he was furious. You are Mr. Yang's husband. Where did you come from, you be asterisk starred. Keep your mouth clean. Zhang Wei is not only the president of the company. She is also a great beauty. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless employees and cannot be defiled by others. Soon, he reacted. The news of Zhang Wei's marriage had already spread. They, the employees, also knew about it. Besides, his position was not low. He also learned more things. Zhang Wei recruited a beggar as her son-in-law. At that time, I don't know how many people beat their feet and stamped their chests, envious and jealous. Hated why they were not that beggar. He looked Xiao Long up and down in surprise. Are you the son-in-law? Although he was unhappy with his tone, Xiao Long nodded. This is Zhang Wei's company. He didn't want to fight unless it was absolutely necessary. The department manager raised a mocking smile. It's really better to see in person than to hear about it. Look at your shabby appearance. You have nothing. I don't know why President Zhang likes you. Look at you, you are a gigolo, but you are also interfering with the company's business. Who do you think you are? What can you bring to President Zhang? Except for being embarrassed, I think you are useless. If I were you, I would have found a crack in the ground to crawl into, and I would not have the face to show off here. Get out of here, I have something urgent to do to President Zhang now, and I don't have time to delay with you here. The department manager sneered disdainfully, and then shouted. Even if this is the nominal husband of the president. He was not polite at all. It is said that this son-in-law is not well received by the Zhang family. Mr. Zhang didn't care about him, so he had no scruples. He was tough. But Xiao Long didn't give in. He glanced at the closed office door from time to time. He was extremely anxious. I wonder what stage the matter has reached. The department manager was impatient and pushed him hard. But Xiao Long did not move. The thought that Xu Hao might have carried his wife to the desk. His face was terribly gloomy. His hands were clenched into fists, his eyes were bloodshot, like a lion about to rage. I said Mr. Zhang is not free now. Xiao Long almost squeezed out these words from his teeth. The department manager was frightened by her eyes. He had never seen such a terrifying look. At that moment, he seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses. It was too scary. He was timid. He turned away dejectedly. Although he successfully drove the department manager away. But Xiao Long was not happy at all. Instead, his body seemed to have been drained of all its strength. He leaned against the wall helplessly, in great pain. He hated his own incompetence. Ding Xiao Long's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1000. In the blink of an eye. The afternoon was almost over. In the future. In the office. Xu Hao sat comfortably on the office chair where Zhang Wei used to sit. Hold her to comfort her. Xu Hao was a bit bored. His eyes casually fell on the document in front of him. It was the design of several sets of clothes. Zhang Wei had been worried about this for a while. Nowadays, the competition in the clothing industry is fierce. The situation facing Yang's clothing is not optimistic. Last time, it was jointly targeted by several clothing companies. Several companies are coming aggressively. Yang's clothing was almost finished. Later, I heard from my mother that she asked Shuni for help. The crisis was resolved. No wonder those aggressive peers suddenly gave up targeting. Even so, Zhang Wei did not thank Shuni. How's meaning? He has taken advantage of everyone. How to thank him? The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Yang's clothing is still in a precarious situation. The reason is that the company's clothing designers have been poached by other companies with high salaries. Other companies have several international clothing designers. Her company only has a few designers of average level. Unable to design new clothing. Even if there is no peer targeting. The company will be gradually eroded in the fierce competition. It is also simple to get rid of the current situation. That is to design a few sets of fashionable and trendy styles. The clothing designers in the company have limited abilities. Only Zhang Wei can do it herself. But she thought hard about many styles, but none of them were suitable. Suddenly, Xu Hao saw the requirements she wanted to design. Several clothing styles suddenly burst out in his mind. Xu Hao thought about it and suddenly understood. It turns out that he has a clothing design skill. When he first obtained this skill, he thought it was useless to extract this skill. He just threw it into the corner of his mind and let it gather dust. Unexpectedly, it has come into play now. Xu Hao asked. You have been staying in the company these days, just worrying about this. Zhang Wei gradually came back to her senses from her confusion. Hearing Xu Hao's words, she turned her head. Our agreement is over, we have no relationship anymore, you can leave. Jiang Wei is still angry now. Ever since Xu Hao came to her house last time and asked her to go to his guest room, Jiang Wei has been on edge, fearing that Xu Hao would do something more excessive. Who knew that Xu Hao had not come to see her during this period? She thought Xu Hao was tired of her. Let her go. So she threw herself into work. She didn't expect Xu Hao to suddenly come to her company. This is an office. If any employee heard it, would she still be a human being? Xu Hao actually said that someone was guarding the door, so there was no need to worry. However, how could Jiang Wei not worry? More worried, okay. She was so ashamed to think that someone was outside. She wanted to resist. Xu Hao didn't give her a chance to resist. Before she could react, her clothes were gone. What the hell? Magic trick. This can't be called magic, it's magic. What? You're going to drive me away after you're done? Isn't Mr. Zhang too ruthless? Xu Hao teased. Jiang Wei gritted her teeth in anger. What else do you want to do? How about we make another deal? Xu Hao said. Jiang Wei instantly became alert. I won't make any deal with you. Although she didn't know what the deal was. But she was sure that Xu Hao had no good intentions. Just reject it all. Xu Hao flicked it. Jiang Wei felt pain and glared at him. Xu Hao said slowly. Listen to what I say first, then you can reject it later. Xu Hao pointed his finger. He looked at the documents on the desk in front of him. I'll help you design it, and we'll add 2 more appointments. Jiang Wei's face turned pale. He was using her as a bet again. She couldn't help but get angry. Didn't you say you'd get tired of it after 3 times? Xu Hao said with a smile. Who gave you the attribute bonus? Thief Cao is dead, but his spirit lives on. After a pause, Xu Hao said again. Besides, I'm not tired of you yet. Shouldn't you be happy that you still have charm? Jiang Wei froze. I didn't expect it was because of this reason. Finally figured out why Xu Hao went to her house. It was in front of her husband who only had an agreement. Jiang Wei couldn't help but regret it. If I had known earlier, she wouldn't have been so impulsive. Take that beggar to get a marriage certificate. Now, Jiang Wei couldn't vent her anger on Xu Hao. She'd put it all on Xiaolong. It's true that she was shot even when she was lying down. Women are so inexplicable. As for the happiness, Xu Hao said. Not at all. She just felt scared. She really had no strength to toss every time. Jiang Wei disagreed. She didn't want to experience it again. Xu Hao's hand tightened. He said in a deep voice. Oh, I'm notifying you, not discussing with you. 0 hyphenation point please give me flowers. Looking at the smile on his face, Jiang Wei felt cold in her heart. Don't look at Xu Hao's gentle appearance. The means were so cruel and chilling. She felt like a lamb being stared at by a beast, with nowhere to escape. Fear spread in her heart. She pretended to be calm. She didn't want Xu Hao to see her cowardice. Xu Hao spoke slowly. If you don't agree, I'll increase the difficulty. I'll design 5 sets in 1 minute. If you can't design it, I lose, how about that? Jiang Wei knew she couldn't resist. She pursed her lips and said. How do I know if your design meets the requirements? If you say it meets the requirements, it meets the requirements. Of course not, I must design a style that you agree with. Jiang Wei's eyes flickered and she thought. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said. Okay, I promise you. Xu Hao is indeed a $1 trillion president. His company does not involve clothing, and the affairs are so busy. She doesn't believe Xu Hao knows clothing design. Jiang Wei herself is a clothing designer. In order to design these clothes, she worked overtime for many days. She doesn't believe Xu Hao can design 5 sets in 1 minute. She still had to be satisfied. She made up her mind. If Xu Hao's design had any flaws, she would jump out and say she was dissatisfied. You promised me this, I didn't force you. Xu Hao smiled. Jiang Wei was so angry that her teeth itched and she roared in her heart. Aren't you forcing me? She didn't dare to say it out loud. She didn't believe Xu Hao could really design it. She had studied it for a long time but had no idea. She didn't believe Xu Hao could finish it in 1 minute. Xu Hao picked up the pen calmly. He began to write on the paper. Jiang Wei watched from the side, her eyes gradually widening. She looked at the lines under Xu Hao's pen in disbelief as they quickly took shape. He quickly designed several sets of clothes. Upon closer inspection, each set of styles was completely different, and it perfectly met the design requirements. The style was novel and unique. It cleverly catered to the current trend of the times. Xu Hao put down the pen calmly. Don't say 1 minute, the minute didn't pass. Are you satisfied? Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei wanted to say she was not satisfied. She looked again and again, but couldn't find any flaws. She wanted to say no but couldn't. The look she gave Xu Hao was as if she was looking at a god. Just now, Xu Hao took her around the office. Finally, they came to the desk. In other words, Xu Hao saw what she was going to design. In such a short time. Xu Hao could actually design it in such a short time. What kind of amazing design level? Zhang Wei was astonished. Okay, since you have no objection, the deal will take effect. Xu Hao finalized it without question. Zhang Wei came back to her senses. Even if Xu Hao was capable, he was still a scumbag. After another lingering, Xu Hao was satisfied. Planning to go back. Before leaving, she saw Zhang Wei was busy putting on her clothes. Xu Hao said playfully, "Won't Mr. Zhang see me off?" Zhang Wei suppressed her shame and anger. She sent Xu Hao out of the office. As soon as she went out, she was stunned. She saw Xiao Long guarding the door. Recalling Xu Hao's words, "Someone is guarding outside." She thought it was Xu Hao's personal bodyguard. Unexpectedly, it was Xiao Long. The reason why Xu Hao still looked for her. It was because of her wife's attributes. Zhang Wei was even more angry with Xiao Long. Although the relationship between the two was just an agreement. But watching Xu Hao go in and be with her. She stood guard at the door. There was no blood at all. Zhang Wei looked down on Xiao Long even more. She asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Long saw that her face was ruddy and her expression was full of fatigue. Her steps also seemed a little unsteady. Xu Hao was too cruel. He had no sympathy for women. Xiao Long was almost suffocated and heartbroken. But facing Zhang Wei's questioning, he opened his mouth and couldn't say a word. What should he say? Could it be that he was afraid that someone would come to disturb you, so he stood guard at the door? Zhang Wei's face was full of disgust. This is the company, not a place you can come to, get out of here. Xiao Long froze in place. His body couldn't help shaking. Zhang Wei used to be indifferent to him. But not like today, mixed with deep disgust. What happened? Did she look down on his cowardice? Xiao Long was lost, his eyes were dull and empty. Ding! Xiao Long is unstable, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao is happy to see the conflict between the heroine and the protagonist. This is just the beginning. But he has no time to deal with the protagonist Dragon King. Because the baby in Sha Qingyi's belly is about to be born. I went home and caught a cold due to the unfamiliar climate. I owe you a chapter and will make up for it tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 326, To Kill Xu Hao, Feed the Devil with My Body. Another daughter is born. Zhang Wei sent Xu Hao all the way to the gate. She followed him into the car with her eyes. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the car disappeared from her sight. Recalling the 2 agreements she had just made with Xu Hao, Zhang Wei had mixed feelings. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it's hard to say whether she suffered a loss or not. The clothing styles designed by Xu Hao, as long as she can make good use of them, it will definitely take the development of Yang's clothing to a higher level. Suddenly, Zhang Wei had such an idea. Could it be that Xu Hao deliberately gave these designs to her under the pretext of a bet? Otherwise, if Xu Hao wanted to accompany him, there would be no need to bet at all. Wouldn't it be enough to threaten directly? It's possible. For a moment, a different feeling surged in her heart. When she noticed this subtle change, Zhang Wei shook her head vigorously. How could I think Xu Hao was not bad? Xu Hao is just a B** starred. She didn't know that there is an idiom called love grows over time. And she was still being pua by Xu Hao. At the beginning, Xu Hao treated her badly. Now, as long as he showed a little bit of goodness, she would be grateful. Seeing Zhang Wei's face constantly changing, Xiao Long's heart was clenched. Knowing how uncomfortable Zhang Wei was at this time, he wanted to comfort her. His voice was full of caution and concern. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Zhang Wei turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. She said in a bad tone, "Didn't I tell you to get out of the company? Why are you still here?" Xiao Long said anxiously, "I want to stay and protect you." Zhang Wei didn't say anything. 2 simple words. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. He kept saying that he wanted to protect her. When Xu Hao came to the door today, Xiaolong not only did not protect her, but also stood at the door to guard the door. Although this is not Xiaolong's fault. After all, they have nothing to do with each other. But she really can't stand Xiaolong's caring tone. What are you pretending for? Swish. Xiaolong was deeply hurt by Zhang Wei's disgusted eyes. His heart seemed to be cut by countless sharp blades, and he couldn't breathe in pain. Are you going to leave or not? Zhang Wei raised her eyebrows. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with this one guy. Xiaolong looked ashamed and lowered his head. Wei, I'm sorry, I'm incompetent, but don't worry, I will. Zhang Wei was speechless. She didn't know how Xiaolong, a beggar, got the confidence to say these things. Dare to say harsh words. Who do you think you are? Have you read too many novels? She was too lazy to listen to Xiaolong's words. Said to the security guard at the door, come on, kick him out. If you let him in again, you all get out of here. At this time, the security guards realized Xiaolong's existence. They were confused. They had clearly stopped him outside the door before. How did he sneak into the company? They were scolded by the president. The security guards were furious and walked towards Xiaolong quickly, aggressively. Why don't you get out now? One of the security guards shouted loudly. Xiaolong stood there with a lost look in his eyes. Several security guards didn't say anything. They grabbed Xiaolong's arm and dragged him out. Wei, believe me, I will make him pay the price. The security guards ignored his shouting. They pushed him out of the company door. Damn, idiot, come here again, I will beat you every time I see you. 3133. Being driven out by a group of security guards. Xiaolong looked a little embarrassed. In fact, he was very powerful. It was just that these security guards were ordinary people, and they were ordinary people who followed orders, so he did not use his strength. He was afraid of hurting them accidentally. Xiaolong knew very well. All this was because of Xu Hao. Thinking of Xu Hao, his teeth were broken and he was furious. Shui Miao had successfully infiltrated Xu Hao's side. He didn't know when to start. He couldn't wait to kill Xu Hao. So he called Jin Xin. On the other end of the phone. Jin Xin hurriedly answered. I'll ask. When I do, I'll let you know. Hang up the phone. Xiaolong's anger was hard to calm down. Xu Hao, I want you to die. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched tightly, and his veins were throbbing. Ding Xiaolong is furious, emotion value plus 1001. In a dimly lit bar. After the call ended, Jin Xin called several brothers over. Mu Sen, Huo Yan, and Tu Yao sat around the table. Jin Xin told Xiaolong about when he would take action against Xu Hao. Tu Yao frowned and fell into deep thought. Why is Big Brother so anxious to take action against Xu Hao? Mu Sen gritted his teeth when he heard it. Is there any need to ask? It must be that Xu Hao went to bully the eldest sister-in-law again. They all believed in Xiaolong as a big brother. Xu Hao bullies the eldest sister-in-law and humiliates the eldest brother just like humiliating them. Feeling the same, he was filled with resentment. Huo Yan's face was full of resentment. Damn it, don't fall into my hands, I will definitely cut him into pieces. The faces of several people were full of anger. Huo Yan gritted his teeth and said. Let Sister Shui take action now to deal with that damn Xu Hao. I can't stand him anymore. Tu Yao hurriedly nodded in agreement. I think so too. How dare you bully the eldest sister-in-law? It's too hateful. Jin Xin and Mu Sen didn't speak. Huo Yan continued to speak. The third sister has gained Xu Hao's trust and has become Xu Hao's foreign language teacher. What do you mean by asking for foreign language lessons? Haha, it's just coveting the beauty of the third sister. I don't know if he expected that he would die in beauty. It's really ironic. Mu Sen spoke at this time. Xu Hao is not only strong in himself, but also has many masters under his command. What if he is monitoring her? If we contact her rashly, it will be too dangerous to be exposed. The third sister also wants to kill Xu Hao. She has not made any move until now, so she must be unsure. Let's not cause trouble for her, right? Several people couldn't help but frown. Thinking carefully, Kun Sen's words make sense. Huo Yan's eyes flashed, and he said slowly. I don't think so. It's dangerous for the third sister to stay with Xu Hao all the time. You all know that Xu Hao is lustful. What if he attacks the third sister at any time? We must cut the Gordian knot quickly and find an opportunity without taking risks. She just needs to poison Xu Hao, and then we will work together inside and outside, and Zheng Hao will be unable to escape. Jin Xin and Mu Sen hesitated after hearing this. Since Shui Miao approached Xu Hao, they have not been in contact. They are afraid of exposing each other. If Shui Miao is in danger because of their information, they will be blamed. Huo Yan strikes while the iron is hot. This is the order of the eldest brother. Even if you don't do it, you have to ask about the progress, right? How about this, let me contact the third sister, and I will be responsible if something goes wrong. Jin Xin and others knew that Huo Yan had been arrested and suffered a lot during that time. It's normal to show hatred for Xu Hao at this time. There is no other way. Several people nodded. I'll arrange it now. Huo Yan turned and left. When he left, a barely perceptible sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What he had to do now was to complete Xu Hao's task and split the internal relations. Under mind control, he was still himself, with his own thinking logic. But he was still loyal to Xu Hao. After returning, Huo Yan began to contact Shui Miao. After sending the message, Shui Miao told Xu Hao the message. Xu Hao received the message. It was quite interesting. He had always been a little cautious in front of Shui Miao. I wonder how she would let him relax his vigilance and poison him. Xu Hao was looking forward to it. But he was not in the mood to care at this time. At this time, he was accompanying Zhen Qingge. Because the child was about to be born. No matter how big the world was, it could not disturb him from accompanying a woman to give birth. In an office in Shu Group, Huo Yan received Huo Yan's message. After reading the content, he learned that Xu Hao had bullied his sister-in-law again. Xiao Long must have been humiliated. His anger was burning in his heart. However, he soon calmed down. His face was uncertain. It not only showed that Xiao Long urged her to take action against Xu Hao as soon as possible. It was also mixed with Huo Yan's private goods. It meant that she should be careful. Even if Xu Hao could not be killed, it didn't matter. He knew her feelings for Xiao Long. It was not worth putting her in danger for her sister-in-law. These seemingly caring words. In fact, he was trying to sow discord between them. Shui Miao said nothing. She still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. A thorn was planted. She secretly hated him. She thought to herself, do you think I don't want to do anything to Xu Hao? Xu Hao was wary of everyone. She originally wanted to poison Xu Hao after he was happy. But since she saw him and the director go into the bedroom, she never found a chance. Now she couldn't even see Xu Hao's figure. How could she do it earlier? Should she go down in person and feed the devil with her body? Thinking of this, Shui Miao's eyebrows jumped. She had never thought of going down in person before. She planned to wait for the opportunity. Now Xiao Long wanted her to do it as soon as possible. She couldn't find a chance. It seemed that this was the only way. This might be the safest way. After all, when Xu Hao was with other women, it was inevitable that she would be suspicious if she rashly went to his house. Besides, Xu Hao didn't trust her that much. For a while, Shui Miao fell into deep hesitation. I don't know whether I should take this step. A few days passed quietly. The corridor of the hospital was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Click. The door of the delivery room finally opened. A female professor of gynecology who is very famous in the industry came out. There were still some beads of sweat on her forehead. Her expression was relaxed. Mother and daughter are safe. Xu Hao smiled. Although he knew that nothing would happen, he still worried. He walked into the ward. In the ward, Sha Qingge lay quietly on the bed. Her face looked a little weak. Her eyes were full of tenderness and happiness as a new mother. Xu Hao came to the bedside and gently held her hand. He said with concern, Qingge, you have worked hard. Sha Qingge felt a little ashamed. Uncle Xu, I'm sorry that I couldn't give you a boy. Xu Hao was startled, and then said gently, silly girl, what are you talking about? Boys and girls are good. Compared, I prefer girls. My daughter is my little cotton-padded jacket. Sha Qingge's face was full of smiles. Like the warm spring sun, warm and bright. The two turned their eyes to the baby sleeping quietly beside them. The little face was pink and tender, and the skin was smooth and delicate. It was not wrinkled like a newborn baby at all. At this time, her little mouth was slightly pouted, as if she was dreaming something so cute. Uncle Xu, give our child a name. Sha Qingge said softly. Xu Hao thought about it. How about calling her Qingwu? I hope she can dance freely. Sha Qingge repeated softly. Qingwu, so nice. She turned her head to look at her daughter. Little Qingwu, you have to grow up quickly. It seemed that she heard her parents' call. The little girl moved her hands, and her appearance was adorable. That day, Xu Hao took Sha Qingge out of the hospital. What? Sha Qingge just gave birth to a child and needs to rest. How can she be discharged so soon? Xu Hao threw a healing spell. In a moment, she was as good as new. Healthier than anyone else. You can't tell that she just gave birth. Su Wancho and Li Yunshu were waiting at the door of the hospital. Xu Hao's many women's things, the daughters didn't know. Su Wancho knew it. The two had met and got along well with each other. As for Li Yunshu, she and Sha Qingge are best friends. Sha Qingge was giving birth, so they naturally came to accompany her. Su Wancho saw Sha Qingge. She stepped forward and grabbed her hand, asking with concern. Sister, how do you feel? Are you okay? Sha Qingge's heart was filled with warmth. She also recognized this sister from the bottom of her heart and shook her head. It's okay, thank you for your concern, sister. Su Wancho said with a smile. We are a family. Next to her, Li Yunshu carefully took the baby Qingwu in the cradle. Qingwu's pink face was extremely cute and lovable. Li Yunshu was envious. She secretly cursed her belly for not doing well. She vowed to give birth to a child for Uncle Xu. She accompanied Sha Qingge all the way back home. Su Wancho left first because she had something to do. Li Yunshu stayed to take care of her bestie and Qingwu. Xu Hao also stayed with her for a while. If you can't give birth to a child, just ignore it. Lu Ming has been living in a daze these days. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival party ended that night. He was like an eggplant hit by frost, depressed. Reborn. He found the goddess he had been thinking about and confessed his love to make up for the regrets of his previous life. The result, the goddess was holding a child in her arms. Don't be too shocked. And the bigger shock is yet to come. The goddess had a child, and Lu Ming was furious. It was originally fine. Then Xu Hao, the incident, snatched his goddess away. He must investigate it thoroughly. This investigation scared him a lot. Xu Hao, the helmsman of Xu Group, is worth trillions. Isn't this too awesome? The key is that there has never been such a powerful person in the previous life. Not only Xu Hao, there are also many romantic figures in the school that he doesn't know. And the hottest news at the moment. The head of the top family, Zhou family, absconded with money. What is going on? Where did these things happen in the previous life? Lu Ming had to accept this fact. He was reborn, but not completely. It was as if he had come to a parallel world that seemed real but was not. Although these characters were different from his previous life, they were generally similar to the trajectory he had experienced in his previous life. In other words, he could still rely on his experience in his previous life to change his fate. However, Xu Hao was such an awesome person. He stole his goddess. He was furious, but he couldn't do anything to Xu Hao. He was completely lost and devastated. Chapter 327, Explosion. Bai Yugong also gave birth to a child. I'm afraid Xu Hao will misunderstand. It was just when the lights were on and the night was as dark as water. Lu Ming walked down the street in a daze. His eyes were empty. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed across his sight. Lu Ming's pupils began to regain focus. He blinked hard and looked intently. He saw a beautiful figure coming towards him. He felt a little familiar. He wiped his eyes subconsciously. He confirmed again and again that he was not mistaken. It was his Bai Yugong. Mu Zijin. In an instant, a flame ignited in his heart. It seemed that he had found hope again. The Mu Zijin in front of him was no less beautiful than Li Shanyu. She was wearing a dress with a delicate lace neckline, which just revealed her beautiful collarbone. Her face was not made up, but she was still breathtakingly beautiful. The corners of her eyes slightly raised, with a hint of imperceptible playfulness. Her long, smooth hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slightly curled ends of her hair added a bit of charm. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. Mu Zijin, who is so good at dressing up? Are you sure her family is poor and she can't even afford to go to school? Could something have changed? I still remember that in the middle of her senior year, Mu Zijin also asked for leave. She disappeared from the campus from then on. Lu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Mu Zijin had a sweet smile on her face, holding 2 bottles of water in her hands. It turned out that Xu Hao was shopping with her today. She felt happy. Xu Hao was in the park not far away. She was a little thirsty after playing. She took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and bought 2 bottles of water. As she walked, a figure blocked her way. Mu Zijin was alert and frowned. The person who came was Lu Ming. Lu Ming showed a smile that he thought was handsome and charming. Said, Mu Zijin, long time no see, I didn't expect to meet you here. Mu Zijin's eyes revealed a trace of indifference. He said in a cold tone, Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Lu Ming's smile froze on his face. But he recovered quickly. We went to the same high school. I have always known you, but you may not have noticed me. Mu Zijin's tone was cold. Sorry, I don't remember. Please get out of the way and don't block my way. After saying that, he prepared to go around and move forward. Lu Ming said anxiously, Don't be so anxious to leave, classmate Mu, it's rare to meet again, let's chat for a few more words. Mu Zijin frowned even more tightly. His face was full of impatience. I have nothing to talk to you about, please respect yourself. Lu Ming seemed not to hear and spoke to himself. I just want to ask, why did you take a leave in the middle of your senior year? He wanted to find out why Mu Zijin took a leave in his senior year. Mu Zijin's eyes became more and more indifferent. Raise the volume. I said, I don't want to talk to you, if you keep pestering me, I will call the police. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Ming's face. But he still didn't give up. I just care about you. At this time, Xu Hao seemed to notice something strange here. He walked over with a little girl in his arms. Zijin, what's wrong? Mu Zijin saw Xu Hao and seemed to have found support. Said, this person stopped me for no reason and kept pestering me. Oh. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's hair was messy and his eyes were confused. He was obviously not in a good condition. Xu Hao thought to himself. Should I say he is worthy of being the protagonist? He will always meet the heroine. When Lu Ming saw Xu Hao appear, he was stunned on the spot. His eyes were fixed on the little girl in Xu Hao's arms. That delicate and lovely appearance was not the one he saw at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Is this the child of Xu Hao and Mu Zijin? Mu Zijin and Li Shanyu asked for leave in their senior year of high school to have a baby. Such a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. It can't be so bloody, right? It felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest. I felt like he was suffocating. The bad premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Mom. At this time, the little girl in Xu Hao's arms called out in a baby voice. Little Jianjia, good girl. Mu Zijin's face bloomed with a loving smile. He stretched out his hand and pinched the little girl's pink face. Lu Ming was struck by lightning. It was confirmed. The 2 goddesses in his previous life. After rebirth, not only did they become someone else's woman, but they also gave birth to a child. Lu Ming's face was pale, and his body was slightly shaking. He stood there in a daze. His eyes were dull, and he was screaming in his heart. How could this happen? How could this happen? Ding. Lu Ming's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. My classmate, do you have anything to do with Zijin? Xu Hao asked with a smile in his eyes. Lu Ming came back to his senses and thought of Xu Hao's trillion-dollar fortune. Even if he was angry, he had to suppress it forcibly. No, I recognized the wrong person, sorry. Lu Ming's voice was a little hoarse. Xu Hao's eyes fell on Mu Zijin. He seemed to be asking for her opinion. He met such a weak protagonist. Of course he didn't want to solve it so easily. If he didn't harvest him to the extreme, he would be sorry for him as a villain. Mu Zijin has a kind personality. Sure enough, she just said lightly. Uncle, let's go. Xu Hao responded. Then he and Mu Zijin turned around and walked towards the park next to them. Mu Zijin took out some water at this time. She said softly. Uncle, are you thirsty? I bought some water. I'm really thirsty. Xu Hao said. But he didn't reach out to take it. He weighed his daughter in his hand, indicating that he couldn't free his hands, and opened his mouth again. Mu Zijin understood instantly, unscrewed the lid and put the water to Xu Hao's mouth. The man held the child and the woman fed the man water. This scene was warm no matter how you looked at it. Lu Ming didn't feel warm at all. He just felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his whole body was cold. Seeing the 2 people walk into the park, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with unwillingness. He also followed them. He was still deceiving himself. This is not true. Mu Zijin and Xu Hao are close, but they haven't been taken down yet. They picked up the child. However, he didn't even believe it himself. But what if? What if it was just a misunderstanding? Lu Ming is not without basis. In the previous life, whether it was Li Shanyu or Mu Zijin, they were always single. And Xu Hao looks like a handsome uncle. But he is over 50 years old. How can two favored girls like him? First of all, they are gold diggers. And it is impossible for them to share a husband, right? He didn't want to believe it anyway. So he decided to follow and see. I have to get to the bottom of it. In the park, the moonlight is like water, sprinkling on the winding paths and lush vegetation. Xu Hao holds his daughter Xiao Zhangjia and walks side by side with Mu Zijin. Xiao Zhangjia giggles, her laughter is as clear as a silver bell. It echoes in the quiet park. Dad, I want to go over there to see. Xiao Zhangjia points to a sea of flowers in full bloom not far away, twisting her small body. The lights in the park are bright, so it's clear to see. Xu Hao smiled and responded. He walked forward holding Xiao Zhangjia. Mu Zijin followed closely beside him. When they arrived in front of the sea of flowers, Xu Hao put Xiao Zhangjia on the ground. Xiao Zhangjia immediately went down into the flowers like a happy butterfly. The little hand touched the flowers curiously. Now, Mu Zijin whispered, her face full of tenderness. Xu Hao turned her head to look at Mu Zijin. He reached out and smoothed her hair that was messed up by the wind, his movements were gentle. Mu Zijin raised her head slightly, meeting Xu Hao's deep gaze. The love in his eyes seemed to overflow. Then, Xu Hao held her in his arms. Let's be together. Mu Zijin's face flushed, and she raised her head. She put her arms around Xu Hao's waist. Lu Ming, who was following secretly, saw this scene and felt heartbroken. The scene in front of him was like a sharp blade, ruthlessly piercing his above heart. He could never have imagined. The white moonlight in his heart would be so intimate with a man over 50 years old. Why? Lu Ming screamed in pain in his heart. At this time, little Zhangjia ran out from the flowers. She threw herself into the arms of Xu Hao and Mu Zijin. Mom and Dad, I picked a flower for you. Little Zhangjia said in a baby voice. Holding a flower in her hand, Xu Hao and Mu Zijin smiled at each other. Mu Zijin took the flower. He kissed his daughter's face lovingly. Come on, baby, let's go to the lake over there. Xu Hao picked up little Zhangjia in one hand and held Mu Zijin in the other. Walked towards the lake. Looking at their backs going away, Lu Mingbao stood there. As if he had lost all his strength. Lakeside. The breeze blew, rippling layers. Xu Hao put little Zhangjia on the ground and let her play freely. He and Mu Zijin sat on a bench by the lake. Mu Zijin gently leaned on Xu Hao's shoulder. Xu Hao put his arm around her waist. Uncle Xu, with you and Xiao Zhangjia by my side, I feel like the happiest person in the world. Mu Zijin said affectionately. Me too. Xu Hao smiled and replied. Lu Ming hid behind a big tree not far away. Seeing this scene, his heartache became more intense. He couldn't accept it. The white moonlight in his heart just belonged to someone else. And it was someone he thought was impossible. No, I can't just give up like this. Just as Lu Ming was secretly thinking about it, Xu Hao's family was ready to leave. The three of them got into a luxury car. Lu Ming returned home in a daze. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. In his mind, like a slide show, the intimate scenes of Xu Hao and Mu Zijin kept playing. He was furious. Gradually, a crazy idea came to his mind. Tell his woman that Xu Hao had a family, kept a woman outside, and was cheating on her. He didn't know the contact information of Xu Hao's wife. But he knew the contact information of Mu Zijin and Li Shanyu. Li Shanyu was his classmate. He saw Mu Zijin's contact information by chance when he participated in a school-wide event. Somehow, after rebirth, he found that he had a very good memory. He remembered everything from his childhood clearly. This should be the benefit of rebirth. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He didn't dare to offend Xu Hao when he knew that he was worth trillions. Such a being would trouble him. He didn't even know how he died. But tonight, Lu Ming was completely twisted by the blow. Anyone who was reborn would have ambitions and want to make up for the regrets of the previous life. He took the two most beautiful women into the harem, but found out that the two women were already sharing a husband. He was still an old man. No one could accept it. Lu Ming turned on his mobile phone. His fingers trembled as he found Li Shanyu's contact information. He sent a message. Hello, classmate Li, I'm Lu Ming. I'm sorry about what happened at the Mid-Autumn Festival party last time. I want to ask, what is your relationship with Xu Hao? Is that little girl really your daughter? After sending the message, he was like an ant on a hot pot, waiting anxiously. After a long while, there was a reply. Hearing the sound of ding, Lu Ming was so excited that he stretched out his hand and then retracted it. He was a little afraid to look. Thinking that he had to face what he had to face, he gritted his teeth and clicked in. Li Shanyu replied, "Yi is my uncle's and my daughter." A simple sentence answered his two questions. The child was her daughter, and Xu Hao was her man. Lu Wu's breathing stagnated. His face was distorted and almost hideous. He made up his mind and sent another message. "Student Li, you were deceived by Xu Hao. Do you remember Mu Zijin from our school? She is the school beauty as well as you. I saw her with Xu Hao tonight, and she was holding a child in her arms. She is also Xu Hao's woman and gave birth to a child." After sending the message, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Soon, he heard another message prompt, and he hurriedly looked at it. However, the content was not the anger he wanted to see. He asked him about the specific situation. Instead, he asked a question, boy or girl? Lu Ming was puzzled, but still replied, "It's a little girl." Then there was no more reply. Lu Ming was confused, what does this mean? Why is it different from what I thought? Immediately, he sent another message. "Student Li, what I said is true. Xu Hao is deceiving your feelings. He has a family and a wife." This time the other party replied. The content made him look confused. "So what if it's true? I know Uncle Xu has a family and has other women outside. I am one of them. We are in true love. If you want to destroy our relationship, just forget it." Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Shanyu knew that Xu Hao had other women, but he was still willing to be with Xu Hao. Is this the same arrogant school beauty he met? How is it possible? Is he crazy? Or is this world crazy? He still wanted to send a message. But a red exclamation mark appeared, and he was blocked. Li Shanyu knew that Xu had a woman. Did Mu Zijin know it too? Are you willing to be with Xu Hao? Sharing your man with other women? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out, full of doubts and unwillingness. He didn't believe in evil, so he searched for Mu Zijin's account according to his memory and added her as a friend. It didn't take long for her to add him. Lu Ming sent it to Mu Zijin as he said to Li Shanyu. Soon, Mu Zijin replied. "So what if Uncle Xu has other women? It's enough for him to have a place for me in his heart. Don't come to me. I'm afraid Uncle Xu will misunderstand." Lu Ming's eyes were blank. As if he was petrified, he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He couldn't figure it out. These two goddesses who were once unattainable. Why did it become like this? Could it be that he was reborn? The world has become so absurd and unreasonable. Chapter 328. Oops, he has drugs hidden in front of him. The temptation of the heroine. It was given away for nothing. Just after blocking Lu Ming, Li Shanyu remembered the confession that day and decided to tell Xu Hao about it. If Xu Hao misunderstood her, she would cry to death. To be honest, the message sent by Lu Ming did shock her. But it was not because Xu Hao had other women. It was because that woman was Mu Zijin from the same school. This classmate who was also a school beauty like her actually gave birth to a child for Xu Hao. What Li Shanyu was concerned about was whether the child was a boy or a girl. Although Xu Hao liked daughters very much, what if he liked boys more? Wouldn't she have no status? The preference for boys over girls has existed since ancient times. Luckily, Mu Zijin also gave birth to a daughter like her. The sense of crisis disappeared. Li Shanyu started to think. Mu Zijin and she were classmates in the same school and both gave birth to daughters. Could they unite? Xu Hao had more than just the two of them. She was not familiar with the other women. You can unite with Mu Zijin. Get more likes from Xu Hao. The main thing is that one person can't bear Xu Hao's anger. In Mu Zijin's bedroom, after experiencing the thunder and fire, Xu Hao's mobile phone screen lit up. Received a message from Li Shanyu. He laughed after reading the message. Can't help it. This protagonist mentality is not good. At this time, Mu Zijin's mobile phone next to him also sent a notification sound. She clicked it and saw that it was a message from Lu Ming. Replied impatiently and blocked it directly. Then, she nestled in Xu Hao's arms like a docile kitten. Asked with some curiosity, "Uncle, you have a relationship with Li Shanyu. I heard that she also gave birth to a child for you." Xu Hao looked at her and joked. What? Little girl is jealous. Mu Zijin pouted and said coquettishly. No, I'm just asking. As long as Uncle 320 has me in his heart, that's enough. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and pinched her blushing face. Little fool. Mu Zijin's eyes softened. She will never forget that encounter. At that time, she was handing out flyers on the street and was knocked down by someone, and the flyers were scattered all over the ground. When I was helpless, it was Xu Hao who pulled her up. Later, Xu Hao helped her family with poverty alleviation. He also cured my mother's illness. He brought her hope. From then on, she vowed she would stay with Xu Hao for the rest of her life. Xu Hao hugged her tightly in his arms. Don't worry, we will be fine. Mu Zijin looked happy. I am really satisfied to have such a life now, and I don't ask for too much. Xu Hao fell asleep holding Mu Zijin like this. The next day, Xu Hao came to the company. As soon as he walked into the hall, he saw the secretary, Ji Feishui. When Ji Feishui saw Xu Hao, her eyes dodged, and her cheeks flushed. Xu Hao helped her get revenge. In addition to the relationship they had for more than half a year, her heart was already shaken. If they hadn't been prepared last time, they would have made love long ago. Now when she saw Xu Hao, those charming scenes came to her mind involuntarily. She was too embarrassed to look directly at him. Seeing her like this, Xu Hao smiled. Xu Hao also had a general idea of her thoughts. However, he was not in a hurry for this fat piece of meat in his mouth. He wanted to see when Ji Feishui would fall into the tiger's mouth. Not long after walking, Xu Hao met Shui Miao, the foreign language teacher again. Shui Miao greeted with a smile. Xu Hao asked, "Are you used to the company?" Shui Miao pursed her lips. "It's okay, there's nothing to do. Will Mr. Xu arrange some work for you?" Xu Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Your job is to teach me foreign languages." Shui Miao was stunned, and then followed Xu Hao into the office. Shui Miao was very confused at this time. Huo Yan had sent messages to urge her several times. Big brother Xiao Long asked her to start early. But during this period, not only Xu Hao was not there, but also the director. To do something to Xu Hao, she had to do it herself. Feed the devil with her own body. She didn't want to sacrifice herself. But this was Xiao Long's order, and she made up her mind. Just treat it as being bitten by a dog. Walked into the office. Xu Hao sat casually on the chair, with his hands spread out on the armrests. Let's get started. Shui Miao took a deep breath, calmed her nervous mood and began to teach. Mr. Xu, today we will start with grammar. As she spoke, Xu Hao's hands were not honest. For example, this sentence, I am happy. This is a simple subject copula table structure. Shui Miao endured Xu Hao's harassment. Trying to keep her voice steady, she continued to explain. Xu Hao was getting more and more unruly. While enduring this humiliation, Shui Miao prayed in her heart. Pray that someone would come in and go to the bedroom with Xu Hao. In this way, she would not face the danger of losing her virginity. But she was disappointed. Time passed by minute. No one came in. Gradually, Xu Hao seemed to have had enough fun and was about to leave. Shui Miao was extremely anxious. If Xu Hao was allowed to leave this time, who knows when there will be a chance next time. So, Shui Miao pretended to be eyebrowless. Said in a delicate voice. Mr. Xu, don't leave yet, the teaching is not over yet. Xu Hao looked at his watch and said perfunctorily. It's getting late, let's do it another day. Shui Miao's heart tightened. If we do it another day, who knows when it will be. She said hurriedly. Mr. Xu, how can this be? You just need to learn for a while longer. As she said this, she deliberately pulled her clothes down. She revealed her white collarbone, and her eyes were seductive. She took a step forward and approached Xu Hao. Xu Hao felt strange. This female protagonist wanted to seduce him. Then I'll play with you. So, he pretended to be a gentleman. He said seriously. Mr. Shui, what are you doing? Please respect yourself. His eyes were fixed on the right place without blinking. Shui Miao cursed inwardly. You still want me to respect myself? What were you doing with your hands just now? But she said. Mr. Xu, I actually like you. You saved my life. I am so grateful. As she said that, she continued to approach. She blew a breath in his ear. She didn't know how to seduce a man. She just imitated the women on TV. Xu Hao had a righteous face. Then you can't do that. I already have a family. It's wrong for you to do that. That's what he said. But his body was very honest. He didn't move back a single step. Shui Miao bit her lip. Isn't Mr. Xu interested in me too? You can see my eyes clearly. The voice was a little sad. Xu Hao argued. No, Mr. Shui, don't get me wrong. Shui Miao was furious. She stammered and hesitated. Mr. Xu, every time you listen to my teaching, you do this to me. What are you doing with your hands? Do you think I can't feel it? Xu Hao said righteously. Teacher Shui misunderstood. I said that I was doing that for learning. I must have something in my hands to concentrate my mind. Shui Miao was stunned. Shameless. Too shameless. Do you believe what you said? But she continued to seduce. Get closer to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, I have fallen in love with you and can't help myself. Mr. Xu, let's be together. Xu Hao said, don't do this. But he was half-hearted. Unconsciously, he hugged her waist. Seeing this, Shui Miao became bolder. The voice was tender. Xu, I have dressed up for today for a long time, are you not moved at all? She also deliberately showed her graceful curves. The curvy figure, set off by the tight-hip skirt, looks even more attractive. Shui Miao's eyes are seductive. Mr. Xu, as long as you are willing, I am willing to do anything for you. Whether it is work or life, I can take care of you meticulously. Xu Hao frowned. Teacher Shui, don't be like this, I can't betray my family. Shui Miao was relentless. Mr. Xu, I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Xu Hao tried to pry her hands apart. Teacher Shui, wake up, this is impossible. The two of them tugged again. Shui Miao saw that he was determined. She gritted her teeth and went forward. Since it was delivered to her, Xu Hao would certainly not refuse. He just half-heartedly agreed. Ding Shui Miao was so embarrassed, emotional value plus 999. In the process, Xu Hao soon realized that something was wrong. With divine medical skills, Shui Miao actually hid poison on her body. Damn, the poison was hidden here. Knowing that it was poisonous, Xu Hao would certainly not go near it. In order to ensure that Xu Hao was poisoned, Shui Miao did poison him. It is colorless and tasteless, and it will only work if you take it in your mouth. It will be fine if you hide it on your body. I thought Xu Hao would eat it. Who knew he would not eat it? This is difficult. After a while, Xu Hao finally knew why she was called Shui Miao. The name is all water. As the name suggests, Shui Miao was so angry that her teeth itched. But she did not forget her mission. She stood up and poured tea for Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, you have worked hard. Xu Hao's mouth twitched. He saw Shui Miao poisoning. It should be said that Da Lang drank the medicine. Xu Hao waved his hand and said, what's the hard work? We have only just started. Let's continue. Shui Miao froze. Xu Hao was poisoned twice, but he didn't fall for it. Was he just going to give it up like that? She was going crazy. No, after sacrificing so much, she had to kill Xu Hao today. So Shui Miao changed her method. Took out a piece of dessert from her bag and handed it to Xu Hao. Mr. Xu, this is something I made especially for you. Try it. Xu Hao smiled without even looking at it. I'm not hungry. Compared to bread, I want to eat you more. Xu Hao just didn't fall for it. Shui Miao was so anxious, but she had no idea what to do. She thought, could it be that Xu Hao had discovered it? Ding Shui Miao was flustered, emotional value plus 789. 2 more hours passed. Xu Hao felt sorry for her. He planned to end this teaching entanglement. Teacher Shui, let's stop teaching today. Shui Miao refused to do it. Her eyes were firm, and she gritted her teeth. No, Mr. Xu, I'm still okay. Xu Hao shook his head. It's really painful to be a weak person. Shui Miao thought to herself. You're not thirsty, right? You're not hungry, right? Then she'll keep consuming you. No matter how hard or tired she is, she will persist. However, the result is that she almost collapsed. Xu Hao was fine. Seeing how hard she worked, Xu Hao felt a little bit sorry. Then let's give her a critical hit. So she said, where's the bread? I'm a little hungry. Shui Miao was delighted. A light flashed in her eyes. She quickly took out the bread and handed it to Xu Hao, and even tore open the package attentively. She put it to Xu Hao's mouth. She also poisoned the bread. As long as Xu Hao eats it, he will feel sore and weak all over. Then she will attack by surprise. Even though she consumed more. But she would succeed if she planned without thinking. Xu Hao took in her expression and smiled. Poison. Sorry, I am immune to all poisons. So he took a bite of the bread, chewed it for a while and swallowed it. Shui Miao was ecstatic. She suppressed her excitement and asked, "How does it taste?" Xu Hao smacked his lips. "It tastes okay." Then he ate the bread in 2 or 3 bites. Shui Miao looked at Xu Hao expectantly, waiting for the poison to take effect. At the same time, he accumulated strength in his hands, prepared to give Xu Hao a fatal blow. 3 minutes passed. There was no movement. Shui Miao's face gradually became ugly. At the same time, he was confused. What happened? Xu Hao ate the poisoned bread, shouldn't he be poisoned? Why is there nothing wrong? Did she forget to poison? That shouldn't be the case. Xu Hao was not poisoned, so she didn't dare to act rashly. So he got up with difficulty. He made tea for Xu Hao and secretly poisoned it again. Xu Hao did not refuse, he took it and drank it. Shui Miao's eyes were full of expectation again. He clenched his hands unconsciously, waiting for signs of Xu Hao being poisoned. After a long while, Xu still did not move. Shui Miao roared in her heart. What happened? Could it be that the poison expired? She wanted to cry but had no tears. It was really in vain. Ding! Shui Miao was furious, emotional value plus 987. Xu Hao did not expect it. In order to poison him, the heroine actually joined the game. He got what he wanted. But thinking about it, Shui Miao should be very confused now, right? Why didn't he get anything wrong after poisoning him? Xu Hao did not intend to expose it. Let's see how many times she can sacrifice 2.2 times. Then, Xu Hao said to Shui Miao. Teacher Shui, it's been so long, let's go to eat. Shui Miao agreed absent-mindedly. She was still wondering if the drug had not taken effect yet. Decided to go out with Xu Hao. As soon as he left the company gate, Xu Hao noticed several sights in the dark. It was Xiao Long and his men. Xu Hao ignored them. Play slowly. In the dark, it was indeed Xiao Long and his men. They received the news from Shui Miao. They would poison Xu Hao today. So they came to assist and support. But the scene in front of them made them dumbfounded. Looking at Xu Hao and Shui Miao walking together. Shui Miao's steps were a little shy. Those who have experienced it know that it is a state of losing one's virginity. Huo Yan frowned deliberately. What's going on? Didn't the third sister want to poison Xu Hao? Why does she look like she is putting herself in danger? Tu Yao said in disbelief. The third sister sacrificed herself to poison Xu Hao. Xu Hao is very powerful and is usually very vigilant. She only relaxes when she is with a woman. That must be the case. The third sister's sacrifice is too great. Mu Sen and the others were also dazed. How could this happen? Huo Yan reminded at the right time. It should be because we urged her. We shouldn't have urged her to sacrifice herself. The eyes of several people fell on Xiao Long. It was he who asked Shui Miao to do it earlier. Jin Xin opened his mouth. Wanted to say Shui Miao's feelings for his eldest brother. But thinking that now was not the time, forget it. No need for him to say it. Xiao Long blamed himself at this time. Roaring in his heart, I deserve to die. I killed Shui Miao. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes were bloodshot, and he wanted to rush out and fight Xu Hao immediately. Chapter 329, Daughter's Essential Oil Massage. Bikini Feast. Apply. Jin Xin and others noticed that Xiao Long was not right and quickly stopped him. They persuaded him. Brother, don't be impulsive. Brother, calm down. Sister Shui is still with Xu Hao. If we alert the enemy, it will be more trouble than gain. Maybe it's not as bad as we thought. It's not too late to make a decision after we figure out the situation. Looking at Xu Hao and Shui Miao side by side, the madness in Xiao Long's eyes gradually calmed down. Ding Xiao Long's killing intent is boiling, emotional value plus 1001. Shui Miao was nervous and expectant. I thought the poison took effect later. When eating with Xu Hao, she kept an eye on Xu Hao's every move. However, Xu Hao was like nothing happened. He moved freely, talked and laughed. It was not until she finished her meal that she was finally sure. The poisoning failed this time. Damn it. She clearly poisoned. Did I give the wrong medicine? Shui Miao frowned. She kept thinking about every detail of her poisoning. It was confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Could it be that the poison was expired? Shui Miao, full of doubts, returned to the company and walked into the office with heavy steps. She logged onto the website. Sure enough, Jin Shin and others had already sent her anxious messages, asking what was going on. Shui Miao wanted to cry but had no tears. She typed a reply to the whole story. Then, she asked, "Is it that the softening powder does not work on the strong Gang Jin?" Xiaolong was silent for a moment and gave a negative answer. "Impossible. The softening powder is very effective. Even if I get poisoned, I will be at the mercy of others. It must be a fake medicine. Which swindler sold it?" Jin Shin and others blamed themselves. It was the medicine they provided. When they thought of Shui Miao sacrificing her innocence for this operation. But she failed to complete the task and poisoned Xu Hao. They regretted it even more. They vowed not to let Xu Hao down again next time. Xu family villa. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, falling on the ground in dots. It's rare for Xu Hao to stay at home. He sits leisurely in a rocking chair, holding a cup of fragrant tea in his hand. Squinting slightly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. In front of him, Hong Qiangwei is practicing martial arts. She is agile and every move is smooth. A set of superb boxing is finished. Xu Hao opened his eyes. He glanced at Hong Qiangwei and nodded secretly. He realized that Hong Qiangwei was about to break through to the late stage of Danjin. With a thought, he took out a glass bottle. The bottle contained spiritual water drawn from the system. There are 5 bottles in total. Xu Hao had already digested 1 bottle. Although this spiritual water can only improve aptitude and improve root bones, the effect on him was minimal. But he didn't let it go. The reason why he didn't give it to Hong Qiangwei before was waiting for this moment. Waiting for her to take the spiritual water when she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Maybe it would work wonders. Maybe it would make her break through at once. As his woman and personal bodyguard, Hong Qiangwei's strength was not enough in his opinion. Xu Hao waved his hand. Hong Qiangwei immediately stopped and walked over. "Drink it," Xu Hao said lightly. Hong Qiangwei took the spiritual water without hesitation and drank it. It was cool and refreshing. There was a feeling of ecstasy. It was almost reaching the peak. Then, the spiritual water turned into countless warm currents, flowing to her limbs and bones. It began to improve her root bone qualification. After a moment, the aura on Hong Qiangwei's body surged. Swish! At this moment, a figure flew over. Xu Feiyan. She also has the strength of Huajin. After noticing the fluctuation of the breath, she rushed over quickly. Feeling the strong pressure from Hong Qiangwei, Xu Feiyan's heart trembled. She thought that after she broke through to Huajin, she would have no opponent. However, at this moment, in front of Hong Qiangwei, she felt that she was as small as an ant. Hong Qiangwei hurriedly restrained her breath. Breaking through to the late Danjin made her look happy. Finally, she didn't fall behind Xu Hao too much. "Dad, what realm is Sister Qiangwei in? That pressure is so strong." Xu Feiyan came over, curiously looked at Xu Hao and asked. Xu Hao said casually, "Late Danjin." Xu Feiyan's face changed. "Danjin. That's above Huajin," Xu Hao said with a smile. "What's wrong? Do you know that there are always people who are better than you? I told you to be lazy and not practice martial arts. Huajin is just the beginning. It's okay to be violent in front of ordinary people. When you meet a real strong man, you are nothing." This daughter became negative after breaking through to Huajin. Maybe he decided to give her a lesson. There is Gang Jin above Dan Jin. Gang Qi is released, and it is not afraid of shells. Xu Feiyan listened with a yearning look in her eyes. She felt that Huajin was already very powerful. Even bullets couldn't penetrate her skin. How powerful is Gang Qi? After the fantasy, Xu Feiyan regained consciousness. Practicing martial arts is not a simple thing. She has not seen many Huajin masters. Not to mention Gang Jin. She pouted and said, "Dad said it's powerful. How many people can reach that level? I haven't seen many." Xu Hao said, "That's because you are short-sighted." Xu Feiyan said angrily, "Besides Dad and Sister Qiangwei, who else is there? We met 2 not long ago, but now, there is only 1 left." Really? Xu Feiyan was surprised. She wondered who those 2 people were and why there was only 1 left. Xu Hao naturally wouldn't answer her. He casually took out a bottle of spiritual water and gave it to her. Drink it, it can improve your aptitude and break through a small realm without any problem. Although Xu Feiyan didn't practice martial arts much in the past 6 months. But Xu Hao often taught her in his dreams. The main thing was that some stories happened, but it also made her improve a lot. She has reached the middle stage of Huajin. Even if she hasn't reached the edge of breakthrough. With the medicinal power of the spiritual water, it won't take long to break through. Xu Feiyan's eyes lit up. She raised her head and drank the spiritual water. She immediately felt warm all over and felt very comfortable. Papada. A crisp sound of footsteps came from far away. Several daughters walked over gracefully. They were originally chatting together. Xu Feiyan's sudden departure made them curious, so they followed. They happened to see Xu Hao giving Xu Feiyan something, and Xu Yin raised his head to drink it. The lively Xu Huai immediately came up. She put her hands on her waist and said coquettishly, "Dad, you are partial. You give the fifth sister delicious food, but not us." Xu Shiqing on the side also said. Xu Hao spread his hands. "No more. All 6 daughters are at home today. There are only 2 bottles of spiritual water, which are definitely not enough to share." Xu Huai is not willing to do it. She came behind Xu Hao's chair. She helped massage obediently and said coquettishly, "Dad, look how good I am to you. Fifth sister is not sensible at all. You give her good things but not to me." The tone was aggrieved. Xu Feiyan glared at him immediately. "Xu Huai, who are you saying is not sensible?" Xu Huai avoided her eyes and did not dare to look at Xu Feiyan. "Okay, that is for martial arts training, it will not have much effect on you." Xu Hao explained. "Oh." Xu Huai looked a little depressed, obviously very disappointed. Xu Hao's heart moved. Suddenly, he remembered that he had drawn an essential oil last time. Give his daughter a massage. It should be able to harvest a lot of emotional points. So, he changed the subject. "But I do have something here that will work for you." "What?" Xu Huai and Xu Shiqing were both delighted. Looking at Xu Hao with expectation. Xu Hao took out a bottle of essential oil. Xu Huai quickly took it and asked curiously, "What is this?" Xu Hao said with a smile. "Essential oil, apply it on your body, supplemented with massage, make your skin better really." Xu Huai's eyes sparkled. "Give it back to me if you don't believe me." Xu Hao stretched out his hand. Xu Huai immediately put away the essential oil. Fearing that Xu Hao would really take it back. Xu Huai was looking forward to trying the effect of the essential oil. She said in a tender voice, "Dad, can you help us?" Swish. The girls' faces changed slightly when they heard her words. A blush gradually rose on their cheeks. Essential oil massage. Does it mean that Xu Hao will apply essential oil to them and then massage? Thinking of such a scene, the girls all felt a little weak. Xu Hao knocked on Xu Huai's head. "You are beautiful, don't think too much, aren't you sisters here? Just massage each other." Xu Huai touched her head and said, "I am beautiful." Then she said, "Then Dad, can you show us how to use it?" Xu Hao nodded. Then, Xu Huai happily pulled Xu Hao to the living room. They all knew. You must take off your clothes to use essential oils. Although there were no outsiders outside. But it was still embarrassing in broad daylight. Xu Shiqing thoughtfully took out a few recliners. Xu Huai tried to persuade the sisters. I won't use it, right?" Xu Feiyan hesitated. Xu Huai said hurriedly, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Applying essential oils doesn't require you to take off all your clothes, and Dad is not an outsider, what's the matter?" It's not just Xu Feiyan. Xu Qingshe and Xu Hongzhuang also looked shy and embarrassed. Not to mention Xu Qingshan. It's okay to take off clothes in front of a few sisters. But in front of Xu Hao, that's not okay. Xu Huai began to persuade the sisters. "Don't be so shy, we are all a family, this essential oil must be very effective, it would be a pity to miss it. And we don't have to take off all our clothes, just expose a little bit, you are too hypocritical. Besides Dad is just here to guide the use, he won't keep watching us. If we are always so shy, when can we become more beautiful?" The girls listened to Xu Feiyan's advice and felt conflicted. It has come to this. They were afraid that if they refused again, Xu Hao would be unhappy. They thought he was taking advantage of them. At the same time, they also felt that Xu Feiyan was right. What's there to be afraid of if they didn't take off all the clothes? Finally, Xu Qingshan was the only one who disagreed. Xu Huayi was speechless. How can we massage each other without you, 6 sisters? But Xu Qingshan refused to agree and was firm in her attitude. It was Xu Hao who spoke up to help. I'll tell you how much to use, you can use it yourself, I'll guard the door for you outside. After that, Xu Hao explained the method of use. He turned around and went out. Xu Huayi looked at the sisters and said, now that Dad is not here, it's okay, right? The girls relaxed completely. Xu Qingshan hesitated for a moment and agreed. Xu Huayi commanded excitedly. Then let's take a shower first, and wear a bikini when we come out. Don't be shy, there are only a few of us sisters, what's there to be shy about? The girls looked at each other, and all showed hesitation on their faces. But under Xu Huayi's encouragement, they gradually began to act. Half an hour later, the girls gathered in the living room again. At this time, they were all wearing bikinis. That look was indeed like a fairy. The 6 girls have their own merits and their figures are very good. It makes all flowers pale in comparison. Originally, the figure of the 4th sister Xu Qingshe was slightly worse. She used to be but with the help of Xu Hao, she successfully regained her confidence. If outsiders saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be willing to die immediately. Unfortunately, no outsiders will see it here. Of course, Xu Hao is another matter. He is not an outsider. Xu Huayi stared at the 4th sister Xu Qingshe and said with a smile. 4th sister, you haven't told me how you regained your confidence. Xu Qingshe thought of that method. It was Xu Hao who taught her step by step. Her pretty face instantly flushed and rolled her eyes. Don't be disrespectful. The girls started to tease each other. The atmosphere gradually became relaxed and happy. Oh, 3rd sister, your figure is too good. Huh, 5th sister, you are not bad either. Haha, 6th sister, you are the cutest. In the teasing, they decided to form groups of 2. Xu Qingshan was so shy that she stood aside at a loss. Xu Huayi saw the situation and said with a smile. 2nd sister, don't be shy, come. I'll help you. After the grouping was completed, they Zhao took out the essential oil. Xu Huayi poured the essential oil on his hands and gently applied it on Xu Qingshan's shoulders. Then all the way down. After applying it, he began to massage. Xu Qingshan was a little nervous at first. But under Xu Huayi's gentle movements, she gradually relaxed. The other women also began to move. The living room was filled with the fragrance of essential oils and the laughter of several women. Xu Hao retracted his perspective and stroked his chin, thinking secretly, such a rare scene of harvesting emotional values. How could he miss it? He had to think of a way to get in. At this moment, a big bee happened to fly by not far away. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. He stretched out his hand and activated his telekinesis. The bee fell into his hand involuntarily. Xu Hao's eyes flickered slightly. He performed a master-level hypnosis. Go. Xu Hao let go. The bee flapped its wings and flew up. It was a little shaky at first. It soon stabilized its body. It flew into the house from the window next to it. If people knew Xu Hao used these supernatural powers to do such things, I don't know if they would be angry to death. After the bee flew into the window, it locked its target on Xu Xiqing. Xu Feiyan and Xu Qingshe both have strength. If the bee flew over, they would be snapped to pieces. Xu Huayi is brave and not afraid. But Xu Xiqing is most afraid of such small things. At this time, Xu Xiqing was massaging her 4th sister Xu Qingshe. The bee flew over slowly and appeared in front of Xu Xiqing. Sure enough, Xu Xiqing was panicked when she saw such a big guy. It would be terrible if it stung her body. She screamed immediately. The women who were massaging each other were startled by the sudden scream. They all looked over. Swoosh. Xu Hao rushed in. Worry, asked, "What's wrong?" "There is one more update, I'll see if I can add it, otherwise I'll update 3 more tomorrow." Chapter 330, Even hypnotize your daughter. Dad is so nice. Breaking into the boudoir, Xu Xiqing pointed to the bee flying around with a shaking hand. Several girls also saw the bee. Xu Huayi said speechlessly, "I thought it was something, just a bee, which scared us." Xu Hao walked over, raised his hand and sent out a burst of energy. The bee was instantly wiped out without a trace. He gently touched the panicked Xu Xiqing and said, "It's okay, I'll help you kill it." Xu Xiqing was relieved, looked at Xu Hao. In an instant, Xu Hao's eyes flashed, and he secretly started hypnosis. "What? He actually hypnotized his daughter, which is really crazy. No way. Special cases should be treated specially. He also wanted to harvest emotional points. Of course, he also wanted to harvest Xu Qingshui's emotional points, so he wouldn't hypnotize all the time. Several girls slowly reacted. Xu Hao came in. They were still dressed in bikinis. Except Xu Huayi and Xu Xiqing, they were all very embarrassed. Their cheeks were flushed and they were at a loss. They didn't know what to do. The three women who were being massaged were fine. They just lay down and buried their heads in the pillow. Xu Hongzhuang, who was massaging Xu Feiyan, was not so good. Her perfect figure was fully exposed. Ding Xu Hongzhuang's heartbeat accelerated, emotional value plus 678. Okay, it's okay, you continue. Xu Hao smiled and said. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. But Xu Xiqing spoke at this time. Dad, please help me massage the fourth sister, my hands are a little soft. As soon as these words came out, Xu Huayi immediately laughed at him. No way, being scared by a bee is too timid. These words were actually said by Xu Hao through hypnosis to guide Xu Xiqing. 477, Xu Hao pretended to hesitate. This is not good, isn't it good for you sisters to massage each other? Xu Xiqing said hurriedly. What's wrong with that? Dad won't even help with this little favor. Xu Hao didn't say anything. Xu Xiqing simply pulled him and let him sit in his seat. Xu Qingshe lay on the chair. Hearing Xu Xiqing's words, she was completely stunned. Xu Hao gave her a massage. How could that be possible? Xu Huayi also echoed on the side. Indeed, it's okay for Dad to massage, and Dad's massage skills are super good. Fourth sister is blessed. The girls were silent. Xu Qingshan and Xu Feiyan, who were being massaged, couldn't help but feel lucky. Luckily, they were not massaged by Xu Xiqing. Okay, then you should rest quickly. Xu Hao said helplessly. He stretched out his hand and put it on Xu Qingshui's back. The divine massage was activated, and the knowledge of acupoints in traditional Chinese medicine was superimposed with the effect of the hand of God. It is definitely a top massage effect. Xu Qingshe suddenly widened her eyes. She couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and quickly covered her mouth. But the girls had already heard it. PAA. Eyes turned over, one after another, staring closely at Xu Hao and Xu Qingshe. They were all wondering if Xu Hao had massaged a special spot. However, after a closer look, they found that he was just massaging his shoulders normally. This made them wonder, should he be so exaggerated? Xu Huayi immediately spoke up for Xu Hao. She said loudly, "What are you making a fuss about? Daddy's massage is like this, so comfortable. I'll also ask Daddy to give me some later." At this time, Xu Qingshe noticed the eyes of her sisters and blushed with shame. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Ding Xu Qingshe was in a mess, emotional value plus 852. Xu Qingshe gritted her teeth and held on. She wanted to restrain herself from making any sound. But the wonderful feeling came over her, and she couldn't help it. Just like that, the massage was almost done. Xu Hao looked at the rising emotional value. I'm in a good mood and thinking about continuing to harvest. Eyes met Xu Huayi. Start hypnosis. Xu Huayi said immediately. Dad, come and help me, my hands are sore. Xu Hao said deliberately. Can't you see I'm busy? Xu Huayi was relentless. Sister has rested for so long, she must be fine. Sister, don't even think about being lazy. Xu Xiqing slowly came back to her senses at this time and stepped forward to take over from Xu Hao. Massage the fourth sister Xu Qingshe. On this side, Lian Huayi greeted happily. Dad, come and help me. The one being massaged by Xu Huayi was Xu Qingshan, and she didn't want to agree. But thinking of the voice of the fourth sister just now, curious about what kind of massage technique is so powerful, she didn't believe it, so she didn't refuse. Then she was tragic. Xu Hao walked over. At this time, Xu Qingshan was curious about Xu Hao's massage. And with a hint of nervousness and shyness. Wouldn't I make a sound too? He leaned over slightly and whispered. Qingshan, are you ready? Xu Qingshan's heartbeat quickened and she nodded. Xu Hao put his hand on her shoulder. The warm touch made Xu Qingshan tremble slightly. The fingers moved slowly, and each time they pressed, they fell on the acupuncture points just right. Xu Qingshan felt a warm current spreading. Xu Hao's voice rang out. Xu Qingshan bit her lips. She tried to restrain herself from making any sound. However, the extreme experience was really hard to resist. Soon, it was Xu Qingshan's turn to scream. After Xu Qingshan, it was the rest of the girls. Xu Hao pressed each of them twice. The emotional value surged. In just 1 hour, he harvested 50,000 or 60,000. Xu Hao sighed. It's not that after getting familiar with the girls, he couldn't harvest emotions straight from them. It's that the method was not used correctly. After the massage, the girls blushed and went back to take a shower. When they came out again, their skin was indeed more delicate and smoother. However, they all dared not look at Xu Hao. Xu Hao's hands seemed to have magic power, and they felt shy when they saw them. Especially when they remembered their previous gaffes. It was too embarrassing. They either lowered their heads or had flickering eyes. They looked very shy. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The entire business community of Magic City. The news that the head of the Zhou family had absconded with the money gradually subsided. It is worth mentioning that Yang's Clothing has launched several new clothing styles that are selling well. There is even a trend of going international. When Xu Hao saw this news, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He thought about it in his heart. He took out his mobile phone and called Zhang Wei. At this time, in Yang's Clothing Company, Zhang Wei was presiding over a meeting in the conference room. The atmosphere was serious. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. Hearing the ringing of the bell in her hand, Zhang Wei couldn't help but frown. Who is so ignorant? Calling when she was in a meeting. She took the phone and was about to hang up. But when she saw that the incoming caller was Xu Hao, her body froze. She hesitated for a moment. She thought of Xu Hao's methods. She didn't know what the consequences would be if she hung up on him. So, she said to everyone in the conference room, "You discuss the plan first." Then, Zhang Wei took the phone and walked out of the conference room. Click to connect. The senior executives in the conference room looked at each other. What's going on? Their president has always been vigorous and resolute. He has strict requirements for meetings, and does not allow lateness or slacking off to answer the phone. He also sets an example and never violates it. Mr. Zhang, you have been doing well recently. You are about to go international. Xu Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone. With a hint of teasing. Zhang Wei had intended to have a tough conversation. But when she heard this, her tone softened instantly. Because her current achievements were all given by Xu Hao. It was the clothes designed by Xu Hao that brought such a good effect. What do you want to see me for? Zhang Wei asked. What do you think? You won't forget the bet between us, right? Xu Hao asked back. Zhang Wei pursed her lips. When she thought of owing Xu Hao 2 more appointments, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She took a deep breath and tried to calm her inner waves. I didn't forget. When do you say I'll come to you? In order to save energy, you don't have to come to me, I'll come to you. There was a hint of playfulness in Xu Hao's words. Zhang Wei's face changed, thinking of the day when Xu Hao came to the company to find her. What happened in the office? It was too dangerous. Zhang Wei decisively refused. I'm not discussing this with you. Zhang Wei felt powerless. She knew that she couldn't resist Xu Hao. Xu Hao continued. You said, I helped your company resolve the crisis, should you thank me? Hearing him speak like this, Zhang Wei had a bad feeling in her heart. What do you want to do? Zhang Wei asked cautiously. Nothing, I helped you so much, it's not too much for you to invite me to your home for dinner, right? Zhang Wei suddenly realized. Understand what Xu Hao meant. Inviting him to dinner was fake. He wanted to bully her at night. It's more shameful at home than in the office. Zhang Wei naturally didn't want to agree. But she couldn't refuse. Xu Hao didn't give her a chance to refuse. That's it, I'll go to your house in the evening and prepare some delicious food. After saying that, Xu Hao hung up the phone. Zhang Wei's face was uncertain. She was furious but couldn't vent it. Faced with Xu Hao's shameless request, she dared not speak. Why did he go to her house again? A figure appeared in her mind. Xiao Long. Because Xu Hao likes her identity as a wife. There is Xiao Long at home, so he can meet her face to face. Zhang Wei was furious. She was more and more annoyed about why she married Xiao Long in the first place. If she didn't get married, would Xu Hao not bother her? She wouldn't end up like this. For a moment, she had the idea of divorce. Anyway, she and Xiao Long only agreed to get married. The agreed time was approaching. She also wanted to get rid of Xu Hao. So, End the agreement early, don't blame her. After the divorce, Xu Hao won't look for her again, right? Zhang Wei kept thinking. Ding. Zhang Wei was worried, emotional value plus 741. Zhang Wei was anxious. She knew that she couldn't stop Xu Hao. It was impossible for her to entertain him. After thinking about it, she told her mother the news that Xu Hao was coming home. Mother Zhang heard that Xu Hao was coming. She was so excited that she couldn't close her legs. In her opinion, spending more time with Xu Hao, the trillionaire, there are only benefits and no harm. Recalling the previous Zhang family's company, which was jointly suppressed by several peers, Xu Hao helped to solve the problem with just one sentence. Yang's mother decided to treat him well. She picked up the phone and called Xiaolong back. Xiaolong received an anxious call from Yang's mother. She thought something big had happened. He rushed back in a hurry. Yang's mother was in a good mood and didn't scold him as usual. She smiled. Mr. Xu is coming to our house tonight. Go buy some vegetables and bring them back. They must be good. What? Xu Hao is coming again tonight? Xiaolong froze, his face full of astonishment. His face was very ugly. Yang's mother saw Xiaolong standing there in a daze, and was immediately furious. Her eyebrows were raised. You useless thing, are you listening? What are you doing here? You are useless. You are so slow to buy vegetables. You are useless. Why am I so unlucky to have a useless thing like you at home? Look at Mr. Xu, and then look at you. You are so different. You are not even qualified to carry Mr. Xu's shoes. Why don't you go? Do you want to piss me off to death? If you delay the important event of entertaining Mr. Xu tonight, I will show you how I will deal with you. He started to curse. Xiaolong's face was ugly. He didn't dare to refute, so he could only lower his head silently. He turned around and went to buy vegetables. The night gradually enveloped the world. Mother Zhang calculated the time and saw that Xu Chou was coming. Called the family to welcome Xu Hao. Xiaolong stood there, motionless. When he thought of seeing Xu Hao again, he was furious. Mother Zhang saw Xiaolong's reaction and was furious. She cursed loudly. Can't you hear me talking to you? If President Xu is unhappy because of you, I will break your legs. Xiaolong was silent. He followed him out unwillingly. Zhang Wei was also reluctant. She didn't want to see Xu Hao. But in order to prevent Xu Hao from doing something more extreme, she didn't dare to offend Xu Hao. She could only follow helplessly. The family waited at the door for a while. Xu Hao's car drove up. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang immediately came forward with smiles on their faces. Enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Xiaolong wanted to take Xu Hao was fast. He could only press the anger and stood silently on his face. Poison, he was shouted. His eyes were red, his fist was pinched, and his teeth were giggling. Hao chatted with Yang's father and mother, and Zhang Wei served beside him. Zhang Wei felt humiliated, but she could do nothing about it. The night gradually deepened. Xu Hao naturally chose to stay overnight. Yang's mother enthusiastically arranged a guest room for Xu Hao, just like last time, next to Zhang Wei's bedroom. Zhang Wei saw that Xu Hao did not let her come to the house at night. She breathed a sigh of relief. However, before going to bed, Xu Hao told her, "Leave the door open for me at night." Zhang Wei's heart sank. Very nervous, Xu Hao was going to her bedroom at this time. At night, Xu Hao walked out of the guest room. Xiaolong had been waiting outside. Seeing Xu Hao, he clenched his fist until veins popped out. Xu Hao looked at him with disdain. Walked straight into Zhang Wei's bedroom. Xiaolong watched helplessly, unable to stop him. Anger almost overwhelmed him. He had never entered his wife's boudoir once. But today, Xu Hao invaded. Xiaolong stood at the door of Zhang Wei's bedroom, unable to calm down for a long time. He wanted to rush in and kill Xu Hao. But because he was not his opponent and was afraid that Xu Hao would hurt Zhang Wei, he had to give up. I can only blame myself for being too incompetent. Chapter 331, Getting More and More Playful. Wild Battle. Experience the nature. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. The clouds cleared and the rain stopped. Zhang Wei asked Xu Hao tiredly. Is it because of Xiaolong that he is more interested in her? Xu Hao was stunned. After thinking about it, it was indeed the case. If Zhang Wei was just the heroine, Xu Hao would also have her in his pocket, but he would not come so often. The protagonist is also here. Not only can he harvest the heroine, but also the protagonist. Double happiness. Of course he would not miss it. So Xu Hao nodded. Zhang Wei secretly said that it was true. The idea of divorcing Xiao Long in her heart became more and more firm. The company is busy during this period, and there is no time. Divorce Xiao Long after the work is done. Early the next morning, Xu Hao swaggered out of Zhang Wei's bedroom. At a glance, he saw Xiao Long still guarding the door. Xiao Long looked pale. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was gloomy. He seemed to have lost all his energy. Xu Hao raised his mouth and said in a sarcastic tone, "You are like a ghost in the morning. Have you been guarding all night? Why are you doing this? In fact, it is not necessary at home. No one will disturb us." Xiao Long's eyes were wide open. He roared with anger in his eyes. "Xu Hao, what do you have to do? Come to me. What kind of ability is it to bully a woman?" Xu Hao glanced at him with a mocking tone. "Your wife is so smooth and charming, much more interesting than you." Xiao Long was so angry that he trembled all over. He stared at Xu Hao fiercely and said word by word, "Xu Hao, I will not let you go." Xu Hao seemed to have heard a big joke. "Won't let me go? What won't you let me go with? Your wife." After saying that, he didn't even look at him. Turned and left. Looking at his receding back, Xiao Long clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Listening to the emotional value prompts that kept appearing in his mind, Xu Hao smiled with satisfaction. Not 2 days have passed. Considering that Zhang Wei has almost recovered, Xu Hao drove the car to the door of Yang's clothing company. Dialed Zhang Wei directly and asked her to come downstairs. At this time, Zhang Wei was busy in the office. Received Xu Hao's call. She was helpless. But she didn't dare to disobey. And at the door of the company, Xiao Long was waiting for Zhang Wei to get off work. Seeing Xu Hao's car, he instantly felt like he was facing a great enemy. Thinking that Xu Hao would bully Zhang Wei in the office again like last time, he was full of anger and worry. However, this time, the car stopped at the door of the company and there was no intention to drive in. Xiao Long was puzzled. I don't know if Xu Hao what is going to do. Not long after, he saw Zhang Wei coming out of the company. Zhang Wei had no expression on her face. She walked straight to the front of Xu Hao's car and said angrily, "Are you done yet? Can you give me a break? Don't do it so often. You have so many women, can you find other women? I beg you." Zhang Wei didn't even need to ask what Xu Hao was going to do. She just said what was in her heart. Xu Hao smiled and uttered 2 words. Then she said, "Get in the car, I'll take you to experience nature today." Xiao Long's luck has been consumed by more than half. He plans to strike while the iron is hot. He will destroy him after harvesting everything in one fell swoop. What does that mean? Zhang Wei had a bad feeling in her heart. Xu Hao obviously didn't mean to explain to her. Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment, but still got in the car. Hong Qiangwei stepped on the accelerator. The car sped away. Xiao Long saw Zhang Wei get in the car. His face was very ugly. He didn't know where Xu Hao was going to take Zhang Wei. He felt uneasy. I must go and see. Xiao Long made up his mind. He used his speed to catch up. On the avenue, the car sped past. Zhang Wei sat next to Xu Hao. Looking at the scenery receding outside the window, she felt uneasy. Behind them, Xiao Long chased hard, and his speed was not slow at all. As the car drove farther and farther, the hustle and bustle of the city was gradually left behind. They came to the suburbs. Green mountains and green waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. After parking the car, Zhang Wei followed Xu Hao out of the car. She looked at Xu Hao and asked, "Why did you bring me here? Can you tell me now?" When she asked in the car just now, Xu Hao didn't say anything. Xu Hao didn't answer her, but asked back, "What do you think of the environment here?" Zhang Wei frowned. She subconsciously looked around. The trees here are lush and green, and the ground is covered with green grass. There is also a stream flowing not far away. It is indeed much more beautiful than the city. She was silent for a moment and then responded, "It's beautiful." Xu Hao smiled. "You think it's good too? We've been to the hotel and a few times at home, but we haven't tried it in the wild yet. Young people nowadays are getting more and more playful, and we have to keep up with the times. What do you think?" Swish. Zhang Wei's face changed drastically. How could she not understand what Xu Hao meant? This guy bullied her not enough, and actually brought her to this place to bully her. In broad daylight, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. How shameful. Jiang Wei was so ashamed and angry that she refused. No, absolutely not, I won't be here. She took a step and was about to leave. However, at this time, Xu Hao's faint words rang out. Don't forget that we have one last appointment. You don't want me to break the contract, so change the number of times, right? Jiang Wei paused, her face changing. She was in a dilemma. She felt ashamed when she thought about doing that kind of thing in the suburbs. But compared to being harassed by Xu Hao all the time, it was not unacceptable. She turned back and looked at Xu Hao. You said this is the last time, and you will never force me again. Xu Hao shook his head. That won't work, I'm getting more and more interested in you. Jiang Wei was furious. Then why should I agree to you? The voice was full of anger. Then do you have any other choice? Xu Hao's words, like a sharp blade, hurt Jiang Wei's heart. Yes, the strength of both sides is not equal. She has no right to negotiate with Xu Hao at all. Jiang Wei fell silent. She had no intention of leaving. She couldn't ask Xu Hao to let her go. Then let Xu Hao lose interest in her. She must get rid of this wife's identity. If I had known this day, I should have divorced 2 days ago. Silence means tacit consent, Xu Hao said with a smile. Actually, I still prefer your rebellious look just now. Jiang Wei complained in her heart. Who asked you to like me? Please don't like me, okay? She had a cold face. If you want to come, hurry up. Tisk, so direct. Xu Hao groaned and waved his hand. No hurry. Jiang Wei was puzzled. Then she saw Xu Hao waving in a direction. A figure appeared in that direction. Jiang Wei's heart tightened. I didn't expect there would be someone in the suburbs. What happened here with Xu Hao? It's too dangerous. When I think about being seen by others, Jiang Wei would rather die. As the figure gradually approached, Jiang Wei recognized him. It was Xiao Long. She was surprised. How could this guy be here? He seemed to see her doubt. Xu Hao explained slowly, your husband loves you very much. He is worried about your safety and followed you all the way. Xu Hao looked unsurprised. He obviously knew that Xiao Long was following behind. Xu Hao brought her here on purpose because he knew he would follow. Jiang Wei was very smart and thought of the answer immediately. A wave of anger rushed to her head. It was because of Xiao Long again. She could not do anything to Xu Hao, so she could only blame Xiao Long. Divorce. Must divorce. Divorce when she gets back. Jiang Wei looked at Xiao Long with resentment in her eyes. She felt that she had ended up like this. It was all Xiao Long's fault. Keeping him would only bring more trouble to herself. Xiao Long knew that Xu Hao had discovered him. He stopped hiding and walked out. The distance was a bit far just now, so she did not hear the conversation between the two. Only after the two got off the car, Xu Hao said something. Jiang Wei was angry and ready to leave. Xu Hao said something again and stopped. It seemed like she compromised with Xu Hao. Damn it. At this time, seeing the look in Jiang Wei's eyes when she looked at him, Xiao Long felt heartbroken. His wife was bullied by Xu Hao, but he was powerless. He suddenly felt guilty and blamed himself. Xu Hao noticed Jiang Wei's mentality and looked at her with interest. Jiang Wei's resentment towards Xiao Long will become deeper and deeper. It is exactly the result he wants. The saddest thing, nothing is more than the person you like the most and the most important hates you. It should be able to reap a big wave. Ding. Jiang Wei was ashamed and angry, emotional value plus 789. Ding. Xiao Long. Xiao Long walked closer, with a vigilant look on his face. He stared at Xu Hao. Why did you bring Wei Wei here? At this time, Jiang Wei was full of anger. When Xiao Long called her, Wei Wei, she felt it was irritating. She frowned and said in a bad tone. Don't call me Wei Wei, it's annoying to hear it. Xiao Long's face was stiff. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. Seeing Jiang Wei's fiery eyes, he swallowed it back. Okay, let's talk about the past when we get back. Xu Hao interrupted them. After a pause, he continued. I'm a little bored at home and in the hotel, so I brought Xiao Wei to play in the wild and feel the nature. Swish. After hearing Xu Hao's words, Xiao Long's face changed. He was still wondering why Xu Hao brought Jiang Wei here. Finally understood. He was here to do something. Anger made him unrecognizable, and he shouted angrily. Xu Hao, you are bullying too much. Xu Hao didn't take it seriously. I called you here because I want you to keep watch for us. It would be bad if someone comes. What? Xiaolong's eyes widened. Keep watch again. It was the same last time at the company. If he really needs to keep watch. Xu Hao's bodyguard is here, why would he be needed? This is clearly a naked humiliation. Xiaolong was furious. Not only Xiaolong, Zhang Wei was also shocked. Xu Hao asked Xiaolong to cover for them. Although this can prevent others from getting close. But when she thought of Xiaolong standing outside, she felt even more ashamed. Her face flushed red, ashamed and angry. Xu Hao looked at Zhang Wei with a teasing look. Xiao Wei, what do you think? With your husband standing outside. You can rest assured, right? Zhang Wei was ashamed and angry, staring at Xu Hao hatefully. At the same time, she also confirmed one thing. Xu Hao was indeed interested in her identity as a wife. Divorce was imminent. Xu Hao snapped his fingers. He looked at Xiaolong and ordered in an unquestionable tone. You just stay here and prevent anyone from approaching. Hong Qiangwei would also watch him from the side. Then, Xu Hao naturally took Zhang Wei's hand. He walked towards the forest not far away. Zhang Wei was reluctant, but did not dare to resist. The two walked farther and farther away. Xiaolong looked at their backs. He felt as if his heart was being bitten by millions of ants, and it hurt so much that he was suffocating. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao and Zhang Wei walked into the forest. Fresh air hit him. The surrounding scenery was really good. The green trees were shady, and the sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming patches of light. Birds sang happily on the branches, adding a touch of vitality to this quiet forest. 510. Xu Hao was in a good mood. He walked and admired. Zhang Wei was worried. His mind was not on the scenery at all. His mood was getting heavier and heavier. He felt like a bird trapped in a cage, unable to escape Xu Hao's control. It was in sharp contrast to the birds chirping happily and freely on the treetops. Xu Hao noticed Zhang Wei's strangeness. But he didn't care and just admired it. It was rare to come out to see the scenery. They walked all the way to the top of the mountain. The scenery on the top of the mountain was even more spectacular. In the distance, the mountains were rolling and shrouded in clouds and mist, like a beautiful painting. After looking for a while, Xu Hao turned to Zhang Wei and said, "Let's go back." Zhang Wei was stunned and asked in confusion, "You are not?" Xu Hao smiled slightly. "I wanted to use the last appointment, but seeing that you were reluctant, I am not the kind of person who would force you to do something bad." Zhang Wei's behavior really made him lose interest. Anyway, the effect is similar. A lot of emotional value was also harvested. Zhang Wei was stunned. "It's a good thing that you are not here with me. Are you sure you are not forcing others? How many times have you forced me?" After knowing that Xu Hao did not intend to have anything happen with her in the wild, Zhang Wei's tense heartstrings relaxed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her mood also became much lighter. On the way back, her steps became lighter. She felt better. Xu Hao was unhappy. Because Zhang Wei no longer provided him with emotional value. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be serious. Xu Hao's mind moved slightly. He quietly activated his telekinesis. A small stone moved in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei stepped on it without noticing. There was a click, and a crisp sound of bone fracture. Zhang Wei's face changed instantly. The pain came like a tide, and her facial features were distorted. Her body fell forward involuntarily. At the critical moment, Xu Hao turned his head at the right time. His movements were as fast as lightning and he caught it steadily. "What's wrong with you?" Xu Hao asked in a puzzled manner. Zhang Wei gasped and said while enduring the severe pain, my leg is broken." Let me see." Xu Hao pretended to take a look. Then he picked her up by the waist and went to a big rock next to him. After sitting down, Xu Hao checked Zhang Wei's injuries. She took off her shoes and her delicate feet were exposed. Her feet were beautiful, like a work of art. She was definitely a foot control killer. Zhang Wei's face was pale and her forehead was covered with sweat from the pain. Xu Hao suddenly said, "Xiao Wei, the scenery here is pleasant. What do you think of us staying here?" Zhang Wei was stunned on the spot. For a moment, she didn't care about the pain. She wanted to cry but had no tears. "What kind of people are you? I'm broken, and you don't want to think about that." Zhang Wei was in a mess. She asked with gritted teeth, "Didn't you say you wouldn't stay here? Chapter 332, Divorce. Kicked out of the house. Falling in love after a long time. Completely for nothing. Ding Zhongwei felt resentful, emotional value plus 888. Suddenly, Xu Hao twisted her foot. Zhongwei cried out in pain. She realized that Xu Hao was trying to divert her attention. She was really scared just now. Not to mention, after Xu Hao twisted it, his foot seemed to be much better. Although reluctant, Zhongwei still said, "Thank you." She felt her foot in Xu Hao's hand. The warm touch made her feel a little uncomfortable. She wanted to pull it back. But she didn't dare to use force. Xu Hao said in a serious tone. "Don't move." Zhongwei immediately didn't dare to move. She was shocked by Xu Hao's momentum. "Your foot is not lightly twisted. If you don't treat it early, it will be very serious. I know a kind of massage that is effective in treating sprains." The tone was overbearing and unquestionable. After that, he began to massage. Zhongwei was too weak to speak. She could only let Xu Hao do what he wanted. As Xu Hao massaged, she felt a warm current flowing from her feet. Warm and comfortable. Looking at Xu Hao's serious look, a ray of sunlight fell on his face through the leaves. Outlined his clear outline. The eyes were deep, as if hiding countless secrets, inviting people to explore. Gradually, she was actually staring at him in a daze. "Okay." Xu Hao put her feet down. Zhongwei came back to her senses and thought that she had just lost her mind because of Xu Hao, and still thought Xu Hao was beautiful. A blush appeared on her face. She was very shy. Then, she felt that her feet didn't hurt at all. This is more than effective. It's amazing. Think about the extent of her injury just now. She has to rest at home for at least 10 days and a half months. She was cured by Xu Hao in a few strokes. Zhongwei's heart was rippled and she thanked him again. "Thank you, Mr. Xu." Xu Hao didn't reply to her. He walked straight to the nearby pool. Zhongwei saw this. She quickly put on her shoes and followed. She asked in confusion, "Mr. Xu, what are you doing?" Xu Hao glanced at her. "Wash your hands. Your feet stink." Zhongwei was stunned, and after reacting, she said in shame and anger. "Nonsense, how can my feet smell? They don't smell at all, okay. Of course they don't smell." Xu Hao said this on purpose. When a scumbag flirts with a woman, it helps to bring the relationship closer. He started to use the flirting routine again. To win Zhongwei's favor. After all, Zhongwei is his woman, and she will give birth to his children in the future. You can't always use her as a tool. When they came down from the mountain, the sun had already set. The orange-red sunlight fell on the ground. It covered the entire forest with a coat. Xiaolong had been waiting at the foot of the mountain. During this time, he kept consuming his spirit. He blamed himself in his heart. He cursed himself for being a waste. He couldn't even protect his wife. Seeing Xu Hao and Zhongwei coming out of the mountain, Xiaolong's eyes widened, extremely complicated. Zhongwei is a CEO. Usually, she rarely does such physical activities. This time climbing the mountain made her a little unbearable. In addition, she sprained her ankle. And Xu Hao had no intention of helping her the whole time. Zhongwei could only walk on her own. Her calves began to tremble. Her face was flushed because she was a little hot from walking all the way. This look, she looked like she had been through something. Xiaolong misunderstood as expected. He was furious. He rushed up and asked, "Wei Wei, are you okay?" Zhongwei didn't want to pay attention to him. When she saw Xiaolong, she remembered her own experience. She made up her mind. She would divorce him when she got back. Zhongwei glanced at Xiaolong coldly, and walked aside, ignoring him. Xiaolong's face was full of pain and helplessness. Zhongwei was probably extremely disappointed with him. Note. Xu Hao came to the front of the car and said to her. Zhongwei said. She went over obediently, bowed, and got in the car. When she looked at Xu Hao, thinking of the scene of Xu Hao treating her, ripples appeared in her heart. Her face flushed slightly. This scene fell into Xiaolong's eyes, and his whole body trembled. He keenly discovered that after going into the mountains with Xu Hao this time, Zhongwei's eyes had changed. An incredible thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that my wife has fallen in love with me over time? How could this be possible? Xu Hao bullied you so much, how could you? Xiaolong's heart ached and he almost suffocated. Ding! Xiaolong's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1001 on the avenue. A car sped past, raising a cloud of dust. Hong Qiangwei manipulated the steering wheel skillfully, driving the car fast and steady. Following behind, Xiaolong was covered in dust. The car gradually drove into the city. Hong Qiangwei was not at all relaxed. This is the duty of a bodyguard. Finally, it stopped at the door of Yang's clothing company. Zhang Wei got out of the car. Looking at the car in the distance, her expression was complicated. Xu Hao told Hong Qiangwei to drive the car to the villa arranged for Shui Miao and drive. At this time, in the villa, after get off work, Shui also returned home. These days, she would go to the company every day to wait for Xu Hao. Hoped to find an opportunity to attack again. Didn't even see a shadow. This made her very depressed. In order to kill Xu Hao, she lost her virginity. Xu Hao was unharmed. She couldn't help feeling unwilling and wronged. At this moment, the sound of a car sounded outside the villa. Shui Miao's heart moved, looked out of the window expectantly. As expected, she saw Xu Hao's car. She breathed a sigh of relief. She thought Xu Hao was ruthless. He would eat her up and ignore her. It's good that he's here. Shui Miao stood in front of the mirror and took a deep breath. She tried to adjust her expression. She quickly checked the prepared poison again. After confirming that the poison was fine, Shui Miao hurried to the door. The door opened. Xu Hao just walked to the door. Shui Miao came forward with a happy smile on her face. She said, "Mr. Xu, you are finally here. People thought you forgot me." Xu Hao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "How could it be? You are my foreign language teacher. I will never forget you no matter who I forget." Shui Miao asked Xu Hao when he entered the house. "Have you eaten?" Xu Hao shook his head. "No," Shui Miao said hurriedly. "Wait a minute, I'll do it right away." Then she hurried into the kitchen and started to work. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Shui Miao's expression instantly became serious. She picked up the kitchen knife skillfully and started to cut vegetables. Each cut was precise and powerful. As she cut the vegetables, she thought about how to poison the food so that Xu Hao would not find out. This time, she must succeed. She could not fail again, Shui Miao said secretly. She carefully opened the poison bottle and poured it into the food. She made sure that the poison was fully integrated into the food. After doing all this, Shui Miao took the antidote in advance. Although the poison was colorless and tasteless, Xu Hao was cautious. If he didn't eat it himself, he would definitely be suspicious. Shui Miao moved smoothly. After a while, a table of sumptuous meals was ready. She brought the food to the restaurant and said, "Mr. Xu, please try my cooking skills." Xu Hao looked at the table full of delicacies and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that you have been living abroad and can still cook a good Chinese meal. It looks good." Shui Miao's heart tightened. Pretending to be nonchalant. "My family advocates Kyushu culture, and I have never liked Western food. I wonder if it suits your taste." Xu Hao picked up the chopsticks. Picked up a dish and put it in his mouth. Shui Miao looked at him without blinking, waiting for the poison to take effect. However, after Xu Hao ate it, nothing happened. Shui Miao was shocked. This shouldn't be the case. I checked it this time. The poison is fine. Xu Hao seemed to notice her strangeness and asked, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Shui Miao shook her head hurriedly. "No, nothing, I just see that you like my cooking, and I'm happy too." Xu Hao smiled, continued to eat the meal. Shui Miao was puzzled. Why didn't the poison work on Xu Hao? After dinner, Xu Hao rested leisurely on the sofa. Wait for Shui Miao to clean up the dishes and come out of the kitchen. He waved his hand and said, "Teacher Shui, let's start learning foreign languages." Shui Miao knew that Xu Hao was going to take advantage of her again. Although reluctant, she could only agree. She picked up a foreign language textbook. He sat down next to Xu Hao and started teaching. He explained every word and grammar carefully. His voice was clear and pleasant. However, Xu Hao was absent-minded. His eyes were hesitant, and his hands were not honest. He put his hands on his waist. Shui Miao was helpless. Although everything happened with Xu Hao, but he still resisted Xu Hao's harassment. He could only endure the strangeness and continue. Xu Hao was getting more and more aggressive. Shui Miao blushed. While explaining foreign language knowledge, he thought anxiously. Why didn't the poison work? Did it evaporate when cooking? There was no other explanation except this. Or was the poison fake again? It was fake last time, it couldn't be fake this time. Xu Hao seemed to be listening carefully. But his hands were always taking advantage. He pretended not to understand some places. Let Shui Miao explain repeatedly. In the process, he kept reaching into his bag to take things, and pieces of clothes fell down. Knowing that Xu Hao was doing it on purpose, Shui Miao couldn't resist and had to cooperate. Gradually the atmosphere became ambiguous. After the lingering, Shui Miao lay beside Xu Hao. The hatred in her heart did not dissipate because of this moment of intimacy. Instead, it gradually became firm. Mr. Xu, I'll go pour you some tea. Shui Miao stood up slightly shyly. She came to the living room and took out tea leaves and tea sets. 0 point please give me flowers. Not long after, a pot of tea was brewed. Shui Miao returned to the bedroom with a smile on her face. She said to Xu Hao, "The tea is brewed." Xu Hao looked over. He looked at the teacup she handed over and sneered. But he didn't show any emotion on his face. He took the teacup and took a sip. As if he was tasting the tea. Shui Miao stared nervously, expecting the poison to take effect. However, after Xu Hao finished drinking the tea, he was still like nothing happened. He even smiled with satisfaction. Shui Miao's heart sank. She didn't believe that the poison would fail again this time. She continued to look for ways to poison. She picked some fresh fruits. Sprinkled the poison on the surface of the fruits. She cut the fruits, put them in the fruit plate, and kicked them in front of Xu Hao. "Mr. Xu, you have worked hard, eat some fruit," Shui Miao said a little shyly. Xu Hao understood her intention. Still not dead. Then let you give up completely. He picked up an apple and took a bite. Shui Miao looked nervously, waiting for the poison to be used. It was useless. Xu Hao finished eating the apple and was still safe and sound. Shui Miao's mentality had collapsed. Ding Shui Miao is unstable, emotional value plus 963. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Wei dragged her tired body back home. As soon as she opened the door, the aroma of food came to her nose. Xiaolong had already prepared a large table of sumptuous meals waiting. At this time, he lowered his head, his face full of shame. He didn't dare to look into Zhang Wei's eyes. Yang's mother called her daughter. "Wei Wei, are you tired after a busy day? Come and eat." Zhang Wei did not sit at the table as usual. She walked straight to Xiaolong. Her face was serious, with a hint of determination in her eyes. "Xiaolong, let's get a divorce. Just as our agreement ends early, I will give you every penny of the money." Her voice was not loud. But it was like a heavy bomb. It exploded in this quiet villa. Swish! Xiaolong's face changed drastically. As if he couldn't believe his ears. What did he hear? Zhang Wei wanted to divorce him. He felt bitter. Although the two had only agreed to get married. The agreement was for 3 years. There were only a few months left before the 3-year deadline. Zhang Wei didn't even want to wait a few months, and asked for a divorce at this time. Yang's mother was originally waiting for her daughter to have dinner together. When she heard her daughter ask for a divorce, she was also confused. Unbelievable. However, after a moment, she reacted. An irrepressible joy appeared on her face. Divorce is good, it should have been a long time ago, that rubbish is not worthy at all. Wei Wei, Mom told you a long time ago that he, Xiaolong, is a good for nothing. Now it's good, you finally figured it out, Mom is so happy. Father Zhang, who had been silent all the time, also spoke. You shouldn't have been together. How can he, a beggar, be worthy of you? It's better to get divorced. Our Zhang family won't be dragged down by him anymore, and you won't be delayed by such a person anymore. The words of his parents reached his ears. Zhang Wei didn't speak. She just looked at Xiaolong quietly, waiting for his response. Xiaolong was full of pain and helplessness. He didn't want to get divorced. Zhang Wei had saved his life when he was a child. She was the eternal white moonlight in his heart. At that time, he swore to repay her. Protect that girl for the rest of his life. Until he returned to China and met Zhang Wei, he married Zhang Wei inexplicably. He was able to marry his white moonlight. Although he didn't say it, he was very happy. This kind of relationship was also more conducive to his protection. But now, Zhang Wei was bullied by Xu Hao again and again. But he was powerless. He could understand Zhang Wei's divorce. After all, I can't protect the other person. Understanding is understanding. I still feel uncomfortable. There is no reason to refuse, so I can only nod slowly. The divorce is going on like this. The next morning, Yang's mother urged her daughter. Accompany her to the civil affairs bureau to handle the divorce procedures, fearing that her daughter would regret it. Along the way, Yang's father and mother were very excited. All these years, my daughter married Xiaolong. Although nothing happened between the two, my daughter has been dragged down by her reputation. Now it's good. Divorced, single again, her status in Xu Hao's heart will also be increased. Soon, they came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. During the process of handling the procedures, Zhang Wei had a blank expression on her face, as if it had nothing to do with her. Yang's father and mother were full of joy. They kept urging the staff to hurry up. Until the procedures were completed, Yang's father and mother were very happy. Yang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, we are finally divorced. Yang's father also said with a smile, yes, after the rumors are dispelled, Wei Wei can get more favor from Mr. Xu. Zhang Wei transferred the money to Xiaolong according to the agreement. Then she left without looking back. Beg. Chapter 333, Forget to bring clothes for bathing. Not a human being, my daughter's cheapness is all. Xiaolong stood alone on the street, lost and heartbroken. The crowd around him was bustling and noisy. He seemed to be isolated from this world. The joys and sorrows of human beings were not connected, he only felt the noise. Xiaolong's eyes were empty. Looking at the direction where Zhang Wei left, his heart was full of pain. From this moment on, he lost Zhang Wei, the most important person in his life. Although he never really had her, the memories of the past flashed in his mind like a movie. Now, everything has become the past. Xiaolong roared. He couldn't blame himself. The culprit of all this was Xu Hao. Thinking of Xu Hao, he was furious. He clenched his fists tightly, and his knuckles turned white because of the force. Xiaolong's eyes were red. He vowed to kill Xu Hao. Avenge for his humiliation and Zhang Wei's suffering. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao woke up early in the morning. Received the news that Zhang Wei and Xiaolong were divorced. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect them to move so quickly. If he had received the news earlier, he would definitely have gone to get involved. He has been with Shui Miao. Shui Miao is not an ordinary person. As a Danjin strongman, among the heroines he has seen, his strength is the highest except for the personal bodyguard Hong Qiangwei. He thinks about killing him every day. He deserves to be punished. Xu Hao is refreshed. He stretched lazily. He clenched his fist lightly. He immediately felt the surge of power in his body. He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. That's right, he broke through. Unconsciously. Although it is not as fast as adding points to improve. But, August 13th, has many wives and many daughters. Now, he has broken through to Gangjin. His strength has reached a higher level. In this world, the sense of security has been improved again. But he still can't waste time. Compared to that war god's rebellious son, the master of divine power, he still has a long way to go. His eyes flickered. The attribute panel appeared in front of him. Character, Xu Hao. Identity, the controller of Xu Group. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 3028, early stage of Gangjin. Physique, 2686, ordinary person 10. Spirit, 2792, ordinary person 10. Skills, close combat Grandmaster level, painting Grandmaster level, calligraphy God level, piano Grandmaster level, music Master level, T-art God level, firearms Master level, 18 martial arts Grandmaster level, assassination Grandmaster level, chess Grandmaster level, Tai Chi God level, medical skills Grandmaster level, gambling skills Grandmaster level, carving Master level, flying knife Grandmaster level, driving skills God level, Bajiquan Grandmaster level, hacker Grandmaster level, massage God level, hypnosis Grandmaster level, rope art God level, various musical instruments Master level, disguise Master level, bartending God level, fishing Master level, bagwazong God level, fashion design Master level, undressing hand God level. Items God-killing dagger, immortal rope, master key, 1, small whip, bad luck card x5, protective jade pendant. Special portable space 10 cubic meters teleportation, deceiving people 2 kidney, telekinesis, perspective, danger prediction, lightning control, dual cultivation of women, immunity to all poisons, God's hand, fire control, invisibility, soul leading dream, wood control, photographic memory, healing, mind control, water control, space strangulation. Emotion value 143,206. Free attribute 0. Each attribute is balanced. Very good. One look at the emotion value. Unknowingly, it has reached 140,000. Save it first, don't rush to draw. I'll draw a big wave at that time. Ding ling ling ding ling ling ding ling ling. The phone rang. Xu Hao picked it up and took a look. It was a call from a virtual technology researcher. The call was connected. Immediately, an excited voice came from the other end. Mr. Xu, virtual technology has made a huge breakthrough and can be used in practice. Hang up the phone. It turned out that the research and development of virtual technology had made a breakthrough. Even the finished product has been made. He often taught in his dreams. Daughter Xu Qingshan has learned a lot and led the team to successfully develop it. It should be said that it is only half successful. It can be used simply, but it is not perfect yet. Xu Hao got up, packed up, and went to the company. Until noon, the sunlight poured into the room through the gap in the curtains. Shui Miao woke up slowly. She moved her wrist slightly. There were still traces of being tied on it. Shui Miao cursed Xu Hao inwardly for being a nobody and being too hardworking. She was going crazy. She couldn't figure it out. Why would poisoning Xu Hao have no effect? What went wrong? This time she was 100% sure. The poison was given by Jin Xin and the others. She saw Xu Hao eat it with her own eyes. Xu Hao was not poisoned. It must be the problem of poison again. Shui Miao gritted her teeth. She immediately turned on the computer and logged into the dark web. She was eager to contact Jin Xin and others. In a hidden base, Jin Xin and others were entertaining Xiaolong. Xiaolong had been kicked out of the house since his divorce. With nowhere to go, he had to find some brothers. The atmosphere in the base was a bit dull. Everyone felt sorry for Xiaolong. Hated what Xu Hao did. A ding reminder sounded. It was particularly clear in this quiet space. The computer was always on. It was to receive news from Shui Miao at all times. Mu Sen hurriedly looked at the computer. Xiaolong also surrounded him. After reading the news, they were shocked. The first reaction was that it was impossible. How could the medicine we gave not work again? But Shui Miao was so sure. It was impossible to tell a lie. Thinking of Shui Miao poisoning again. It meant that she wanted Xu Hao to relax her vigilance and be with Xu Hao again. Shui Miao made such a great sacrifice. But they failed again and again. He couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Xiaolong sat aside, his heart was broken. How could he not know Shui Miao's feelings for him? It's just that he has Zhang Wei in his heart. He has always treated Shui Miao as his sister. Now Shui Miao has given herself away for free again and again to help him kill Xu Hao. His wife Zhang Wei has also been bullied by Xu Hao. Now she is divorcing him. It's all Xu Hao's fault. Xiaolong's eyes were fierce. He stood up suddenly and spoke word by word. This time I will go find the medicine myself. The medicine that Jin Xin and others found was problematic. They bought fakes. Then he will go find it himself. He must poison Xu Hao. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 1000. Xu Group R&D Center. It was a busy scene inside. The researchers gathered in front of various instruments and equipment, conducting tests and analyses nervously. Seeing Xu Hao coming, they greeted him. Mr. Xu, Xu Hao said with a smile. I'll take a look at your research results. Someone replied, Team Leader Xu is in the office, I'll go call her right now. Xu Hao waved his hand and said, no, I can go there by myself. In the office Xu Qingshan was concentrating on adjusting a pair of 3D glasses. She was wearing a white lab coat, her long hair was casually tied behind her head, and her eyes were focused. Xu Hao walked over. Xu Qingshan was too focused to notice his arrival. Until Xu Hao coughed, she suddenly raised her head. When she saw Xu Hao, her eyes were a little evasive. The massage Xu Hao gave her last time was still vivid in her mind. Thinking of her shameful voice, she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xu Hao smiled and nodded. His eyes fell on the 3D glasses in her hand. Is this your new achievement? Speaking of research results, Xu Qingshan temporarily forgot about embarrassment. Immediately introduced excitedly. Yes, although this pair of 3D glasses is only a semi-finished product, the effect is already very good. Really? Let me see. Xu Hao took the high-tech glasses and played with them repeatedly in his hands. Then he asked with a turn of his eyes. How do you use this thing? Just put it on. Xu Hao tried it, but couldn't wear it. Xu Qingshan couldn't bear it. She took the initiative to reach out and teach Xu how to put it on. The palm touched, it was icy and cool, and the feel was excellent. If the women who were bullied by Xu Hao saw this, they would definitely be very angry. It's too inhuman. He even took advantage of his daughter. The moment he put on the glasses, Chen Hao seemed to have entered a whole new world. The scene in front of him was so vivid that it seemed to be within reach. He couldn't help but sigh. Xu Qingshan saw his surprised expression. Her heart was filled with pride. She reached out again and gently adjusted the position of her glasses. Her fingers accidentally touched Xu Hao's cheek. She froze. She realized that this action was a bit intimate. She quickly retracted her hand and asked in a panic. How do you feel? Xu Hao's eyes were smiling, which Xu Qingshan couldn't see. The effect is very good. Once it is fully developed, it will definitely cause a sensation. Xu Qingshan nodded in agreement. I am looking forward to that day. To ease the embarrassment, she told Xu Hao some details about virtual technology. Xu Hao took off his 3D glasses. His eyes fell on Xu Qingshan. Although her face was filled with joy of achievement in research, there was deep fatigue in her eyes. Xu Hao frowned slightly. There was a hint of concern and blame in his tone. Research is important, but health is more important. Have you stayed up late again these days? Xu Hao suddenly spoke to her like this. Xu Qingshan was stunned for a moment. At this moment, Xu Hao's serious look made her feel vaguely like the teacher in her dream. The two gradually overlapped. That familiar sense of majesty made her feel obedient. She stammered. Xu Hao had a stern face. His expression did not ease at all. Come here, I'll give you a massage. You have dark circles under your eyes. After saying that, Xu Hao walked towards the sofa in the office. When Xu Hao said he would give her a massage, Xu Qingshan's mind instantly flashed with the scene of Xu Hao massaging her a few days ago. Her face suddenly turned red. A trace of fear surged in her heart. What are you still doing there? Come here. Hearing Xu Hao's harsh words, Xu Qingshan immediately put herself into the role of a student. She walked towards the sofa hesitantly. Perhaps because the dream had a profound impact, she instinctively crawled on the sofa. In the dream, whenever she failed to complete a task, when Xu Hao punished her, it was like this. From the initial slapping of the palm, gradually it evolved into what it is now. Xu Qingshan knew that this was wrong. But it was just a dream. It was derived from her own thoughts. I couldn't even lose my temper. Several times, she wondered if she had any special tendencies. Seeing Xu Qingshan like this, Xu Hao certainly knew the reason. Pretending to be puzzled, she asked. What are you doing? Sit down. Swish. Xu Qingshan reacted. Her face turned red. She immediately buried her head in the sofa. She refused to sit up. It was too embarrassing. Xu Qingshan was ashamed. Emotional value plus 789. Xu Hao looked at her reaction, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He showed a barely noticeable smile. Since Xu Qingshan didn't sit well, he sat directly on the sofa. He sat next to Xu Qingshan, who was lying down. Then, Xu stretched out his hand. He placed it on her head. He found the acupuncture points accurately and pressed them slowly. As Xu Hao massaged, Xu Qingshan's thoughts gradually emptied. Her mind became clearer and clearer. The drowsiness caused by staying up late was gradually dispelled. After pressing for a while, Xu Hao stopped. Xu Qingshan closed her eyes, still immersed in Shizichen. She felt a little unsatisfied. It took a long time for her to come back to her senses, and she was too embarrassed to look at Xu Hao. Very embarrassed, Xu Hao said in a deep voice. You can't work so hard in the future. You need to combine work and rest. Do you understand? Xu Qingshan responded weakly. It's strange. She was not angry at Xu's tone. Instead, she felt a different kind of warmth. What a masochist. Xu Hao looked at her well-behaved appearance. Reached out and touched her head. Xu Qingshan froze. Was I killed by the pat on the head? A strange feeling came to my heart. As if I were a child. 0.4. There was a hint of sweetness in my heart. Then, Xu Hao's mind moved. A marrow cleansing pill appeared in his hand. Handed it to Xu Qingshan. Smelling the rich medicinal fragrance, he was puzzled. What is this? Marrow cleansing pill. Swish. Xu Qingshan's eyes lit up immediately. She knew. The sisters' skin became so good because they took the marrow cleansing pill. As for whether the marrow cleansing pill is really so magical. After she tried the storage ring, she no longer doubted it. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, she said that Xu Hao had no reason to harm her. Xu Qingshan raised her head and ate it. The pill melted in her mouth and turned into countless warm currents. Flowing through her body, Xu Qingshan felt warm all over and felt very comfortable. She was very surprised. At this moment, Xu Hao's voice sounded again. You'd better go to the bathroom. Xu Qingshan was surprised. She didn't understand why Xu Hao said that. But soon, she felt sticky. She looked down. A layer of dirt was seeping out of her skin. She screamed. Ah! She ran to the bathroom next door. Half an hour later, Xu Qingshan finished washing. She looked at herself in the mirror. The skin is as crystal clear as jade, white and flawless, and the hair is as smooth as silky satin. A true transformation. As a woman, who doesn't want to become more beautiful? Xu Qingshan is no exception. Thinking it's time to go out, she reached out to the side. She wanted to take the clothes and put them on, but she froze. She just remembered. Oops, I was in too much of a hurry just now and forgot to bring clothes in. Chapter 334. He actually did such a thing. He is unworthy of being a father. Shameful to the point of exploding. In addition to becoming more beautiful, Xu Qingshan also felt full of strength. Physical fitness has also been improved. At this time, she finally understood. It turns out that her sisters are stronger than her. It is because of this reason. It took a long time for her to calm down from the shock. Thinking about going out, she found that she didn't bring her clothes in. Xu Qingshan hurriedly opened the storage ring. Searching it, it was full of research materials. There was no clothes in it at all. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, there were clothes in her office. But here comes the problem. Xu Hao is outside, how can she get it? It's time to die. You can't let Xu Hao leave the office and go out naked by yourself, right? The office has floor-to-ceiling windows. Although the floor is high and people can't see it. But she still can't accept it. There is no way, so she can only let Xu Hao help her get it. It feels so shameful. She stood in the bathroom, tangled. She bit her lip, her cheeks were swollen. I don't know what to do. Finally, she still plucked up the courage. She shouted softly to the door. Rizzes. She still couldn't say the word, Dad. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Outside the door, Xu Hao heard her call and responded. What's wrong? Xu Qingshan hesitated. She gritted her teeth, took a breath, and understood. I forgot to bring clothes in. Can you help me get them? They are in the closet next to me. After saying this, she closed her eyes tightly. As if this could alleviate the shyness. Xu Hao was stunned. Then he smiled. Okay, wait for me. He then walked towards the closet. Xu Hao's footsteps were very light. But it seemed as if every step was stepping on her heart. Xu Qingshan waited nervously. She was very nervous. She didn't know what kind of clothes Xu Hao would find. She didn't know what Xu Hao would think when he saw her closet. Xu Qingshan was uneasy, emotional value plus 95C. Not long after, Xu Hao returned to the bathroom door with clothes. He knocked on the door. The clothes are here. Xu Qingshan's heart skipped a beat when she heard the knock on the door. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak. After a long while, she said weakly. You put the clothes at the door. Xu Yiyan put the clothes at the door. Then she returned to the sofa and sat down. There was no need to watch it. If he wanted to watch it, he could do it anytime. Playing tricks now would only cause Xu Qingshan's disgust. Xu Qingshan waited for a while. Make sure Xu Hao left. Then she opened the door carefully. She quickly picked up her clothes and closed the door. Her heart was beating fast and her cheeks were burning. After changing her clothes, Xu Qingshan looked at herself in the mirror again. Her beautiful face and perfect figure made her a little fascinated. But when she thought of the embarrassing scene just now, she wanted to jump off the building again. She slowly opened the door and went out. She saw Xu Hao sitting on the sofa, looking down at his phone. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were evasive and she didn't dare to look at him. Xu Hao raised his head. He said as if nothing had happened. Okay, let's go and have dinner together. Xu Hao asked her to have dinner together. Xu Qingshan's first reaction was to refuse. She had always eaten with her family and sisters. She had never eaten alone with Xu Hao. She was a little reserved. However, thinking of the marrow cleansing pill Xu Hao had just given her, it made her reborn. Facing Xu Hao's invitation, she was embarrassed to refuse. Watching Xu Hao get up from the sofa, Xu Qingshan hurried forward, pursed her lips, hesitated and said these three short words, full of gratitude for Xu Hao's transformation. Xu Hao smiled slightly, reached out and patted her head again. Xu Qingshan was confused. A touch of warmth surged in her heart. Then, the two went out together. Xu Hao took Xu Qingshan to the best restaurant nearby. This restaurant has an elegant environment and soft lighting. Creates a romantic and warm atmosphere. In the center of the restaurant, there is also a special person playing the piano. The notes flow in the air, making people feel happy. Xu Qingshan followed Xu Hao into the restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to a table. The two sat opposite each other. When ordering dishes, Xu Hao asked Xu Qingshan what flavor she liked. Xu Qingshan shook her head and said, I can do anything, just order it. Looking at Xu Hao's serious look, she felt strange in her heart, and felt particularly safe. The dishes were served quickly. One after another, the exquisite dishes were placed on the table like works of art. It exuded an alluring aroma. Each dish was bright in color and exquisitely presented. It made people's appetite increase. Let's eat, Xu Hao called out. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating the dishes first. The movements were natural and easy-going, and the elegance was timeless. When he raised his head, he found that Xu Qingshan hadn't started eating yet. Xu Hao asked in confusion, Qingshan, don't you like to eat these? Xu Qingshan shook her head quickly. She picked up the chopsticks. She picked up a dish and put it in her mouth. Xu Qingshan was indeed a little reluctant at first. But seeing Xu Hao's calm and natural look, she slowly calmed down. These days, she has been immersed in research. She hasn't had a good meal. And she has just been baptized by the marrow cleansing pill. Removed impurities from the body. She felt particularly hungry now. So, Xu Qingshan also began to taste the food in front of her. Gradually immersed in it, forgot everything around. Seeing that she was satisfied with the meal, Xu Hao nodded with satisfaction. After dinner, Xu Qingshan leaned back in the chair and felt very good. Not long after, Chen Hao also put down his chopsticks. Looking at Xu Qingshan, just saw the oil stains at the corners of her mouth. With a thought, he took out a tissue. Reached out to wipe it for her. Xu Qingshan widened her eyes. Feeling the hand at the corner of her mouth, looking at Xu Hao's face close at hand. Her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. After coming back to her senses, her cheeks were stained with a blush, and she quickly lowered her head. Her fingers entangled with the corners of her clothes, trying to cover up the embarrassment. Lunch is over. Xu Hao looked at Xu Qingshan and said, Are you full? Let's go. Xu Qingshan was slightly startled. Then she said, Oh. She followed Xu Hao out of the restaurant obediently. His mind was in a mess, thinking about things. Xu Hao fell into deep thought. How arrogant this second daughter was when she first came back. But now she has become so shy. In fact, of course he knew the reason. Because of the teaching scene in his dream. Unconsciously, she brought him into reality. Xu Hao noticed that Xu Qingshan was following him. A teasing idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He suddenly stopped. Xu Qingshan was still in a state of panic. He didn't pay attention at all and bumped into her directly. Fortunately, there was a buffer. She was not hurt at all. She just felt depressed. This discomfort was negligible for her. She was more embarrassed. He bumped into her. This was too shameful. She cursed herself for not looking at the road. She said hurriedly, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now. Xu Hao turned around at this time. He frowned and said, It's okay, you should be more careful next time. I know you like research, but I'm not in a hurry. What if you get hurt? Xu Qingshan was stunned. Xu Hao thought she was thinking about virtual technology research. She didn't explain. What to explain? She said she was thinking about you all the time. Xu Qingshan replied quickly. Okay, I know. This was naturally the excuse he found for Xu Qingshan. Xu Hao asked, I plan to go back. Are you going home or to the company? If you go home, come with me. If you go to the company, I'll call a car for you. Xu Qingshan said without hesitation. I'm going to the company. It was too embarrassing to stay with Xu Hao. Even if there was nothing to do at the company. I had to separate from him. Okay. Xu Hao continued to walk out. There was a slope of stairs in front of him. Xu Qingshan hurried to catch up. This time she learned her lesson and did not follow behind Xu Hao. But, while walking, Xu Qingshan suddenly missed a step. She fell forward. She was terrified. If she fell at this angle, her face would be facing the corner of the stairs. She was terrified. If she fell, she would be disfigured. She was getting closer and closer to the ground. Xu Qingshan's mind went blank. She thought she was going to be disfigured. At this moment, she suddenly felt a tightness around her waist. Then she felt dizzy. Xu Qingshan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She hugged her hands tightly. After a while, she did not feel the pain of falling to the ground. It's okay. She slowly opened her eyes. Xu Hao's face was close at hand. Only then did she realize that she was hugging Xu Hao's neck with both hands. Xu Hao also hugged her waist. Swish. Xu Qingshan was so embarrassed that she was about to smoke. She quickly let go of her hand and took a step back. Xu Hao took the lead and attacked. Look at you, you are not paying attention again. Is this okay? Fortunately, I am here today, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I know. I won't do it next time. I won't do it again. Xu Qingshan lowered her head and blamed herself in her heart. She thought it was just a coincidence. Little did she know that these small accidents were deliberately created by Xu Hao. How insidious. Okay, anyway, you should pay attention, everything is important to be safe. Xu Hao said helplessly. Then, regardless of Xu Wanxi's disagreement, he directly grabbed her hand. He didn't let go until he got off the ladder. Xu Qingshan was entangled. She wanted to break free, but she knew Xu Hao was doing it for her own good. So she just let it go. Ding. Xu Qingshan was flustered, emotional value plus 999. Xu Hao came to the side of the road. The female assassin who secretly protected Xu Qingshan was already waiting in the car. Xu Qingshan got in the car without saying a word. She didn't even have time to say thank you. She had to escape from this embarrassing place quickly. Only when she saw the car disappear, Xu Hao retracted his gaze. Suddenly, he smiled. Today's harvest was good. Hong Qiangwei next to him got out of the car and opened the door for him. Xu Hao got in the car. Hong Qiangwei started the car and drove away. Happy times always pass by in a flash. On this day, sisters Xu Xiqing and Xu Wai were preparing to go to school. They saw Xu Hao leisurely sipping tea. They started to make plans in their hearts. Xu Wai ran to Xu Hao and said in a tender voice, Dad, we have classes today and have to go to school. Xu Hao sipped his tea and glanced at her. He asked slowly, then what? Xu Wai put her hands on her hips. She pretended to be angry. Dad, you don't love us anymore. When we went to school before, you drove us to school, but now you don't. Xu Hao smiled. Don't you know how to drive? You asked me for a few good cars. Wouldn't it be better for you to drive them yourself? It was indeed a good car. It was an explosion-proof car he drew from the system. After seeing it, Xu Wai insisted on driving one. But he never really drove it once. Xu Wai's cheeks flushed slightly and he gave the reason. What if I hit someone when I drive out? Dad, you said you would teach me, but you never did. What about Xiqing? Xu Hao asked. Xu Wai looked disdainful. She is not even as good as me. At least I dare to drive in an open space, but she dare not even get in the car. At this moment, Chen Xiqing came over. Hearing Xu Wai's words, she gritted her teeth. Xu Wai, who do you say dare not? Xu Wai turned her head away guiltily. I'm not talking about you, you heard it wrong. Xu Xiqing's face was full of suspicion. I felt that this sister was itching for trouble. Xu Wai hurried to Xu Hao. She took Xu Hao's hand and shook it. The voice was as sweet as honey. Dad, just keep us under control. Look, Dad, I'm really afraid that something will go wrong when I drive. You used to love us so much, it's so nice to send us to school. Please, Dad, you're the best. She said. While looking at Hao with her watery eyes, she looked back at Hao pitifully. Xu Shiqing blamed her sister for being ignorant and bothering Xu Hao. Seeing her sister acting like a spoiled child, she hesitated for a moment, but still came to Xu Hao. She said softly, "Dad, I'm actually a little worried that it's not safe for Wei to drive by herself. It would be great if you could take us." After saying that, she lowered her head slightly. Her face turned red because of shyness. "Humph, you are a coward, and you say you are worried about me." Xu Wei pouted at Xu Shiqing. "You are a coward if you have the ability, drive to school by yourself." Xu Shiqing immediately retorted, I was cautious, not timid." Xu Wei said stubbornly. "Caution is timid, and not daring is not daring." Xu Shiqing retorted. "Oh, Dad, look at my sister, she only knows how to bully me." Xu Wei acted like a spoiled child to Xu Hao again. Xu Hao was amused by them. Okay, stop shaking, I'll take you there, okay." In fact, he also wanted to see his two daughters' doctoral supervisor. That is, the newly transferred principal. This principal is also related to the reborn protagonist Lu Ming. She is his aunt. Her name is quite nice, Lu Hongying. I couldn't get away before. Now it's really time to go and see her. Yeah, I knew that Dad loves me the most. Xu Wei cheered. Excitedly, he stepped forward and gave a mouthful of wood horse. This move caused Xu Shiqing to despise him repeatedly. "You are so grown up, but you still rely on your father so much." Xu Wei took Xu Hao's arm. Said proudly, "I just rely on you, so what? You want to rely on me, but I don't have any." Xu Shiqing was so angry that her teeth itched. It was time to beat this sister up again. Xu Hao finished his tea. He got the key from Hong Qiangwei. He planned to drive there himself. To be honest, he had never demonstrated his god-level driving skills. The twin sisters Xu Shiqing and Xu Wei were on the left and right. They took Xu Hao's arm and came to the front of the car. Xu Hao thought of a joke and said jokingly, "Princess, please get in the car." The two sisters were stunned and happy. They looked at each other. They laughed and praised in unison, "Your Majesty, please get in the car." Chapter 335, Charming Principal Aunt. Daughter's Mentor. Dad's Love. Modu University. In front of the office building. A cool McLaren drove up and slowly stopped at the door. A young man got off immediately. The young man was wearing top brand clothes. The suit was Armani, the shirt was Hermes, and the leather shoes were Berluti. The watch on his wrist was a famous watch Patek Philippe. The exquisite dial and complex mechanical structure. All of them tell of his noble status. At this moment, he held a bouquet of roses in his hand. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The young man's name is Fang Xiao, the eldest son of the Fang family. Although the Fang family is not a big family, but it also has tens of billions of assets. Fang Xiao grew up with a golden key in his mouth and was spoiled by his family. Always arrogant and domineering, Fang Xiao just got off the car. He was attracted by a figure walking out of the office building. That was Lu Hongluan, the principal of the school. As if she walked out of a painting, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Her long hair was like silk, fluttering slightly. Her skin was white as snow, delicate and smooth, as if water could be squeezed out. She exuded a majestic temperament. It was awe-inspiring. She wore a simple professional suit, which outlined her figure just right, noble and elegant. Fang Xiao saw Lu Hongluan by chance. He didn't understand love at first sight. Until he saw Lu Hongluan, he understood. From that moment on, her figure was deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be erased. Fang Xiao immediately launched a strong pursuit. Sending flowers, gifts, inviting dinner, various romantic means emerged one after another. However, for a rich second generation like him, Lu Hongluan obviously looked down on him. If it weren't for his family background, he might not even say a word. Fang Xiao had been rejected by Lu Hongluan 3 times. But he didn't give up. At first, when he was rejected, he still felt that this was a challenge and a thrill. It is impossible to succeed in pursuing a woman at once. This is just a small episode in the process. However, after repeated rejections, he gradually lost his patience. This is the 4th time he confessed. "I hope she will not be tactless." Fang Xiao walked quickly to Lu Hongluan. He showed a smile that he thought was charming. "Hongluan." His voice was gentle and magnetic. When Lu Hongluan saw that it was him again, her brows frowned instantly. A trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. He said in a cold tone. Mr. Fang, I have said many times that we can't be together. Please don't bother me anymore. Fang Xiao didn't agree. He looked at Lu Hongluan affectionately and began his confession. Hongluan, from the first time I saw you, I was attracted by your beauty and temperament. You are the most special woman I have ever seen. I know I may have been a little willful before, but I am willing to change for you. Please give me a chance to prove my sincerity to you. This is an office building. There are many teachers and students coming and going. Seeing Fang Xiao and Lu Hongluan, everyone started talking. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Who is he? A girl asked curiously. You don't even know him. That's Fang Xiao, the eldest son of the Fang family, super rich. Another girl said enviously. The eldest son of the Fang family is pursuing Principal Lu. This is big news. They are a good match, one is a rich young man, and the other is a beautiful principal. A teacher sighed. I really envy Principal Lu. Lu Hongluan turned a deaf ear to these discussions. She just wanted to get rid of Fang Xiao's entanglement as soon as possible. She said impatiently. Mr. Fang, I'm not interested in your sincerity. I have my own life and pursuits. Your world is different from mine. We can't be together. Hearing her ruthless rejection, Fang Xiao's face gradually became ugly. He gritted his teeth, threatened in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lu Hongluan, don't refuse a toast. Don't think that a principal is so great. In my eyes, it's nothing. Do you believe that I can make you lose your position as principal with just a flick of my finger? I have plenty of ways to ruin your reputation. I advise you to be sensible and agree to my pursuit, otherwise the consequences are not something you can afford. Hearing this, Lu Hongluan immediately surged with anger. Fang Xiao, are you threatening me? Don't go too far. Fang Xiao sneered. Is this too much? Let me tell you, Lu Hongluan, there is nothing I can't get that I want. You'd better think it over and don't force me to do something more extreme. Lu Hongluan was so angry that she was shaking. But she knew that Fang Xiao's family was powerful. She couldn't afford to offend him. If Fang Xiao really wanted to deal with her, she would be in trouble. She could only suppress her anger. Both of them spoke in low voices. No one around heard it. They thought Fang Xiao was begging Lu Hongluan to accept his confession. Many female teachers and female students were envious. They whispered to each other, talking about Lu Hongluan's good luck. Wow, the eldest son of the Fang family is so affectionate. If there was such a handsome and rich man pursuing me, I would definitely agree immediately. Yes, Principal Lu is so lucky, but why doesn't she agree? I can't figure it out. But there was a person in the field with a gloomy face. It was none other than Lu Ming. Until now, Lu Ming has not recovered from the blow that his goddess and Bai Yugong have both given birth to children. Today he happened to come to the principal's aunt for something. I didn't expect to see this scene. This is the rich second generation who caused his aunt to be transferred to a vacant position not long after becoming the principal. He would never allow the regret of his previous life to happen again in this life. Immediately, Lu Ming walked out of the crowd. Approached the two. His eyes were fixed on Fang Xiao. Seeing that Lu Hongluan was frightened by him, Fang Xiao's mouth curled up with a proud arc. There was greed in his eyes. As if he had already seen the scene of himself getting the beauty. Just thinking about it made him excited. Who knew that a voice sounded at this time, your name is Fang Xiao, right? Didn't you see that he was picking up girls? Where did this blind guy come from? Fang Xiao looked at Lu Ming with a bad face. Lu Hongluan saw Lu Ming talking to Fang Xiao like this, and her eyebrows jumped. She scolded, what are you doing here? Go away. She was to protect Lu Ming. Judging from Fang Xiao's blatant threat to her, he was definitely not a good person. She was afraid that Lu Ming would be retaliated by Fang Xiao. Lu Ming just smiled at her kindness. He gave her a reassuring look. Not only did he not leave, but he got closer. Fang Xiao glanced at Lu Ming's clothes. That was very ordinary stuff. She immediately looked disdainful. You can call my name. Who are you? I'm just a nobody. Lu Ming said lightly. But I know a piece of news that Mr. Fang might be interested in. Fang Xiao mocked. You. What news can you know? Don't waste my time here. Lu Ming didn't care about his tone. At this time, he had already walked closer to Fang Xiao. Even Lu Hongluan avoided him. He whispered. Half a month ago, an accident occurred in Longxi Mountain, causing 5 injuries and 3 deaths. This is a news from half a month ago. It was just an accident reported. In fact, he was reborn and of course knew why. It was because of Fang Xiao's speeding. It was covered up by the power of the Fang family. Before rebirth, his aunt was transferred. He was very angry. He investigated Fang Xiao for a period of time. He learned some of Fang Xiao's evil deeds. Although it cannot be confirmed, it is 90% true. It's just that his words are not taken seriously. Facing the huge Fang family, even if he knows Fang Xiao's dirty tricks, he can't do anything to the other party. It's too difficult for ordinary people to bring down a billion-dollar group. It should be said that it is impossible. Not only do you have to find evidence, but you also have to post it online to expose it. It will cause a storm of public opinion. But if you expose it, will others just wait? They will also hire water army to whitewash it and find websites to ban it. He said it now, just to threaten. Let Fang Xiao not know his true and false, and be afraid to act rashly. Wait for him to grow up. After he has achieved success, he will settle accounts. Hearing his words, Fang Xiao's pupils shrank. Wasn't the tail cleaned? How did this guy know? His face was uncertain. But he had received a rich education after all. It was impossible for him to be scared by Lu Ming's words. HMPH, do you think you can scare me by making up a story? Don't you look at your identity, Fang Xiao said disdainfully. But Lu Ming was not in a hurry and told another secret. Mr. Fang, do you remember what happened in Xingqian Bar last month? There was a girl. Lu Ming didn't finish, but his eyes made Fang Xiao's heart tighten. Fang Xiao didn't expect that this ordinary-looking guy actually knew so many things. I don't know where he came from. How many of his secrets did he know? Do you have evidence? Fang Xiao began to panic. But he still pretended to be calm. Don't talk nonsense, I'll sue you. Lu Ming smiled. Young Master Fang, you know whether I am talking nonsense or not. What do you want? Fang Xiao's tone still carried a hint of arrogance. But his eyes were obviously more alert. He was not a fool. The guy in front of him obviously knew a lot of unknown things about him. If the evidence was exposed, although the Fang family's power might not be affected too much, but he would definitely be severely punished by his father. Lu Ming looked at Fang Xiao with a calm expression. He looked calm and free and easy as if he had a good grasp of the pearls. It's very simple. Principal Lu is my aunt. Don't harass her in the future. 0 hyphenation point please give me flowers. Fang Xiao's face changed. He thought quickly. He glared at Lu Ming fiercely. He wanted to attack, but he was hesitant. Hey, do you think I will listen to you if you say that? What ability do you have to make me love you? Lu Ming smiled slightly. Mr. Fang, you should know that since I know these things, I know more secrets. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, you'd better stay away from my aunt. Fang Xiao was confused. Who are you? Why do you know all this? Lu Ming shrugged. I'm just an ordinary little person, but sometimes little people can also make big waves. Mr. Fang, you'd better think it over and don't bring yourself more trouble because of a momentary impulse. Fang Xiao was silent for a moment. Finally, he decided to go back. Wait until this guy is investigated. Okay, I'll let you go today. But you'd better pray that you didn't tease me, otherwise I won't let you go. After speaking, Fang Xiao turned around and returned to his sports car. Driving away, Lu Hongluan saw the car going away. She breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Ming, why are you so impulsive? Fang Xiao is not easy to mess with. You will bring danger to yourself. Lu Ming said with a smile. Aunt, don't worry, I know my limits. He dare not do anything to me. Lu Hongluan shook her head. You, don't be so reckless in the future. The Fang family behind Fang Xiao is so powerful that we can't afford it. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. Aunt, I won't let anyone bully you. He won't let the regrets of his previous life happen again. Although the Fang family is powerful, he is not afraid. If that guy comes to harass you again. Lu Hongluan was surprised. She felt that this nephew was a little different. But she still shook her head. She didn't take Lu Ming's words to heart. She didn't think Lu Ming could deal with the Fang family with tens of billions. Suddenly, a burst of exclamations sounded in the campus like a wave. Wow, everyone, look, it's the twins in our school. A boy shouted excitedly, his eyes fixed on the two beautiful figures. Two school beauties, one on the left and one on the right. Who is the man in the middle? Too happy, right? Then you don't know him. He is the president of Xu Group, a trillionaire, the father of two school beauties. Another well-informed student explained proudly. Ah, Mr. Xu is sending his daughter to school. That's great, right? I also want to have such a father. A girl folded her arms in front of her chest, with longing in her eyes. I didn't expect to see Mr. Xu so excited. He is a legendary figure, usually only seen on the news. A boy's voice was trembling with excitement. Lu Hongluan and Lu Ming heard the discussion. Looking for the sound, seeing Xu Hao coming here angrily. Two school beauties, one on the left and one on the right, are extremely beautiful. Listening to the discussion around them, the two sisters showed pride on their faces. This is their father. Wherever he goes, he is the center of attention. Lu Hongluan was a little surprised. She had just arrived at the school and accepted two students. These two students are very outstanding. They just graduated from undergraduate school and skipped the master's degree and went to Bawang. She knew the identities of these two students. Even though she was the principal, she had to treat them with caution. I didn't expect Xu to come here today. The moment Lu Ming saw Xu Hao, he couldn't help but tremble, his eyes were red. Thinking of the goddess and Bai Yugong being Xu Hao, Hao took it away. Like a sharp blade, piercing his heart. Pain and anger intertwined. He almost lost his mind. Ding Lu Ming gritted his teeth, emotional value plus 999. Lu Hongluan noticed the change in Lu Ming's expression. Frowned. But now is not the time to ask. Xu Hao and the other two slowly approached. The lively Xu Wei happily introduced. Teacher Lu, this is my father. Then he turned to Xu Hao. Dad, this is our mentor and the new principal of the school, Lu Hongluan. Xu Hao's eyes fell on her. Character, Lu Hongluan. Identity, principal of Magic City University, who is a scumbag after rebirth. Girls. Charm, 95, full value 100. Strength, 10, ordinary people 10. Physique, 11, ordinary people 10. Spirit, 12, ordinary people 10. Favorability, 20. Lu Hongluan is a teacher. Usually pays attention to physical exercise. All attributes are pretty good. 20 favorable impressions. It is because the two sisters Xiqing and Wei often speak well of Xu Hao in front of the mentor Lu Hongluan billion. Chapter 336, using the bad luck card on the heroine. Against the will of heaven. The daughter went crazy. Xu Hao withdrew his mind from the system. His eyes fell on Lu Hongluan. He had no intention of extending his hand to shake hands with him. Information about Lu Hongluan emerged in his mind. Lu Hongluan never liked to make friends with others, and she was so self-disciplined that she had never shaken hands with the opposite sex. It was because she was extremely excellent in all aspects. She didn't need to be servile to others, and she was in a high position. So others didn't mind her habit. She didn't shake hands with others. That was because she hadn't met someone who was much higher in status. You don't extend your hand, right? Then I'll do it. A bad taste arose in his heart. Xu Hao smiled and slowly extended his hand. His voice was gentle. Hello, Principal Lu. In the future, I will trouble Principal Lu to take care of poetry and painting. His smile was like a spring breeze. His words were for his daughter's consideration. Lu Hongluan had no reason to refuse. And it was true. Looking at the hand in front of her, Lu Hongluan was in a dilemma. She quickly calculated in her mind. Xu Hao's identity was there. There were so many people watching. If he ignored her and didn't shake hands, there was no need to wait until tomorrow. Within an hour, it would spread that she was arrogant. Even the richest man in the Magic City was not taken seriously. What should she do? Lu Hongluan bit her lip. Finally, she stretched out her hand with a stiff upper lip. She responded with a polite smile. Mr. Xu, you are too polite. This is also my first time to teach students. They are all very obedient, which should make it easy for me. The hands touched each other. Xu Hao didn't linger too much. Just a light touch and then let go. Just this time, Xu Hao also felt that the hand felt good. It would definitely be fatal if it was used for something. Lu Hongluan's tense body relaxed. Seeing this scene, there was a commotion. Wow, did you see that? Principal Lu actually shook hands with President Xu. That's right. Principal Lu never likes to make friends with people and never shakes hands with the opposite sex. But today he made an exception. Speaking of which, Mr. Xu is full of fatherly love for his daughter. With Mr. Xu's relationship in the future, Principal Lu will definitely be more attentive when taking care of these two school beauties. The voices of discussion rose and fell. Lu Ming, who was standing next to him, saw this scene. He felt very uncomfortable. Lu Ming knew the character of this aunt. In his memory, aunt had never had any contact with the opposite sex. Looking at the aunt's current appearance, it was obviously unwilling. Lu Ming was almost certain. This was the first time that the aunt had close contact with the opposite sex. It was all forced by Xu Hao. Xu Hao definitely did it on purpose. Lu Ming was so angry that his teeth itched. He responded with the greatest malice to this guy who stole his goddess and Bai Yugong. Various thoughts kept emerging in his mind. He was thinking, Li Shanyu was so young that she could be his daughter. She was even younger than his daughter. Xu Hao could do it. This guy must be a pervert. A terrible idea came up. Xu Hao wouldn't have any feelings for his aunt, right? After all, his aunt is so beautiful. She is no worse than Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin. A bad feeling welled up in Lu Ming's heart. No, that must not happen. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin have been deceived by Xu Hao. He couldn't watch his aunt being deceived by Xu Hao. He had to keep an eye on her. He couldn't let Xu Hao take advantage of her. As for telling Chuan Hao's daughter about Xu Hao letting a girl have a baby, just like the two school beauties in front of him, it's not that he hadn't thought about it. And he really wanted to do it. Once they knew his father, he let a girl younger than him get pregnant and have a baby. The consequences can be imagined. It will definitely make Xu Hao's family restless. However, as soon as this thought came up, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly. Doing this would completely offend Xu Hao. The Fang family is already so difficult to deal with. Xu Hao is worth trillions. He is 100 times more powerful and terrifying than the Fang family. He can't offend them at all. He had no choice but to give up. Lu Hongluan saw that the people around were gathering more and more. She looked at Xu Hao and gestured. Mr. Xu, there are too many people here and it's noisy. Why don't we go to the office to talk? Xu Hao smiled and nodded. Then I'll bother Principal Lu. Then, accompanied by Lu Hongluan, Xu Hao and his two daughters walked into the office building. Lu Ming stood there for a moment, his face changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed. Arrived at the office, Lu Hongluan invited everyone to sit down, and then poured tea personally. After a while, the fragrance of tea was curling. Lu Hongluan asked tentatively, I didn't know Mr. Xu was coming today, Xu Hao said with a smile. Nothing, it's just the two of them, they still need me to send them to school. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai laughed. Xu Huai rushed to say, Dad has nothing to do at home, so he sent us here. Xu Shiqing also nodded. Yes, Dad can spend more time with us, isn't it good? Watching the three of them teasing, Lu Hongluan's heart moved slightly. Confirmed that Xu Hao was really good to his daughters. Lu Hongluan said with a smile. Mr. Xu really loves his daughters. Xu Hao sighed. There's no way, my daughter, I can only spoil myself. Then, Xu Hao changed the subject. Principal Lu, if these two children make mistakes in school in the future, don't be polite. Criticize them if you need to, or tell me directly, I will educate them. Especially Huai, this child is more naughty. Xu Huai was unhappy when she heard it. She said with a pout. I'm not naughty, I'm very quiet, okay. Xu Shiqing agreed with Xu Hao's words. She glared at her sister. You're not naughty. Last time you hid my book, it took me a long time to find it. Xu Huai stuck out her tongue. That was just a little joke. Lu Hongluan smiled and said. It's good for girls to be lively. But don't worry, President Xu, I will teach them well. If they make a mistake, I will educate them according to the situation and communicate with you in time. She chatted with Lu Hongluan for a while. Xu Hao casually proposed. Principal Lu, are you free tonight? How about having dinner together? Lu Hongluan looked hesitant. She was instinctively alert when two people were eating alone. Xu Hao said at the right time. Let's talk about poetry and painting, which will help you understand them better. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai's ears suddenly stood up. At the same time, they were extremely alert. Xu Huai muttered, will Dad say bad things about us? Xu Shiqing also frowned. No, we want to eat too. As they said that, the two girls started to act coquettishly. Pulling the corner of Xu Hao's clothes and shaking, Dad, you go to eat delicious food without me, I want to go too. Dad, just take us too. We promise to be good. Xu Hao thought about it and said, okay, then let's go together. In fact, he didn't plan to do anything in this meeting. Now he still has a few heroines to deal with. It would be best if a story could happen. It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen. He just wants to create an opportunity to get along. The more they get along, the easier it will be for him to start. With Xu Hao's consent, Xu Huai was delighted. Great, there will be delicious food in the evening. Lu Ming heard Xu Hao invite his aunt to dinner. He immediately became alert. Xu Hao really had bad intentions and started to attack his aunt. He was so angry. Xu Hao must not be allowed to succeed. Lu Hongluan was still hesitating, but when she heard that Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were also going, she felt relieved. She smiled and agreed. Then let Mr. Xu pay for it. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. I'll go too. Bu. One look after another looked over. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. Although Xu Hao invited his aunt to dinner in the evening, he also brought his two daughters with him, so he shouldn't hurt his aunt. But it's better to be safe than sorry. What if Xu Hao did something excessive? If his aunt also gave birth to a child, he would really cry to death. So, he had to follow. To ensure the safety of his aunt, Lu Hongluan was afraid that this nephew would offend Xu Hao, so she explained immediately. This is my nephew Lu Ming, who just started college today and came to see me for something. I'm sorry for the offense, but I hope Mr. Xu will forgive me. Xu Hao waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said meaningfully. Since classmate Lu is going too, let's go together. I didn't expect Xu Hao to agree so easily. Lu Ming was a little stunned. Am I overthinking? Judge others by your own standards. No matter. He had to go, just in case. That's how it went. Xu Hao raised his hand to check the time. I still have some things to deal with, so I'll see you in the evening. Lu Hongluan sent Xu Hao out of the office building again. Goodbye, Dad. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai said goodbye to Xu Hao. Xu Hao nodded. Coincidentally, Hong Qiangwei drove over. He got in the car. After Xu Hao left, it was almost time for class. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai said goodbye to Lu Hongluan. Then he went to class. When the two girls walked away, Lu Hongluan turned to look at Lu Ming. Frowning, said in a serious tone. Come with me. Faced with such a serious aunt, Lu Ming was a little scared. But he still followed her back to the office obediently. Lu Hongluan sat down gracefully. Staring at this nephew, asked, tell me, why are you so abnormal when facing Xu Hao? Lu Ming was stunned. It turned out that his behavior had been noticed by his aunt. He hesitated and didn't know what to say. Could it be that Xu Hao stole his goddess and Bai Yugong? But think about it carefully. He has nothing to do with the two women now. What is the robbery? After a pause, Lu Ming decided to warn his aunt. He said seriously, Aunt, Xu Hao is not a good person. His great benevolence and righteousness are all disguised. He is a hypocrite. He must have bad intentions when he approaches you. You must stay away from Xu Hao. Lu Hongluan frowned even deeper. Asked, why do you say that? Lu Ming hesitated and said, I saw him walking with a young girl, and the girl was holding their child in her arms. Lu Hongluan fell into deep thought. She also knew something about Xu Hao. Xu Hao always presented a good image. Gentle, elegant and easygoing. He donated money and did charity, all for real. And that was real money. In the eyes of the world, Xu Hao was a great man, a living bodhisattva. If it was really as Lu Ming said, he had a mistress outside. It was indeed a little unbelievable. But it was just a matter of lifestyle. Nowadays, who among the rich people doesn't have a mistress outside? Some even have more than a few, but dozens. She saw this very clearly. And, let's not talk about whether what Lu Ming said was true. Even if it was true, it had nothing to do with her. She was just the teacher of Xu Hao's daughter. She couldn't possibly like Xu Hao. I believe that with Xu Hao's identity, he wouldn't do anything to her. Lu Hongluan knew that Lu Ming was worried about her. Her expression eased a little. His tone was still stern. Xiao Ming, don't be rude to Xu Hao in the future. The Xu family is much stronger than the Fang family and can't be offended. Lu Ming nodded. I know, Aunt. Lu Hongluan looked at him and always felt something was wrong. But she couldn't tell. I hope he really listened. She sighed. You are just a freshman, you should focus on studying, don't think about these things all day long. Lu Ming said hurriedly. Aunt, I know, I will study hard. 793 Lu Hongluan nodded. Okay, you go back, I also have to prepare for class. Okay, Aunt, goodbye. Lu Ming said goodbye and turned to leave. It was evening. The sun was setting. Xu Hao came to school again. This time he didn't drive, Hong Qiangwei drove. The twin school beauties Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi stayed in Lu Hongluan's office after class. Build a good relationship with this tutor. Lu Ming was there too. Looking at Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi, the two looked exactly the same, school beauties. Exquisite faces, graceful figures. One level higher than Aunt Lu Hongluan. They were not only beautiful. They also had different personalities. Elder sister Xu Shiqing was gentle and quiet. Sister Xu Huayi was lively and cute. Lu Ming had a bold idea. That was, Xu Hao had snatched away his white moonlight and goddess. Then he shouldn't blame himself for trying to steal his little cotton jacket. However, imagination is beautiful, reality is extremely cruel. Lu Ming kept getting close to the two girls. But the two sisters ignored him. Just like now, he said with a smile on his face. You are so amazing. You actually skipped the master's degree and took the doctoral exam. This is the first time I heard of it. Sisters, do doctoral students have homework? Is the topic difficult? Whether it was Xu Shiqing or Xu Huayi. They just ignored him. They didn't even look at him. Lu Ming was embarrassed and sat back in his seat angrily. A phone rang. Xu Shiqing picked up the phone and her expression changed. She answered a few times. Then she said to Lu Hongluan. Teacher Lu, Dad is here, let's go. Xu Huayi ran out of the office building happily. Xu Shiqing followed Lu Hongluan down. Xu Hao looked at Lu Hongluan and asked. Principal Lu, are you driving yourself, or? Lu Hongluan smiled. I'll drive myself. Driving yourself doesn't require drinking. Using driving as an excuse to shirk responsibility. This is also a way for women to protect themselves. Xu Hao didn't mind, sitting in the back seat with her two daughters. Lu Ming naturally took Lu Hongluan's car, driving to the most upscale seafood restaurant. The two daughters were very happy, and they went out to eat delicious food with their father again. Xu Hao immersed himself in the system. See if there is anything good that can help him to conquer this beautiful principal. He looked around but didn't find anything. There are things, but they are a bit overbearing. Love potion, drug, hypnosis, a line. They are all a bit unsuitable. The line of connection is prepared for the eldest daughter. Suddenly, Chen Hao's eyes stopped on the bad luck word card. Bad luck cards are usually used to retaliate against people. But for him, why did he need such means? If you are unhappy, just destroy it directly. It has been kept until now and has not been used. It can be used for the heroine. The heroine has always been unlucky, and he can help resolve it. Isn't the favorability rising? Chapter 337, So Unlucky. An unexpected kiss. The daughter was shocked. Decided to use the bad luck card on the heroine. Because Xu Hao read the introduction of the bad luck card. This is just a primary card. It will only bring some bad luck, not death. There are only 3 hours left. It is unnecessary to use it on others. It is better to use it to gain the favor of the heroine. After driving all the way, everyone came to the seafood restaurant. Hong Qiangwei parked the car, and Hongluan also arrived. Everyone gathered together. Xu Hao quietly took out a mysterious card that was invisible to outsiders. Gently threw it to Lu Hongluan. Disappeared in an instant. No one noticed it. Xu Huayi held Xu Hao's arm intimately. She waved her fist, as if announcing that she would have a big meal here. Xu Shiqing said to Lu Hongluan. Teacher Lu, let's go in. Lu Hongluan nodded slightly. Then several people walked towards the door of the restaurant together. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. Everyone was startled. The sound came from Lu Hongluan. It turned out that she accidentally stepped on a stone. She lost her balance and fell to the side. This scene happened suddenly. No one reacted. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Including Lu Ming. He followed by force. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi didn't like him at all. After several failed attempts to integrate, he completely recognized the reality. He walked silently behind, a little far away. Seeing the principal ant fall, he was anxious. He could only watch, because of Lu Hongluan's face turned pale. Seeing that she was getting closer and closer to the ground, she closed her eyes tightly. This fall was inevitable. At this moment, she felt a strong hand holding her shoulder. Then, the whole person was pulled up. Lu Hongluan's heartbeat accelerated, and she was in doubt. When she came to her senses, she realized that it was Xu Hao who saved her. Xu Hao knew Lu Hongluan's character. He did not linger on the touch of his hand and moved away from her shoulder. 3 hours, let's take it slowly, are you okay? Xu Hao asked with concern. Lu Hongluan calmed down and said gratefully, "UNT. This was gratitude from the heart. If Xu Hao hadn't supported her, she would have been embarrassed today, it's a small matter." Xu Hao waved his hand, calm and calm. Seeing that his aunt did not fall to the ground, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he saw that his aunt's 203 shoulders were supported by Xu Hao. That posture was just like Lu in his arms. Lu Ming was very unhappy. He immediately ran over and asked with concern, "Aunt, how are you?" Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi also cast concerned eyes. Lu Hongluan looked at the stone on the ground that caused trouble. "It's okay, I just stepped on a stone." Lu Ming's mind relaxed slightly. He thought to himself, it seems that Xu Hao didn't deliberately take advantage of his aunt. But he couldn't let his guard down. He had to keep an eye on Xu Hao at all times. He always felt that Xu Hao had bad intentions. Ding Lu Ming was full of resentment, emotional value plus 789. "It's okay, keep going forward." However, after a few steps, her elegant steps suddenly lost their rhythm. Perhaps she hasn't fully recovered from the shock just now. The left foot tripped over the right foot inexplicably. Lu Hongluan lost her balance again. She was about to fall and fell forward. Her eyes were wide open and her hands were waving in the air. She tried to grab a life-saving straw. At this time, Lu Ming was not far away. Seeing his aunt about to fall, he instinctively reached out to help her. But his hand was in the air. I saw Xu Hao had already hugged his aunt's slender waist. She was saved by Xu Hao again. Lu Hongluan's face was red. This was not because she was shy about being hugged by Xu Hao. It was purely out of embarrassment. It was barely justifiable that she stepped on a stone and fell. This time, she tripped on her left foot and fell on her right foot. It was so embarrassing. Thank you. Lu Hongluan blushed and thanked. The voice was as thin as a mosquito. Xu Yi smiled calmly. Let her go gently. Lu Ming came back to his senses and glared at Xu Hao. After walking a few steps, Xu Hao took advantage of her twice. A nameless fire surged in his heart. So angry. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi looked at Lu Hongluan with some concern. Teacher Lu, are you sure you're okay? You look a little unwell. Why don't we forget about it today and eat another day? Lu Hongluan shook her head and said. I'm really fine, it was just an accident just now, let's go. The two students were very enthusiastic about going out to eat this time. If she didn't eat because she almost fell down. It's really unacceptable. Watching Lu Hongluan walk forward, Xu Shiqing was a little worried and stepped forward to hold her arm. Teacher, I'll help you. Lu Hongluan was speechless. She's not in her 70s or 80s. Need help walking. But this was a student's filial piety, so she didn't refuse. So, several people continued to walk towards the gate. Lu Hongluan walked carefully. With Xu Shiqing's support, no accidents happened. She breathed a sigh of relief. But the good times didn't last long. Suddenly, a scream broke the silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was a middle-aged woman. Her face was full of anxiety and anger. In front of her sight, a young man was running wildly. It was a robbery. The direction the young man ran happened to be Lu Hongluan's side. Get out of the way. The young man looked panicked. He just ran forward. He looked around to find a way to escape. Seeing someone trying to stop him, he took out a dagger with a fierce expression. Everyone was horrified. They made way and dared not stop him. The corner of the thief's mouth curled up a sneer. As if mocking. He saw the beauties in front of him, and his eyes lit up. Lu Hongluan, Xu Shiqing and Xu Huayi sisters. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had excellent temperament. Then, he saw Xu Hao with the beauties. Xu Hao had a noble temperament and luxurious clothes. The thief's heart sank. In an instant, his wife appeared in his mind. The woman who despised his poverty and cheated on him. He would never forget the scene when he returned home. He saw his wife and a bald middle-aged man entangled together on their marriage bed. He felt that the women in front of him must also be kept by that handsome uncle. Suddenly, his eyes turned red and he was furious. He held the dagger in his hand tighter. Lu Hongluan and Xu Shiqing were both frightened. He saw the murderous look in the thief's eyes. It was obvious that the thief was coming towards them. Although Xu Shiqing had undergone marrow cleansing and hair removal, and often ate things given by Xu Hao that could improve her physical strength, she could easily knock down the thief. But it was her first time seeing such a scene. The thief looked fierce and came with a knife. Her mind went blank for a moment. As the principal, Lu Hongluan was relatively calm. She wanted to push Xu Shiqing away. But it was too late. The thief rushed over with a knife and stabbed the two people with it. He was merciless. The dagger flashed coldly in the sunset. It was like the scythe of the god of death. Lu Hongluan's face turned pale and she was desperate. At the critical moment, Xu Hao flashed in front of the two women. He didn't see any movement. He just raised his foot and kicked the thief. The kick seemed light, but it contained great power. The thief was kicked and flew out, falling heavily to the ground. The dagger in his hand also fell to the side. The security guards of the restaurant quickly came. They firmly controlled the thief. The middle-aged woman whose bag was stolen also ran over breathlessly. After picking up the bag and checking it, she thanked Xu Hao repeatedly. "Sir, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found my bag." The passers-by were relieved to see the thief being caught. What a great martial artist. He knocked the thief down with one kick. At this time, someone recognized Xu Hao's identity and said in shock, "Isn't this Mr. Xu?" Mr. Xu also came here to eat. Mr. Xu is mighty and domineering. He is not only a business legend, but also has such great skills. The discussion was one after another. They were full of admiration for Xu Hao. The middle-aged woman was so excited that she burst into tears when she learned that it was Xu Hao who helped her beat the thief. "So you are Mr. Xu. Thank you so much. You are really my savior." The security guards were also in awe of Xu Hao. Xu Hao showed his signature smile on his face. "It's my duty to see the injustice." He glanced at the caught thief. His kick just now looked powerful to outsiders. In fact, he didn't use much force. But he left a hidden force in the thief's body. This thief won't live long. He dared to use a knife on his daughter. He was tired of living. Lu Hongluan thanked Xu Hao again. "Thank you, President Xu. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened." Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai looked admiring. "Dad is so powerful." Xu Hao was still calm. As if he had just done something insignificant. Lu Ming reacted and was confused. He fell twice in less than 10 meters and encountered a robber once. This is not the case when seeking scriptures. He thought Xu Hao deliberately wanted to take advantage of his aunt. He kept staring at Xu Hao. But this was a robbery by a thief, not a deliberate arrangement. It can only be said that his aunt's luck is also unmatched. There was a lot of noise here. The security guards notified the manager. He specifically mentioned Xu Hao's matter. The manager was shocked when he got the news. He hurried out to check. When he saw Xu Hao, he immediately put on a flattering smile on his face. He walked up to him quickly. Under the respectful leadership of the manager, Xu Hao and his friends finally walked into the restaurant. As expected, the restaurant is very famous in the entire Magic City, and the decoration is extremely luxurious. They came to a luxurious box with exquisite decorations. Xu Huai picked up the menu excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Just as he was about to click, he saw Lu Hongluan next to him. She handed the menu over. She said obediently, "Teacher, you order, there are so many dishes here." Lu Hongluan smiled and responded, "You guys order, I can do anything." Xu Huai and Xu Shiqing began to order dishes with great interest. During the whole process, there was no question of Lu Ming. After ordering the dishes, the manager took the menu respectfully. He said with a smile on his face, "I will notify the kitchen right away, so I won't disturb." "Mr. Xu, I wish you a happy meal." After saying that, he backed away carefully. Finally, he closed the door considerately. Xu Huai sat next to Xu Hao. Holding Xu Hao's hand, he said with admiration, "Dad, You were so handsome just now. You kicked the thief to the ground with one kick. Sister was scared silly. Xu Shiqing's pretty face flushed with anger. Can you speak? Xu Huai continued. Dad, I want to learn kung fu from you too, so I won't be afraid next time I encounter such a thing. Xu Hao thought to himself. Where will you encounter such danger? Even if you do, there are female bodyguards who are secretly guarding you to solve it. He didn't say these words. Seeing his daughter's expectant eyes, he thought it was a good thing that his daughter wanted to learn. Even if you don't use it to beat people, you can also strengthen your body. If you want to learn, you can find your fifth sister. The two sisters were stunned. They had seen the fifth sister Xu Feiyan find Xu Hao to practice martial arts. At that time, they only thought that the two of them fought very well. But they just watched and didn't have a specific concept. Now think about it. Xu Feiyan can crush stones with her bare hands. If you learn that kind of kung fu, will you still be afraid of a thief? You can teach the thief to behave in a few minutes, right? However, with the mentality of finding a powerful person to teach. She thinks that Xu Hao can teach the fifth sister. She must be better than the fifth sister. Xu Huai also wanted to learn from Xu Hao. She pulled Xu Hao's arm and started to act like a spoiled child. Dad, I want to learn from you. The fifth sister is not as good as you. Xu Hao looked at Lu Hongluan and smiled. My little daughter is like this. She does whatever she wants. I'll have to trouble Principal Lu to keep an eye on her in the future. Xu Shiqing gloated on the side. Xu Huai was not happy and pouted to show her dissatisfaction. Lu Hongluan smiled, just about to say something. Suddenly, the chair she sat on tilted. The body lost balance. She tilted to the side. Fortunately, Xu Hao was here. He quickly supported her, so she didn't fall. Lu Hongluan just leaned in Xu Hao's arms. As we all know, physical contact is inevitable when the situation is urgent. The first two times were shoulders and waists. This time it even touched her in front of her. After just feeling it, Chen Hao moved away calmly. Lu Hongluan thought it was an accident and blushed. The two sisters Shiqing and Wei did not notice this scene. But Lu Ming kept staring at Xu Hao. He saw the whole process. His mentality exploded. His aunt was taken advantage of by Xu Hao again. He wanted to blame Xu Hao. But maybe he was saving his aunt again. There was no reason at all. He could only hold his anger in his heart and was very depressed. What happened? Everyone looked at. It turned out that one of the legs of the stool was broken. In this luxurious box, the stool would have such a problem. It was really outrageous. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai looked at Lu Hongluan with strange eyes. As if to say, how could such a bad thing happen to you, teacher? Lu Hongluan also noticed the problem. She also felt that she seemed to be too unlucky. She found a new stool. After testing it and making sure it was not bad, she dared to sit down. They didn't have to wait too long. With the manager's careful arrangement, the dishes were served very quickly. The table was filled with delicious dishes. It exuded an enticing aroma. Xu Huai couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks. They all started eating. Lu Hongluan also picked up the chopsticks. However, her hand slipped and the chopsticks fell to the ground. She instinctively stood up to pick them up. Because the chopsticks fell towards Xu Hao. It happened to be between the two of them. Xu Hao saw her coming and pretended to help pick them up. They moved in sync. What a coincidence that their mouths kissed each other. Swish. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were stunned. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Lu Ming's eyes were red with anger. Chapter 338. Daughter is jealous. Deliberately seducing dad. The abyss of desire. Under Xu Hao's arrangement, the two of them kissed each other so strangely. Lu Hongluan's eyes widened, looking at the face so close. Her mind was blank. She didn't know how to deal with this sudden situation. Xu Hao seemed to be stunned by the accident. He was stunned, incredible and helpless in his eyes. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai were dumbfounded. What did they see? Dad was kissing the teacher. I felt uncomfortable in my heart. It was not because Xu Hao was close to a woman other than their mother Su. But it was a sour feeling. They didn't understand yet, they were jealous. This feeling was very uncomfortable. It was as if someone had taken away their beloved things. Lu Ming was dumbfounded, seeing his aunt kissing Xu Hao. He bit his teeth. He roared in his heart. How could this happen? Xu Hao must have done it on purpose. How could such a coincidence happen? He clenched his fists. There was a raging fire in his eyes. He stared at Xu Hao with murderous eyes. If eyes could kill, Xu Hao would have turned into ashes. Xu Hao reacted first. He stepped back. His face showed a perfect look of embarrassment. Sorry, Principal Lu, I just instinctively went to pick up the chopsticks, and that's why I had such an accident with you. Lu Hongluan also came back to her senses at this time. Her beautiful face turned red in an instant. Her heart was pounding. She dodged her eyes and didn't dare to look at Xu Hao at all. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Not only did she have such an embarrassing coincidence with Xu Hao, it happened in front of her nephew and students. Especially the student was Xu Hao's daughter. It was too embarrassing. Lu Hongluan stuttered, 100. No, it's okay, you didn't mean it. Ding. Lu Hongluan was flustered, emotional value plus 678. At this time, Yi brought a new pair of chopsticks from the side. Looked at the two strangely. Said crisply, I'm talking to you, if the chopsticks fall on the ground, can't you just pick up a new pair? Do you want to use them again? It hit the nail on the head. Lu Hongluan was stunned. Yes. The chopsticks fell, so they fell. Why did she pick them up? It felt like she was doing it on purpose. Could the two students think that she was deliberately seducing their father? Lu Hongluan was confused. I didn't know how to explain. Xu Hao answered for her. Principal Lu has been in trouble several times and is nervous. It's instinct to pick up the chopsticks. Lu Hongluan's eyes lit up. She said. She wouldn't be so impatient normally. So this is the reason. Xu Shiqing, Xu Yi, and Lu Ming all agreed. Because Lu Hongluan was really unlucky today. She almost fell twice and was stabbed by a thief once. She also broke the stool in the luxury box. She was always nervous. It's reasonable to do such a thing. Xu Yi rolled her eyes and looked at Chen Hao. Asked, what about you, Dad? Teacher Lu picked up the chopsticks out of instinct, why did you? Xu Hao was deliberately stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, little girl, you don't think I'm deliberately taking advantage of your teacher, do you? Xu Yi stuck out her tongue. I don't know why. The reason she said this is that she didn't want Xu Hao to get close to others. Dad is theirs, Xu Hao explained slowly. The chopsticks fell in a strange way. I was afraid that something might happen to Principal Lu, so I wanted to help pick them up. I didn't expect this to happen. Lu Hongluan encountered several crises. They were all resolved by Xu Hao. This explanation was reasonable. Lu Hongluan showed gratitude. Xu Hao was actually trying to help her. She was a little angry just now. It's really wrong. Xu Shiqing nodded in agreement. She believed Xu Hao. She immediately scolded her sister. Xu Yi, you are getting more and more daring, even accusing Dad. Xu Yi was aggrieved. I just want to find out the reason, so that there will be no misunderstanding between Dad and the teacher. Now I understand. The three girls all believed Xu Hao's explanation. Lu Ming was skeptical. How could it be such a coincidence? Ever since arriving at this seafood restaurant, Auntie has been unlucky. Until now, she has been taken advantage of. Shoulders, waist, front, the first mouth is gone. It seems that there is a mysterious force controlling it. But he believes in science. It's not a coincidence. 9 out of 10 times, someone is playing tricks. Although he can't see that it has anything to do with Xu Hao. Based on the thinking that whoever benefits is the mastermind behind the scenes. It is definitely related to Xu Hao. Everyone continues to eat. After the accident just now, the atmosphere became a little subtle. Xu Shiqing and Xu Yi were immersed in the delicious food on the table, eating with relish. Xu Hao was not affected at all, and his expression was normal. He picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He savored the taste, but Lu Hongluan was absent-minded. He ate it bit by bit. The blushing scene just now kept appearing in his mind. Lu Ming was furious. He was a little hungry. But he had no appetite at all. He sat there with a frown. He was thinking about how to expose Xu Hao's trick. He firmly believed that all this was not a coincidence. As if he found that the atmosphere was wrong, Xu Yi kept talking. Dad, try this, and Teacher Lu. She also used chopsticks to pass the dishes to the two of them. Because Lu Hongluan drove over and said that they couldn't drink, Xu Shiqing was responsible for pouring drinks for the few people. But she only ignored Lu Ming. This was one of the reasons why Lu Ming was so depressed that he didn't want to eat. Under the guidance of the two sisters, the atmosphere gradually eased a little. Time passed a little bit. Dinner was finally over. Xu Huai burped and said with satisfaction, "It's so delicious, so full." She took Xu Hao's hand and said coquettishly, "Dad, can you take us out to eat often in the future?" Xu Hao touched her head, "You only know how to eat." Then, he looked at Lu Hongluan. Asked, "How does Principal Lu feel?" Lu Hongluan said quickly, "The food is delicious, thank you for the hospitality." After dinner, it was time to leave. Several people walked out of the box. The manager was waiting respectfully at the door. It turned out that he had not left. He was ready to provide service to Xu Hao at any time. The manager was all smiles. "Dear guests, please come this way." Then he respectfully led Xu. Several people left the restaurant. Just as they were going down the stairs, Lu Hongluan may have been distracted, and her feet suddenly slipped. Her body fell down suddenly. Her face changed drastically, and her heart was cold. She thought it was over. What would happen if she fell from such a high staircase? Not to mention what would happen. It would be too embarrassing to say that there were so many people at the scene. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai saw Lu Hongluan fall, and secretly thought it was bad. Forgot to support the teacher. Lu Ming cursed himself inwardly. He knew that his aunt was unlucky today. Why didn't he follow her to protect her? If his aunt fell, he would be blamed. The manager also saw this scene, and his feet trembled. He was scared to death. Although he didn't know the identity of this woman. But knowing that she came with Xu Hao is enough. Xu Hao's people had an accident in their restaurant. He dared not imagine what the consequences would be. He was very worried. Just as Lu Hongluan fell down and was in despair, Xu Hao rescued her again. He quickly picked her up. Lu Hongluan was saved, and when she came to her senses and saw that it was Xu Hao who saved her again, she thanked him sincerely. "Mr. Xu, thank you." The manager saw Lu Hongluan being rescued. Fortunately, he saw the two hugging each other again. Obviously, their relationship was not ordinary. If this matter is not handled well, the whole seafood restaurant will suffer. The manager wiped the cold sweat and stepped forward. He apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I almost made this lady fall. It's the difference of the small shop." Lu Hongluan shook her head and said, "It's none of your business. She was wrong today. Don't blame the restaurant." Seeing that she had no intention of pursuing the matter, the manager did not dare to relax. Looked at Xu Hao. Xu Hao waved his hand. The manager was relieved. He led the way in a flattering manner. He carefully tested whether there were any slippery places on the ground. His attitude was so respectful. Lu Hongluan felt that the hand on her waist had not loosened, and her face turned slightly red. Xu Hao explained, "This is a bit dangerous. Let me help you down." Lu Hongluan was in a state of confusion. Xu Hao saved her several times. If he hadn't helped just now, she would have been disfigured. She would have been laughed at. He hugged her down the stairs, it was for her own good. Lu Hongluan didn't know how to refuse. Seeing Xu Hao hugging his aunt, Lu Ming was furious. This was taking advantage of someone's misfortune. He knew that his aunt was frightened and would not object, so he took advantage of her. If you want to protect her, can't you just hug her arm? Is it necessary to hug her waist? Xu Hao seemed to care about Lu Hongluan. He let go of his hand after they went down the stairs. Lu Hongluan's heart was beating fast when Xu Hao hugged her. When Xu Hao let go of his hand, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She noticed this thought that shouldn't have. Lu Hongluan hurriedly shook her head to dispel it. What was she thinking? Xu Hao had a family. He was also the father of her student. How could she have such a wrong idea? The manager put Xu Hao and his group escorted him out of the door. Xu Hao waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. After confirming that Xu Hao would not pursue the restaurant's responsibility, Manager Chong breathed a sigh of relief, unloading a heavy burden. At this time, Hong Qiangwei had already driven the car over, stopped aside and waited. If Lu Hongluan wanted to go back, she had to go to drive. Next, they would separate. Xu Hao seemed to be worried about her condition, and said after a moment of hesitation, "Principal Lu, how about I lock you up and put you back?" "No need." Lu Ming could no longer bear it and stood up. Looking directly at Xu Hao, "I will take good care of my aunt." For a moment, the atmosphere became stiff. unable to bear Lu Ming talking to his father in such a tone. Xu Hao immediately jumped out and said, "What's your tone? Do you think my father will plot against Teacher Lu? My father is helping the teacher, what do you think? There is something wrong with your thinking. You are the only one who protects the teacher. Where were you when the teacher was in danger?" Xu Shiqing also looked at Lu Ming unkindly. "I had long noticed that this guy had ill intentions towards my father. So I didn't pour him a drink at the table. I didn't expect him to say that about my father." Lu Ming's face turned pale and he was speechless. "Okay, how can you talk like that?" Xu Hao interrupted his daughter. "Student Lu is also concerned about Principal Lu." Lu Hongluan glared at Lu Ming, warned him not to talk nonsense. However, she was in a state of confusion. Of course she couldn't be with Xu Hao anymore. So she said, No need, I can drive back by myself." After saying goodbye, Lu Hongluan walked towards the parking space. Lu Ming hurried to catch up. It hadn't been 3 hours yet. Lu Hongluan had just walked a distance when bad luck came again. A glamorous woman wearing gold and silver and heavy makeup was walking towards her. Lu Hongluan walked a little hurriedly. She accidentally bumped into the glamorous woman's arm. The expensive bag in the glamorous woman's hand fell off and fell to the ground. The glamorous woman was furious. She cursed, "Don't you have eyes when you walk?" Lu Hongluan frowned. She also knew that she bumped into someone first. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry." The seductive woman saw Lu Hongluan. She was startled at first. Then she became even more furious. She hated women who were prettier than her the most. She sneered immediately. "I'm sorry. Is sorry useful? If apologies were useful, why would we need police officers? What do you want?" Lu Hongluan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The seductive woman wiped her arm that was hit. She had a look of disgust on her face. "Do you know how much my clothes cost? Can you afford to pay for them if they get dirty? And my bag?" She looked at the bag that fell at her feet. She was full of arrogance. "I can't even buy you even if I sell you, you blind thing. Why are you cursing?" Lu Ming, who was following behind him, couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to say, "So what if I cursed you? Yelling at me, who are you?" The seductive woman cursed. "What's wrong?" At this time, a heavy voice sounded. The seductive woman turned around. She saw a bald man coming. The man was burly, at least 1.9 meters tall. He gave people a strong sense of oppression like a small mountain. A pair of tiger eyes were piercing, and eyebrows were like swords. A big gold chain was revealed at the open collar. "Darling, they bullied me." The seductive woman instantly turned into a little cutie. 4.5 She took the bald man's arm and said in a clipped voice. Then, she exaggerated and told what happened just now. It was completely said that Lu Hongluan hit her. Not only did she not apologize, but she also cursed. "You are talking nonsense, it was obviously you who cursed." Lu Ming was furious. The seductive woman felt even more wronged after hearing this. "Look, darling, he is mean to me." The bald man was shocked when he saw Lu Hongluan. "She is the best." He screamed in his heart, he must get her. He looked around with greedy eyes. After the seductive woman finished speaking, the man looked at Lu Hongluan and Lu Ming unkindly. "You are so brave, you dare to bully my woman." Lu Hongluan's face changed. "Something is wrong. It's too wrong. Thinking back to today, I was really unlucky. I almost fell down several times and broke the stool. And the trouble now, I don't believe it if it's not because of bad luck." Lu Ming stood up to speak for his aunt. "Are you reasonable? My aunt has apologized." The strong man was full of disdain. The seductive woman was even more arrogant and domineering. She twisted her waist, her eyes full of malice. "Apologize and that's it. She hit me, so she has to pay the price." After a pause, she continued. "Kneel down and pick up my bag, otherwise this matter will not end." She showed a cruel smile on her face. Humiliating a woman who is prettier than her can bring her a great sense of accomplishment. Lu Ming was not willing to agree. He stood in front of his aunt and glared at the two of them. "Don't go too far. Why should I let my aunt kneel down?" The seductive woman raised her chin. "You ignorant guy, do you know who my husband is? The boss of Tianjin Steel Company is worth hundreds of millions, and has people in both the black and white worlds. Believe it or not, he can find someone to kill you with just one word." As soon as the voice fell, a voice suddenly sounded. "Who do you want to kill?" Chapter 339. Tie up the heroine and take her home. Sensible daughter. Dad is so awesome. They were aggressive. The seductive woman used this opportunity to humiliate the woman who was prettier than her. The middle-aged man let the other party know his power so that he could force her to do it. Demand Lu Hongluan to kneel down. Lu Ming was so angry that he was shaking all over. He clenched his fists, and his nails almost dug into his flesh. He was filled with anger and helplessness. He hated these two people for being unreasonable. He hated himself for being powerless even more. He wanted to protect his aunt. But facing the pressure from both of them, he had no way to do anything. Ding Lu Ming was annoyed, emotional value plus 888. Being asked to kneel down in public, Lu Hongluan looked very unhappy. Just then, the seductive woman said arrogantly that she could kill them at will. A voice suddenly sounded. Who are you going to kill? When Lu Hongluan heard this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of security in her heart. It felt like being held in Xu Hao's arms. With Xu Hao by my side, I was not afraid of anything. Lu Ming's face turned pale. He immediately recognized Xu Hao's voice. He said he would protect his aunt. But in the end, Xu Hao had to come to rescue him. He felt his face burning. Hearing someone meddling in other people's business. The seductive woman frowned, her eyes full of anger. She turned her head sharply. She saw Xu Hao walking slowly with his two daughters. The seductive woman did not recognize Xu Hao for a moment. Her attention was all attracted by the two girls beside Xu Hao, who were much prettier than her. Their faces were beautiful, their skin was like snow, and their eyes were bright. The jealousy in her heart grew wildly like weeds. What does it have to do with you? The seductive woman's voice was sharp. But she did not notice. The bald man next to him was already scared silly. His face was pale, and his calves were shaking constantly. His eyes were full of fear. He recognized that the person in front of him was Xu Hao. Then, something happened that made the bald man collapse. The woman they forced was Lu Hongluan. She greeted Xu Hao. It's over. They know each other. The bald man's heart sank to the bottom. At this time, he happened to hear the words of the charming woman. He was furious. It's all this B***** who caused trouble for me everywhere. He raised his hand and slapped her. He slapped the charming woman hard on the face. This slap was merciless. The charming woman was stunned. She covered her red and swollen face. She looked at him in disbelief. Darling, what are you doing? You blind thing, you like to gossip, right? I'll beat you to death. The bald man cursed. He continued to greet her. He was full of anger and fear. If Xu Hao's anger is not calmed down quickly, the consequences will be disastrous. After being tired of beating, the bald man quickly tidied his clothes. He turned back and looked at Xu Hao flatteringly. He put on a flattering smile. Like a dog wagging its tail for mercy. With a thump, the bald man knelt down directly. His voice trembled. Mr. Xu, I'm really sorry, we were blind and provoked this lady. He kept apologizing. His attitude was extremely respectful. Seeing the man kneeling down to beg for mercy, the charming woman was stunned. Hearing, Mr. Xu, from his mouth, the figure of Xu Hao gradually emerged in her mind. Her face turned pale. She never thought that a woman she met casually was actually related to Xu Hao. As for the man's kneeling apology, Xu Hao ignored it. He looked at Lu Hongluan and asked, Principal Lu, how do you deal with it? The bald man was sweating. The sweat instantly wet his clothes. He turned back and yelled at the charming woman. Why don't you come over and apologize? The charming woman came back to her senses with a start. She hurried over. I also knelt in front like the bald man. I'm sorry, I deserve to die. I didn't know you were Mr. Xu's friend. What arrogant two people just now. They didn't take Lu Hongluan and Lu Ming seriously at all. Just because Xu Hao appeared. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. The contrast should not be too strong. Lu Ming's mentality was a little broken. In front of Xu Hao, he was nothing. At the same time, it also made him realize the power of money. When there is enough money, it can make the devil push the mill. After rebirth, he only wanted to make up for his regrets. At this time, he had an ambition. That is to make money. Make a lot of money. And with what he knew about the future, making money is not a problem. Oh, hearing the words of the charming woman, Wai frowned. If Teacher Lu is not my father's friend, you can humiliate her at will. Dad, the charming woman's eyes widened. She was even more terrified. These two are Xu Hao's daughters. When I thought about wanting to humiliate them just now. The seductive woman was so frightened that she trembled all over. No number, I won't dare to do it again. The seductive woman and the bald man knelt on the ground, kneeling and begging for forgiveness. Xu Hao just looked at Lu Hongluan to see how she would deal with it. Lu Hongluan finally softened her heart. She sighed. Forget it, let them leave. Xu Hao nodded, looked at the two people, and held his hands. Go away. The seductive woman and the bald man were as if they had been pardoned. Thank you so much and left. Lu Hongluan looked at Xu Hao gratefully. Her tone was sincere. Mr. Xu, thank you so much today. It's you who helped me solve the problem again. Xu Hao smiled calmly. The smile was like a spring breeze. It made people feel warm. It's just a little help. It's time to separate again. Xu Huai suddenly spoke. Teacher Lu, I think you are unlucky today. Why don't you stay at our house tonight? With Dad here, he will definitely protect you. He is more reliable than some people. Xu Xiqing has been with her sister for a long time. She was gradually influenced by her eccentricity. She became sinister. She asked deliberately. Who are those people? Xu Huai snorted disdainfully. She crossed her arms in front of her. She raised her chin and said. Whoever you are talking about knows it. Lu Ming stood aside, heard the conversation between the two sisters. The corners of his mouth twitched. But at this time, there was no time to argue with the two girls. When he heard that his aunt wanted to go home with Xu Hao, he was furious instantly. No, my aunt can't go back with you. Lu Ming stood up without hesitation. He was full of worry. As if once his aunt followed Xu Hao away, something irreversible would happen. Xu Huai sneered, asked impolitely. You said no, so no. What if Teacher Lu encounters such trouble again? Do you expect you to save Teacher Lu? You are so powerful, why didn't you teach those two a lesson just now? If it weren't for Dad, the consequences would be disastrous. Can you have some self-awareness? Lu Ming's face turned purple. His eyes fell on his aunt Lu Hongluan. I hope his aunt won't agree. Lu Hongluan fell into deep thought. If it was before, let her go home with Xu Hao. She would definitely refuse without hesitation. But after experiencing this incident, she had to consider it. She was really wrong today. Bad luck happened one after another. If Xu Hao hadn't been protecting her, she would have lost face long ago. She might even have been injured. Just like the situation just now where it was hard to explain. If Xu Hao didn't show up, she really didn't know what to do. At this time, Xu Xiqing also opened her mouth to invite. Xu Huai is right, Teacher Lu, you should go back with us, my father and I will protect you. She paused and looked at Xu Hao. Dad, is it okay? Xu Hao smiled. Principal Lu is welcome to go anytime. Lu Hongluan said hesitantly. Will this bother you? Xu Hao smiled calmly. Principal Lu, you don't have to be polite. You have encountered so many things today, it's always better to be careful. Finally, Lu Hongluan stopped struggling. She is a rational person. Everything that happened today made her understand. For safety reasons, going home with Xu Hao is the best choice at present. She said with a smile. Then I'll bother you, Mr. Xu. Seeing Lu Hongluan agreed, the sisters Xiqing and Huai were delighted. Stepping forward, they took Lu Hongluan's arms on the left and right. Xu Huai said happily. Great, Teacher Lu will go home with us. This is the first time for Teacher Lu to visit our home. Xu Xiqing nodded in agreement. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. He never thought that his aunt would agree. In just a moment, he understood the reason. Aunt also felt safe with Xu Hao. And all this was because he was useless. Unable to protect his aunt. Lu Ming blamed himself again. He felt that he was such a failure. He couldn't even protect his closest aunt. Seeing that several people were about to leave, Lu Ming spoke out. I'll go too. Xu Huai looked at him in surprise. Where are you going? Lu Ming's eyes were firm. I'm going to your home with my aunt. Xu Huai looked disdainful. You are not qualified to enter my Xu family. Lu Ming's face looked ugly. He was unwilling in his heart. Lu Hongluan knew that this nephew was worried about her. But Xu Huai said not to let him go. There was nothing she could do. She said softly. Xiao Ming, you go back first. Lu Ming wanted to say something else. But seeing Lu Hongluan's eyes, he shut up again. He watched his aunt and Xu Hao go away. He clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white. He came to the front of the car. Xu Hao looked at Lu Hongluan and the two daughters. He said, "You sit in the back seat, I'll sit in the front passenger seat." Xu Shiqing heard it and immediately reached out to stop him. "Don't, Dad, what if something happens to Teacher Lu? What if you're not around, Dad? You sit with Teacher Lu, I'll sit in the front passenger seat." Xu Hao was startled. Then he looked at his daughter with appreciation. "She's sensible. I'll reward her someday." Just like that, Xu Hao, Lu Hongluan and Xu Huai sat in the back seat. Lu Hongluan was arranged to sit in the middle a little awkwardly. Xu Hao was next to her. It was called protection. Hong Qiangwei started the car and drove away. Lu Ming stood there. He looked at the car going away. He felt lost. He swore secretly. He must become stronger. He would try to protect his aunt next time. The atmosphere in the car was a little subtle. "Teacher, why are you so unlucky today?" Xu Huai asked curiously. Lu Hongluan smiled bitterly. "I don't know either. I just feel very strange that all kinds of troubles come to me." "Don't worry, Dad is here, he will definitely not let you get into trouble," Xu Shiqing said seriously. Lu Hongluan looked at the two students, and a warm current surged up. She turned her head and looked out the window. She accidentally met Xu Hao's eyes. When their eyes met, Lu Hongluan's heart trembled. She quickly looked away. Panic in the heart. The car was driving steadily on the avenue. Suddenly, the car turned sharply. Lu Hongluan was unprepared. Her body lost balance instantly. She tilted towards Xu Hao. The warm and soft jade entered his arms. Xu Hao stretched out his hand and held her in his arms. On the other side, Xu Huai also crashed into the car because of the shaking of the car. Her body just happened to hit Xu Hao's hand. "This is embarrassing." Fortunately, Xu Huai was scared at this time. She didn't think too much. It may not be the same after returning. After turning a corner, the car stopped steadily. Everyone was a little surprised and doubtful. They all looked out of the car. It turned out that there was a motorcycle coming at a high speed just now. It was seriously speeding. If Hong Qiangwei hadn't reacted quickly, there would definitely be a collision. In fact, with Hong Qiangwei's driving skills, it's too easy to avoid. There is no need to make such a big noise. The reason for doing this? Because she knows Xu Hao's purpose. Deliberately create opportunities. Even if Hong Qiangwei doesn't hide, it's okay. Their car is explosion-proof. It's okay if it hits. There will always be some trouble. So Hong Qiangwei chose this way. Xu Shiqing and Xu Huai angrily denounced. "This guy is driving so fast, is he going to die? If we hadn't given way quickly, we would have hit him." Then, they turned their heads and looked at Hong Qiangwei, full of admiration. Sister Qiangwei's driving skills are really amazing. She can react so quickly. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger. Hong Qiangwei smiled slightly. Lu Hongluan was scared at this time. She felt that this was also caused by her bad luck. If she drove back by herself and something like this happened, that would be terrible. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that she chose to stay with Xu Hao. She realized that she was still in Xu Hao's arms. A blush instantly appeared on her face. Xu Hao took the initiative and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Hongluan answered in a panic. "No, I'm fine, thank you again just now. I'm glad you're okay." The car restarted, continued to drive towards the Xu family villa. Along the way, there were no more troubles. Finally, the car returned to the Xu family villa smoothly. Xu Huai and Xu Shiqing jumped out of the car happily. Holding Lu Hongluan's hand, he said, "Teacher Lu, we are home, it's safe here, you can rest assured." The car stopped at the sound. Several sisters in the villa came out one after another. Xu Huai took Lu Hongluan's hand. Started to introduce. "This is our teacher Lu, who is also the principal of the school. Teacher Lu, this is our second sister Xu Qingshan, this is the third sister Xu Hongzhuang, this is the fourth sister Xu Qingshe, and the fifth sister Xu Feiyan. And oh teacher, this is our little sister Xiao Wanzher, she is only half a year old." Lu Hongluan looked at the women in front of her. She was surprised. She had heard that the Xu family's women were all stunningly beautiful. Today, she saw them. They really lived up to their reputation. Each one was as beautiful as a fairy. Not only were they beautiful and elegant, but they were also the group leader. She was not familiar with the other women. Xu Hongzhuang and Xu Qingshe, not many people did not know them. One was a super diva, the queen of entertainment, shining brightly. The other was a female doctor, famous far and wide. And that little Wanzher, delicate and cute, made people want to hug her. Xu Shiqing also told the reason why she brought Lu Hongluan back. After hearing this, the sisters were all surprised. There is such a thing. Under the gaze of the girls, Lu Hongluan was a little embarrassed. She stroked her hair. I really troubled you today. Xu Qingshan smiled. Teacher Lu, don't say that. Since you are here, just treat this place as your own servant. Xu Hongzhuang also agreed. Yes, Teacher Lu, just tell me if you need anything. Chapter 340. Let the storm come more violently. The heroine's self-knowledge. The 3-hour bad luck card effect. Time passed quietly. Lu Hongluan did not encounter any more bad luck. She breathed a sigh of relief. At Xu's house, she found a guest room for Lu Hongming to stay. Xu Hao did not take the opportunity to do anything. He had taken enough advantage today. Too much is as bad as too little. But Lu Ming returned home in a daze. The picture of his aunt following Xu Hao home kept appearing in his mind. He was worried. He wondered if his aunt would be bullied by Xu Hao. It's not that he didn't think about following her. He knew. What's the point of following her? He couldn't even get into the door of the Xu family. It would also make his aunt unhappy. Walking into the bedroom, Lu Ming shook his head vigorously, trying to cheer up. What happened today gave him too much stimulation. He couldn't keep on doing this. He had to make money. Make a lot of money. Lu Ming's mind was working fast. He knew a lot of news about the future. Real estate, virtual currency, economic development zone. However, these are all in the future. What he needs is to find a project that can make money in the near future. Only by accumulating enough funds can he participate in those big projects in the future. But involuntarily, a series of intimate pictures of Xu Hao and the goddess and Bai Yugong popped up in his mind. Finally, the intimate object turned into Aunt Lu Hongluan. Thoughts were in a mess. He couldn't calm down at all. In desperation, Lu Ming picked up his mobile phone to watch videos, trying to divert his thoughts. After a few swipes, a video of the second generation of demolition came into view. A light flashed in his mind. He suddenly thought of a poor street not far from home. Because it was going to be built into a light rail. The demolition will be carried out this month, and the subsidy is not small. At that time, their family was envious. My parents talked about it at dinner. This memory is particularly deep. There is no news of demolition yet. Couldn't he raise money to buy a few houses, and then make a fortune by demolishing them? Moreover, there have been rumors that the street will be demolished, but it has never been demolished. Many people have lost hope. If they want to buy, the price won't be too high. Lu Ming's heartbeat quickened. He seemed to be able to imagine himself making a fortune. His parents and aunt were pleased. With money, he could protect his aunt. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. But soon, the problem came. Buy those old houses. Although the price is lower than that of new buildings. He wants to buy several houses, which is not a small amount. How to raise money? Lu Ming himself has no money. Ask his family. Without the news of the demolition, they will definitely not give it to him. What to do? Lu Ming could only think of borrowing money in the end. He decided to try and see if he could borrow it. He would borrow as much as he could. Not only could he solve the problem of funds, he could also test people's hearts. Who are the people who are suitable to make friends with? Those who don't lend money can be cut off. So, Lu Ming began to look through the address book. He called his classmates and friends one by one to borrow money. First, he called his friend Zhang Ming. There was a beep from the other end of the phone. It was particularly clear in the quiet room. Hello, Brother Ming, what's the matter? Zhang Ming's voice came from the other end of the phone. With a hint of doubt, Lu Ming cleared his throat and said, Mingzi, this is it, can you lend me some money? Zhang Ming was silent for a moment, as if thinking. Then he asked, how much do you want to borrow? Lu Ming thought for a while and said, how much do you have? Hundreds of thousands would be best. Zhang Ming hesitated. Hundreds of thousands. Brother Ming, I don't have that much money. I can lend you 60,000 at most, and I've saved it for a long time. Although Lu Ming was a little disappointed. But he also knew that he couldn't force it. He said gratefully, a few tens of thousands is fine, I'll pay you back next month. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming took a breath and called another classmate, Ji Wei. Brother Ming, why did you think of calling me? Li Wei's voice came. It sounded a little unexpected. Lu Ming calmed down. He told the story of borrowing money again. Li Wei fell silent after listening. Suddenly, he thought of a joke that was popular recently. It said that after making money, he asked classmates and friends to borrow money to test people's hearts. Those who borrowed money were all helped to get rich. Those who didn't lend money were cut off from the relationship. Li Wei's eyes lit up and asked, Brother Ming, you didn't win the lottery. Lu Ming was shocked. It's not a lottery win, but it's almost the same as the demolition. How could this guy think of that? He felt like his secret had been discovered, so he instinctively said, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Li Wei on the other side laughed. He could tell that Lu Ming's tone was wrong. Even if he didn't guess it, there must be something wrong. He must have made a fortune. It's okay, I'll hang up first. Lu Ming was about to hang up the phone. His secret had been discovered, and he didn't want to borrow money from the other party. Wait, Li Wei hurriedly stopped. Brother Ming, we are brothers, right? Isn't it just borrowing money? Just say a number, how much do you want to borrow? Ah, Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Li Wei to be so straightforward. He said tentatively, how much can you take out? Li Wei's eyes flickered. He thought to himself that Lu Ming must have made a fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tested people's hearts. If he borrowed less, he would definitely not be taken care of by Lu Ming in the future. So he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Ming, I have 1 million. This immediately includes not only his private money from childhood, and the money his father gave him to buy a car recently. Lend it all out. It will be returned anyway. Lu Ming was shocked and took a breath. 1 million. Okay. He knew what the other party had probably guessed. But 1 million is enough for him to buy an old house. Hang up the phone. Li Wei was excited. He immediately called a good friend. Lao Gao, did Brother Ming ask you to borrow money? Li Wei asked. The young man called Lao Gao wondered. No, what's wrong? Li Wei said excitedly. Brother Ming has made a fortune, and he is calling to borrow money to test people's hearts. I saw it at a glance. FCK. Are you serious? Of course. Li Wei swore. Then did you borrow it? Lao Gao asked. Nonsense, I borrowed 1 million. Don't think that I lent out 1 million. After I borrowed this money, I became good friends with Brother Ming. When he gets something good, will he forget me? Lao Gao thought it made sense. He thought that he couldn't miss this opportunity. He just hung up the phone. Lu Ming called. Brother Ming, you want to borrow money, right? Lu Ming was confused. Brothers are not strangers. I have 1 million here. Just take it. Don't be polite. Lao Gao was very straightforward. Lu Ming couldn't believe his ears. Isn't it said that borrowing money is difficult? He didn't even say that he borrowed money. It was delivered directly to his door. After a while, looking at the extra 1 million in the bank card, he was still a little dazed. At this time, the news that he borrowed money to test people's hearts had spread among the classmates. Someone sent a message. Did you know? Lu Ming won the lottery and is borrowing money to test people's hearts. Did you lend money? This news blew up many people. Haha, if I had known earlier, I would have borrowed 100,000. I also borrowed 80,000. Brother Ming must have made a fortune. I borrowed 500,000, and he will definitely not treat me unfairly in the future. What? Why didn't you say it earlier? Just now, Lu Ming, Brother Ming called me to borrow money and I didn't lend it. Didn't lend it? Then you're done. Don't try to take advantage of Brother Ming in the future. Is it too late to make up for it now? The next moment, many people who refused to lend money to Lu Ming called him one after another. The phone was about to explode. The mobile phone rang continuously. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. Lu Ming just called a friend. I borrowed 100,000 from him. My mind has been in a state of confusion. So far, he has borrowed more than 5 million. Is borrowing money too easy? The ringing sounded. Lu Ming saw that it was the guy who refused to lend him money before. Lu Ming clicked to connect. Brother Ming, I thought about it and I'm not in a hurry for my father's money. I'll lend it to you, 600,000. Lu Ming's head was buzzing. He remembered this guy. After calling to borrow money, the other party said that his father was in the ICU and needed money urgently, and hung up the phone. This guy suddenly wanted to lend him 600,000. Not just him. Just after hanging up the phone, another call came in. One after another. Lu Ming answered the call, all wanted to lend him money. Not only some of them were his good friends. Even those who were not familiar with him were willing to lend him money. After a round of borrowing, he borrowed more than 20 million. He could buy more than 20 old houses. Lu Ming was excited. More than 20 houses, he couldn't imagine after the demolition. He seemed to see the picture of wealth rolling in the future. He couldn't help but look forward to it. The next day, the morning light sprinkled into the room through the gap in the curtains. Xu Hao woke up. The news about Lu Ming soon reached his ears. Although Lu Ming has no strength. But he is a protagonist after all. People have been arranged to monitor him. Borrow money. What does this guy want to do with the money? Let someone watch him and see what he does with the money. Yes. Hong Qiangwei nodded in response. Just as she turned around and was about to leave, Xu Hao called her. Wait. Hong Qiangwei turned around when she heard the voice. Xu Hao stroked his chin. After a moment of hesitation, he ordered. Don't let him live too smoothly. Give him some trouble. You are like this. Hong Qiangwei took the order and left. At this time, Lu Hongluan happened to get up. 0 hyphenation point please give flowers. Xu Hao smiled and greeted. Morning, Principal Lu. Lu Hongluan also smiled back. Good morning, President Xu. It's not just Lu Ming who thinks so. Even Lu Hongluan herself had thought so. Going home with Xu Hao would mean something bad to her. It turned out that she thought too much. She had seen Xu Hao's wife Su Wancho. She was prettier than her. How could he have any idea about her? I thought too much. Why did she feel a little disappointed? Lu Hongluan couldn't help feeling ashamed. She secretly blamed herself for thinking about Xu Hao like that. Ding. Lu Hongluan felt guilty. Emotional value plus 876. Xu Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. With this experience, I believe it will be a lot easier to capture this heroine later. In the morning, everyone had a warm breakfast together. Afterwards, Xu Hao had to go to the company because of something. So he asked someone to send Lu Hongluan to school. Lu Ming went to school as usual. When he stepped into the classroom, there was a sensation instantly. Brother Ming, I heard that you 50 million won in the lottery. Is it true? A classmate asked excitedly. Brother Ming, do you still need to borrow money? I have 20,000 for living expenses. Another classmate came forward in a hurry. Brother Ming, do you still need a pendant for your thigh? Please accept my knee. The classmates gathered around him. In fact, it's not that no one doubted the authenticity of Lu Ming's wealth. It was really spread with details. The more people spread it, the more people believed it. It's not without basis. Lu Ming is usually very low-key and has never borrowed money from anyone. Suddenly borrowing money is suspicious. And the Lu family has some strength. After asking around, I didn't hear any signs of bankruptcy. I thought that I wouldn't be able to pay back the money I borrowed. Looking at these enthusiastic classmates, Lu Ming also understood the reason they borrowed money. He was so confused. Are these people's sixth sense so accurate? He is indeed going to get rich. When he uses the money in his hand to buy the house on that street, he will earn back dozens of times after the demolition. At most, he can just give these people some interest. For a while, Lu Ming also became a celebrity in the whole class. After a class in the morning, Lu Ming left the classroom. He walked on the campus. The breeze blew gently, but it couldn't blow away the melancholy in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Li Shanyu and Mu Zijin. The two school beauties where Xu Hao took it away. Sadness flowed like a river. He simply sat on a chair by the lake, looking at the calm lake. Love arose in his heart. He vowed to become a big entrepreneur. Maybe then, the two girls will come to him. Although he could never reach the height of the Xu family. But Xu Hao's age was there. He was already 50 years old, how long could he be free? While he was thinking wildly, a voice sounded in his ears. My classmate, is there anyone here? Lu Ming looked up. A girl with heavy makeup holding a book was looking at him politely. Judging from her age, she was probably a sophomore. Lu Ming shook his head and said, no. The heavily made-up girl sat down next to him. Lu Ming could smell a strong perfume. Classmate, you are a freshman, right? The heavily made-up girl asked with her head tilted. There was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Lu Ming was surprised and asked back in confusion. How do you know? The heavily made-up girl smiled slightly. She smoothed the hair beside her ear. You look like a freshman. I have been in school for a while, and I can probably tell the difference between students of different grades. Lu Ming nodded. I admired the girl's observation skills. You are amazing. You can see this. The girl winked playfully. Hee, it's just a little trick. By the way, what's your major? They talked about their majors and campus life. From favorite books to dreams. The girl shared her interesting experiences in art class. They became more and more familiar with each other as if they forgot the passage of time. The heavily made-up girl suddenly exclaimed. There's a spider. She was tense and her eyes were full of fear. What? Lu Ming followed her line of sight. Sure enough, he found a spider on the girl's chest. It was still crawling into her clothes. Seeing the girl's frightened look, with the mentality of helping, he went over without thinking. Reached out to get the spider out. After a lot of fiddling, he finally succeeded in catching the spider. Crushed it to death and threw it to the ground. Don't be afraid, it's all right now, Lu Ming said to the girl with a smile. However, the next second, with a slap hit his face. Lu Ming was stunned. He stared with his eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening. Then, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. The heavily made-up girl shouted. Molesting. The voice was sharp and piercing. Instantly attracted the attention of the people around. The girl's eyes quickly turned red, and tears burst out. Chapter 341. Let's get exciting. Pregnant with the enemy's child. Mentality exploded. Lu Ming was stunned. His face was burning with pain. It made him realize that what had just happened was not an illusion. His mind was in a mess. He couldn't figure it out. They were chatting just now. Why did he suddenly turn his face and ignore me? The crowd was attracted by the girl's crying. They gathered around. Seeing that she was molested, they pointed at Lu Ming. Which class is this guy from? He looks so gentle, but he actually did such a thing. Are students nowadays so arrogant? He molested a female classmate in broad daylight. Isn't he too bold? Look at his panicked look. He must be guilty. How could such a person appear in our school? Call the police and arrest him. We can't let him get away with it. He is so young and doesn't learn well. He looks decent, but I didn't expect him to be a gangster. One after another unbearable words came. Lu Ming reacted. The other party was clearly deliberately making trouble for him. Instantly, he fell. Pointing at the heavily made-up girl, he gritted his teeth. You framed me. I was obviously helping you catch spiders. Here is the evidence. As he said that, he picked up the spider that he had crushed to death from the ground and held it high. Signed for people to see. However, the girl cried even louder. Just now I saw you were depressed, so I wanted to talk to you. I didn't expect you to suddenly come and take off my clothes. You thought I didn't dare to say it, so I just endured it, right? And you said you would help me catch spiders, woo 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 woo. Tears rushed out like a flood. That aggrieved look made me feel distressed. The accusations around him became louder. Seeing more and more people gathered around, Lu Ming began to panic. If he was framed like this, even if he was proven innocent in the end, his reputation would be ruined. Seeing the aggrieved look of the heavily made-up woman, he was furious, raised his hand and wanted to hit her. Look, he is so angry, it seems to be true. Someone pointed at him and exclaimed. Lu Ming paused. He almost vomited blood. Don't be fooled by her, she is lying, I didn't molest her at all. 0.01 inches. Lu Ming argued loudly. But no one believed him. Look at the girl crying like a tearful person. Lu Ming was furious. In a panic, he saw the camera. Yes, there is a camera. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he said loudly. The accusations of the crowd gradually subsided. Seeing that he was fearless, everyone couldn't help but start to doubt. Could it be that this girl really framed him? Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to ask to watch the surveillance? At this time, the girl also glared at him. Check the surveillance, let everyone see your shameless face. Lu Ming frowned. He was confused. What's going on? Why isn't she afraid? This shouldn't be the case. I had a bad feeling for no reason. Everyone went to the security room to check the surveillance. Lu Ming felt like he was on a roller coaster, feeling uneasy. After a lot of trouble, the surveillance was finally found. The result left Lu Ming dumbfounded. There were many surveillance cameras by the lake. But there was only one surveillance camera that could capture them. It happened to be facing away from them. In the surveillance video, Lu Ming sat on the chair first. Not long after, the girl arrived and behaved very politely. Then the girl glanced at Lu Ming, who was in a bad mood. Took the initiative to talk to him. The two started chatting. Then Lu Ming suddenly approached and fiddled with the girl for a while, during which the girl panicked and struggled. The evidence was sufficient. Everyone cursed Lu Ming. I thought he was framed just now. I'm so stupid, really. I've never seen such an awesome person who took the initiative to find evidence of his own crime. I've never seen such a great person in my life. He is simply a scum. Such a person should be expelled. He should not be allowed to stay in school and harm others. It is so hateful. How sad the girl must be. How could he do that? The curse continued. Lu Ming said it was impossible. He felt cold in his heart. How could it be such a coincidence? The surveillance camera just couldn't capture it. He could be sure of one thing. The girl had planned it in advance. No matter how Lu Ming explained, no one believed him. He had no way to defend himself. The security guard arrested him on the spot. Many classmates posted the videos taken on the scene to the school forum. In those videos, Lu Ming tried to explain anxiously, while the heavily made-up girl cried beside her, looking extremely aggrieved. Some people even uploaded the surveillance video to the internet. Under some covert manipulation, this incident quickly became a hot search. For a time, it caused heated discussions on the entire network. This guy deserves to die. He dared to molest a female classmate in broad daylight. This guy is so arrogant, and he even looks for evidence without fear. He must have some background. Some people speculated that Lu Ming's identity was not simple. Soon, a powerful netizen found out. Lu Hongluan, the president of Magic City University, is Lu Ming's aunt, so that's why Lu Ming is so arrogant. It turns out that a relative is the president of the school. Such remarks spread quickly on the internet. The voices condemning Lu Ming on the whole network became louder and louder. At this time, Lu Ming had been taken to the principal's office. He stood in front of Lu Hongluan, at a loss. Lu Hongluan looked unhappy and asked seriously, "Tell me. What's going on?" Lu Ming said anxiously, "Aunt, I was wronged." He told her the details of the incident. Lu Hongluan frowned after hearing it. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, it doesn't seem like he is lying. That means someone is deliberately calculating. Who could it be? Lu Hongluan thought in her heart. She couldn't guess who was behind the scenes. The only thing she could think of. It was some leaders in the school. They wanted to bring her down so that they could take over. You said you were wronged, do you have any evidence? Lu Hongluan asked again. Lu Ming was speechless. The only thing that could prove his innocence was the surveillance. But the other party came prepared. First, they got close to him and asked him to help her catch spiders foolishly. It was seen as indecent assault in the surveillance. Seeing that Lu Ming was speechless, Lu Hongluan waved her hand. Go and apologize to her. What? Lu Wu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. I apologize to her. Why? It was obviously her who framed me. Lu Hongluan said seriously. Then can you produce evidence that she framed you? Do you know that the internet is full of condemnation against you? You can only calm down this matter by apologizing and getting forgiveness. Not only that, I will also record a serious punishment on you. You can only go to school after the Zhou storm is settled. Lu Ming was numb. He was framed. He was the victim. But he had to apologize to the person who framed him. And he had to record a demerit. Lu Ming said bitterly. What if I don't apologize? The school can only expel you. This incident has a great impact. I'm afraid no school will accept you. Lu Hongluan patiently explained the reason. At worst, I won't go to school. Lu Ming still refused to give in. Don't go to school. Go back and ask your parents if they agree or not. And do you think it's over if you don't go to school? Your home address has been exposed. How will your neighbors look at you? Will there be extremists harassing you? This is the power of online exposure. Ordinary people can't bear it. Fortunately, Lu Ming has 2 lives of memory, otherwise he would have been scared. After listening to his aunt's explanation, Lu Ming's face was extremely ugly. He knew. His parents would definitely not let him not go to school. Most likely, they would ask him to apologize to that bitch. He was unwilling to be calculated by others. But he couldn't find a better way, which made him feel uncomfortable. Not to mention that the storm surrounding Lu Ming was getting more and more intense. Xu Hao, the instigator. At this time, he just left the company and went to Shui Miao's villa. The car drove smoothly on the road. Hong Qiangwei drove attentively, while reporting the latest information to Xu Hao. Master, I just received news that the people of the Dragon King Palace entered the Magic City in 10 groups. Ever since he gave Lu Yiren a gift of the 100 elites of the Dragon King Palace under Xiao Long as a credit. Xiao Long sent 250 men this time. This time they learned to be smart and did not gather together. Instead, they dispersed. However, Xiao Long thought his whereabouts were hidden. Little did he know that he was always under the surveillance of Wu Shang. Xu Hao smiled. Want to make trouble? He would know what it means to come but not return. Just kill them, Xu Hao said lightly. This is not killing chickens, but killing people. Or 250 lives. It will disappear because of his words. Hong Qiangwei immediately received the order. Issued the order. At the same time, in 10 different places in the Magic City. The elites of the Dragon King Hall, each team of 25 people, looked grim. They exuded iron-blooded, murderous aura. They were the elites among the elites. However, they did not notice the approach of danger. Not far from them, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure seemed to be born out of thin air. It did not cause the people of the Dragon King Hall to notice it at all. Then, the murderous aura of this figure boiled. Rushed towards the crowd like a ghost. In an instant, screams came one after another. In just a moment, the battle was over. This killing was completely crushing. The two sides were not at the same level at all. Similar scenes were staged in 10 different places. Resolve the battle. The 10 people who were carrying out the mission reported one after another. At this time, Xu Hao's car. It slowly drove to the door of Shui Miao Villa. It can be seen how fast the action was. Shui Miao had already received the news that Xu Hao was coming. She was nervously preparing at home. She had already got the poison from Xiao Long. It was bought by Xiao Long himself and tested for toxicity. There would definitely be no problem again. Hearing the sound of the car coming, Shui Miao hurried out to greet him. As soon as Xu Hao got off the car, he saw the red roses at the door. He immediately walked over. He paused. His eyes flashed and he continued to walk forward. He looked at Shui Miao with a strange look. When Xu Hao came closer, Shui Miao greeted him. A perfect smile appeared on his face. Xu Hao grabbed her hand. Shui Miao was helpless. He took advantage of her as soon as he came. She cursed the lecher in her heart. On the surface, she pretended to be shy and said coquettishly, "Mr. Xu, he's still outside." She thought Xu Hao was so eager because he wanted to have some excitement. At the moment of grabbing her wrist, Xu Hao had already quietly taken her pulse. Although she had already seen it through looking at the qi. But he also had to check the time, right? The matter of the child cannot be joked about, it must be confirmed. Soon, Chen Hao had the answer. Shui Miao is pregnant. This is interesting. Xu Hao pondered in his heart. I wonder what Shui Miao's expression will be when she knows that she is pregnant. Pregnant with the child of the enemy she wants to kill. This plot is really a bit of a melodramatic female channel. Will she continue to attack him? Xu Hao is very interested in this. So, Xu Hao asked in a serious manner. Teacher Shui, have you been feeling unwell recently? Shui Miao was surprised. I don't know why Xu Hao asked this. He still cares about me. Shui Miao doesn't believe it. Didn't Xu Hao always treat her as a plaything? However, in order to prevent Xu Hao from knowing that she was unwell, she would not attack her. That way she would not have the opportunity to poison her. She said hurriedly. No, I've always been in good health. She has an extraordinary physique. 383. There is really nothing special. I just feel a little nauseous when I get up in the morning and have no appetite for food. But it's not a big problem. She thought she had a stomachache. Hearing her words, Xu Hao thought to himself, let's act. Since you want to act, then I'll play with you. Xu Hao frowned, pretending to be confused. It shouldn't be. He continued to grab Shui Miao's hand. Said seriously, I know some medical skills. The pulse showed that you are pregnant. No signs. Did I take the pulse wrong? What? Shui Miao trembled. My mind was shaken violently. She stuttered. Pregnant. Impossible. Xu Hao also said, wonderfully. According to my pulse, you should have symptoms now. Do you have any symptoms like nausea and vomiting? If not, I took your pulse wrong. Alas, it's a false alarm. I thought we were pregnant. Shui Miao was in a trance. She didn't listen to Xu Hao's next words at all. She thought carefully. She did have the feelings that Xu Hao said. And they just appeared in the past 2 days. With her physique, this kind of problem would never occur. Now it seems. The only possibility is pregnancy. She kept thinking back to the time when she was with Xu Hao. There was indeed no protection. Really pregnant. Shui Miao subconsciously touched her belly. She was confused. Xu Hao was her enemy. She wanted to kill Xu Hao. What should I do in this situation? Is she going to kill the father of the child? Then the child will be born without a father. As for the idea of aborting the child, it just flashed through her mind, and she decisively abandoned it. She must give birth to the child. Ding Shui Miao is flustered, emotional value plus 999. Invite Xu Hao into the house. Shui Miao is still immersed in the news of her pregnancy. Teacher Shui, what's wrong with you? Xu Hao stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Shui Miao finally reacted. Nothing, I'm thinking about something. Then let's start learning foreign languages. Xu Hao said playfully. Shui Miao was about to obey. Suddenly remembered that she was pregnant. Don't teach anymore. Said. Sorry, Mr. Xu, I can't teach today, my relatives are here. About the pregnancy. She didn't plan to tell Xu Hao. Still don't know what Xu Hao means. What if she wants to abort? I'll go pour tea for Mr. Xu. Shui Miao left. While pouring tea, she was struggling. Should she poison him? She was pregnant, so they couldn't be together. Now she was afraid of being discovered if she poisoned him. Was it God's will that she shouldn't poison him? Chapter 342. The heroine is pregnant, and the protagonist regrets it. Motherly love overflows. Shui Miao is in a dilemma. She holds a small packet of poison tightly in her hand. Should she poison him or not? Xu Hao is her enemy. She came here just to kill him. However, when she learned that she was pregnant, her heart was in turmoil. She still had feelings for the Dragon King Palace. Her eldest brother Xiaolong was bullied badly by Xu Hao. She deserved revenge. But poisoning now is too risky. Xu Hao did not enter the sage mode. With his keenness, he might find out the poisoning. Shui Miao took a deep breath. Finally, she made a decision. Poisoning. Whether it succeeds or not, it is the last time. She will never poison again. If she is discovered, it is God's will, not Xu Hao. She will leave. She will never appear in front of Xu Hao again. Shui Miao put the poison into the brewed tea. The colorless and tasteless powder melted into the water and disappeared. She held the teacup. She walked towards Xu Hao with heavy steps. Mr. Xu, have some tea. She came in front of Xu Hao. Her eyes were a little evasive. This had never happened before. All this was because of the pregnancy. The idea of killing Xu Hao in her heart became weaker and weaker. Xu Hao smiled slightly and took the teacup. Watching Xu Hao pick up the teacup, slowly put it into his mouth, Shui Miao's heart tightened. She opened her mouth and wanted to say, "Don't drink it." But she stopped abruptly. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, thinking that Xu Hao was about to die in front of her. But she didn't feel that her revenge was avenged at all. Just as she hesitated, Xu Hao opened his mouth and drank the tea. K. Shui Miao's head was buzzing. His mind was blank. He could already imagine the scene of Xu Hao falling to the ground due to poisoning. Why didn't Xu Hao realize that the tea was poisonous? Did he trust himself so much? Xu Hao put down the teacup. His eyes fell on Shui Miao. He noticed her strangeness and nodded secretly. It seems that she has been shaken. It is not hopeless. If Shui Miao is pregnant with his child and still wants to kill him, then don't blame him for using some special means. Now it seems that there is no need. His eyes flashed. Xu Hao raised his hand and touched Shui Miao's head. Asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shui Miao came back to her senses, feeling complicated. "You haven't taught me 747 yet today." While speaking, Chen Hao reached out and pulled Shui Miao. Shui Miao did not resist. Obediently threw herself into Xu Hao's arms. Xu Hao naturally put his hand on her leg. Shui Miao's heart skipped a beat. He said with a bitter face, "Mr. Xu, can you teach me another day? It's inconvenient for my relatives to come. Teaching me foreign languages, what does it have to do with whether your relatives come or not? Xu Hao asked back. Ah, Shui Miao was stunned. I thought to myself, Xu Hao is not such a pervert, right? I don't even let my relatives go. A fierce swordsman in the blood. Xu Hao pinched her cheeks. What are you thinking about? You talk, I will hug you today. Shui Miao was suspicious, but she didn't dare to object to Xu Hao's order. She had no choice but to pick up the book and explain foreign languages to Xu Hao. Xu Hao gently stroked him. Shui had been used to it after many experiences. While enduring Xu Hao's harassment, while teaching seriously, what made her feel relieved was, Xu Hao really just hugged her. Except for his dishonest hands, he did nothing out of the ordinary. Gradually, Shui Miao thought of a question. Didn't she poison Xu Hao? It's been so long, how come nothing happened? She confirmed that the poison she used was the one Xiaolong brought over. It didn't work. It only meant that there was something wrong with the poison Xiaolong brought. Xu Hao was fine, which meant the mission failed. She felt relieved. That was the last time she poisoned Xu Hao. Whether Xu Hao was fine or not, she would never do it again. This way, when the child grows up, he won't blame her. Just when Xu Hao was teasing Shui Miao. On the other side, Xiaolong learned that all 250 elites he sent were wiped out. The whole person was stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. Those were the elites of his Dragon King Hall. A full 250 people. They died silently like this. Brother, according to our investigation, they died almost at the same time. There was only one person who attacked them, leaving them with no power to fight back. He was at least at the peak of Hua Jin. Jin Xin said solemnly. Who did it? Xiaolong's tone was slightly hoarse, mixed with raging anger. Jin Xin and the others were silent. Obviously, they didn't find out. The atmosphere was so depressing that it made people breathless. Bang! Xiaolong slapped the table in front of him and smashed it. His eyes were red. Damn it, don't let me know who is against us, I will kill him. At this time, Mu Sen guessed. Do you think it could be Xu Hao? Besides knowing that Xu Hao can take out at least 10 peak Hua Jin at once, I can't think of anyone else. And we summoned those people here to deal with Xu Hao. Did he notice it? The faces of the senior officials of the Dragon King Hall all changed. Indeed, they still haven't forgotten the company they wanted to deal with Xu Hao last time. As a result, they encountered 5 or 6 Dan Jin hidden inside. They were almost scared to death. Since then, they also realized the terrifying power of Xu Hao and dared not to do it again. Our people have just entered the Magic City. In order to prevent being discovered, we were divided into 10 groups. How did Xu Hao's people find out? Xiaolong asked, puzzledly. Although it was a question, after Mu Sen's reminder. He was almost sure that it was Xu Hao who did it. Except Xu Hao, he didn't know which force had such a real experience. The main reason was that he had a grudge against Xu Hao. It was too likely that it was Xu Hao. Everyone was speechless. Tu Yao said in a muffled voice. What do you think? Could it be that Xu Hao already knew our identity and has been watching our movements? This made the atmosphere on the scene even more depressing. Is Xu Hao's intelligence network so strong? This time it was Huo Yan who spoke, and he pretended to be surprised. In fact, it was not Wu Shang who discovered the people in the Dragon King Hall this time. It was the information provided by Huo Yan. Huo Yan was controlled by the mind. He was completely subdued by Xu Hao. Everyone's face changed. This time Xiaolong summoned his men very secretly. It was to avoid being discovered by Xu Hao. Only the brothers present knew about it. It was impossible to leak the news. It seemed that only the awesomeness of Xu Hao's intelligence network could explain it. Xiaolong was furious. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Since Xu Hao's intelligence network was so terrifying, then what about his previous 100 brothers? The fact that they were inexplicably found and surrounded by police officers. It's terrifying to think about it carefully. It's not just him who thought of it, but also Jin Xin and others. His complexion was extremely ugly. Brother, the last incident in the tavern was probably leaked to the police by Xu Hao. Do you remember the police officer who led the team? That Lu Yiren is one of Xu Hao's women. After attacking our lair, she was promoted not long after and won a first-class merit. When they heard his words, no one refuted. I didn't think of it before. That's because I didn't know Xu Hao's intelligence network was so strong. Everyone was very angry. They all blamed Xu Hao. Gradually, they calmed down. What's the point of scolding Xu Hao? Xu Hao is powerful and has so many powerful subordinates. They can't do anything to him. Xiao Long was silent. But from his clenched fists, the veins popped out, and it seemed that he was not so calm. After a while, he loosened his fists. Sneered. He won't be proud for long. Jin Xin and others looked at Xiao Long in unison. Suddenly, Jin Xin seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. Brother, have you given the medicine to the third sister? In their opinion, to deal with Xu Hao, at present, it seems that the only feasible way is to let Shui Miao poison Xu Hao, and then take the opportunity to attack him. Xiao Long nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. This time I took Jumingsen, which has been tested and the Chinese medicine is fine. Don't say it's a Gangjin master, even a strong man above Gangjin will die if he eats it. Now we just have to wait for Xu Hao to go find Miao Miao. Death powder, Abad. Several people could not help but gasp. This highly toxic substance was taken out. It can be seen that Xiao Long was determined to kill Xu Hao. Then, several people showed excitement on their faces. It seemed that they had seen the scene of Xu Hao being poisoned to death. Looking forward to that moment, Huo Yan sneered in his heart. A bunch of idiots, you don't know how powerful the master is. Speaking of Shui Miao's poisoning, Xiao Long was a little impatient. He went to the dark web and found Shui Miao's account. Private chat to ask her when to start so that they can cooperate better. Shui Miao's pregnancy was a pleasant surprise. Xu Hao also stayed with her until the evening. Shui Miao stood in front of the window, looking at Xu seeing the car. Going away, she was filled with thoughts. The news of her pregnancy was like a huge rock, weighing on her heart. She couldn't accept it for a while. At night, Shui Miao tossed and turned. She spent the night worried. She was worried about the future. She was even more confused about the fate of herself and her child. She woke up the next day. She remembered that the poison Xiao Long gave her was ineffective again. Shui Miao went to the dark web and prepared to reply to the message. She saw Xiao Long's message. She replied to the message. In a dark room, a message reminder sounded with a ding. Jin Xin's figure flashed and came to the computer. Seeing the message from Shui Miao, his body froze. The poison is useless. How is it possible? That's the death powder. It was brought by my eldest brother himself and tested for poison, it can't be fake. Jin Xin couldn't believe it. Xiao Long came over at this time. He asked expectantly. Is it the news from Shui Miao? How is the situation? Jin Xin looked at Xiao Long with a complicated look and answered. Brother, my third sister said that the poison is ineffective. What? Impossible. Xiao Long was shocked. He immediately denied this statement. The poison was bought by himself and then given to Shui Miao. How could it be fake? You ask what's going on, forget it, the situation is not clear on the internet, let's go there. Xiao Long and his men went out in disguise. After receiving the news, Shui Miao also left the villa. Come to an antique tea house. The high-level officials of the Dragon King Hall gathered. As soon as Xiao Long saw Shui Miao, he couldn't wait to ask. Miao Miao, what's going on? Shui Miao slowly told the story. Poisoned, watched Xu Hao drink it himself, but nothing happened. Xiao Long's eyes widened, somewhat doubting his life. He was sure that the poison was fine. Xiao Long came to a conclusion. That is, Xu Hao is not afraid of poison. This conclusion is more shocking than the poison being fake. Jin Xin and others were also puzzled. That is the death powder. How could it not work on Xu Hao? Xiao Long clenched his fists, his face twisted. Anger and unwillingness in his heart intertwined. I don't believe it, Xu Hao is not afraid of the death powder, then use a stronger poison. Miao Miao, I will give it to you in 2 days. Hearing that Xiao Long wanted her to poison Xu Hao, Shui Miao hesitated. She had already thought about it. That was the last time she poisoned. She would not harm Xu Hao again. To be cautious. Before coming to the tea house, Shui Miao went to the hospital. The test results showed that she was indeed pregnant. Xu Hao did not lie to her. Shui Miao pursed his lips and spoke. Brother, I'm afraid I can't poison Xu Hao anymore. Xiao Long, Jin Xin, Mu Sen and others were furious. Have you been discovered by Xu Hao? This was the first thought that came to their minds. Shui Miao has been poisoning Xu Hao. And Xu Hao is so powerful that he will be discovered if he is not careful. With Xu Hao's ruthlessness, if Shui Miao is discovered, the consequences will be very serious. Shui Miao thought about getting along with Xu Hao and shook his head. No, I didn't notice Xu Hao had discovered me. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. But their curiosity grew stronger, and they couldn't help asking, why? You know, it was Shui Miao who took the initiative to poison Xu Hao. She even sacrificed her innocence for this. It shows how determined she is. Why did she suddenly quit? Shui Miao hesitated. She knew. If she didn't give a reason, they would always worry. So, she plucked up her courage and whispered. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Their mouths were wide open enough to fit an egg. They were stunned. Ding Xiaolong's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. It took a long time for them to come back to their senses. They were all furious. Xu Hao, that B** starred, he actually made you pregnant. Unforgivable. Xu Hao has caused our Dragon King Hall so much misery, and now he has put Sanmei in such a situation, he deserves to die. Xu Hao must die. Sanmei has paid so much to avenge the Dragon King Hall. You said one thing and I said another. The anger towards Xu Hao reached its peak. Xiaolong said with a painful face. Shui Miao, it is my brother who is sorry for you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this. But this child can't stay, it's Xu Hao's child, you should abort it. Shui Miao shook her head after hearing this. I can't abort this child, she is innocent, I can't do it. Jin Xin said anxiously. Sanmei, you can't be soft-hearted, Xu Hao is our enemy, you have to think clearly. Mu Sen also advised. Third sister, we know you can't bear it, but she shouldn't have appeared in this world, right? I know you are doing this for my own good, but I can't bear it, she is my flesh and blood. Shui Miao was determined not to abort the child. In the tea house, the air seemed to freeze. The mood of several people was particularly complicated. Xiaolong's eyes were full of guilt and regret. You know, Shui Miao once had a little different feeling for him. But because he already had Zhang Wei in his heart, he only regarded Shui Miao as a sister. Now, Shui Miao not only lost her virginity, she was also pregnant with someone else's child, and she didn't want to abort it. Everything was caused by his incompetence. Although it was Shui Miao who took the initiative to propose to poison Xu Hao, he didn't stop it. Looking back now, it was really the stupidest thing to do. Xiaolong wanted to slap himself twice. It's not a human being. Chapter 343, The Little Secretary Falls. Passionate. The first time with Xu Hao. Xiaolong felt bad. Jin Xin and the others also had uncertain expressions. Mu Sen suddenly said bluntly. Shui Jia, you are not in love with Xu Hao, are you? Otherwise, why don't you abort the child? Xu Hao is our enemy, how can you give birth to a child for your enemy? Shui Miao was stunned when she heard the words. She is in love with Xu Hao. What a joke. She gets angry whenever she thinks of Xu Hao deceiving her to teach. Just as she was about to refute, Mu Sen spoke first. Shui Jia, you are not in love with Xu Hao, so you didn't poison Xu Hao. The other people's expressions changed. Don't say it. It's really possible. Otherwise, how could those poisons have no effect? Especially the poison Xiaolong gave this time. He bought it himself and tested it himself. It can't be fake. But Xu Hao was not poisoned. It can only mean that something went wrong. Either the poison was switched, or Xu Hao is immune to all poisons. Immunity to all poisons only exists in novels and TV. The possibility of being switched is not high. Because if it was switched, it means Xu Hao has already found out. If Xu Hao found out that someone wanted to kill him, how could he let Shui Miao go? There is another reason. That is, Shui Miao didn't poison at all. Several people, including Xiaolong, looked at Shui Miao at the same time. Suspicious. Shui Miao swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at several people in disbelief. Do you suspect me? His voice was trembling. Xiaolong reacted and glared at Mu Sen fiercely. Miao Miao is not that kind of person, don't talk nonsense. Mu Sen scratched his head and said awkwardly. I was just talking nonsense, I'm sorry, Sister Shui. Xiaolong also said hurriedly. 530 Old 5 has a straightforward character and no ill intentions. Miao Miao, don't mind. Although he said so, But Shui Miao could feel it. Just now, several people were doubting her. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it is difficult to remove them. Shui Miao was full of grievances. She saw that several people could not do anything to Xu Hao. So she took the initiative to approach Xu Hao and poison him. After approaching Xu Hao, not only did she have to endure Xu Hao's harassment, but she also had to do everything she could to trap Xu Hao. For this reason, she was willing to sacrifice herself now. She is pregnant with the enemy's child again. In the end, she was suspected by her companions. Shui Miao's mentality collapsed. After a simple farewell, Shui Miao left the tea house with heavy steps. In a very low mood, unconsciously returned to the villa. After deciding not to kill Xu Hao, she planned to leave here. But now she was in confusion. She didn't know where to go. Go back and be with Jin Shin and other companions. This idea was immediately rejected by her. When she thought of the suspicious eyes of those people, she felt a chill in her heart. She returned to the villa arranged by Xu Hao for her. In the past, she always wanted to kill Xu Hao and leave here. Now it has become her only safe haven. Shui Miao smiled bitterly. Fate really loves to play tricks on people. Ding Shui Miao is unstable, emotional value plus 999. In the tea house, Xiao Long looked at Shui Miao's back and felt guilty. He could feel Shui Miao's mood. They shouldn't have doubted her just now. Brother, the fourth brother is also right, otherwise how could those poisons have an effect on Xu Hao? How, is there no effect? The speaker was Tu Yao. Xiao Long glared at him. It's time now, and you're still saying this. Don't we know what kind of person Miao Miao is? We are sorry for her. The few people fell silent and stopped talking. In the office, Secretary Ji Feishui stood in front of the desk with a graceful figure. She was reporting her work attentively. Ji Feishui raised her eyes slightly and secretly observed Xu Hao. Xu Hao was browsing the documents seriously. Her temperament was like a spring breeze. My heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. Finally, the report was finished. Ji Feishui summoned up her courage and said, Mr. Xu, are you free the day after tomorrow? It's like this, the day after tomorrow is my birthday, I want to invite you to attend. There was a hint of nervousness and expectation in her tone. After saying this, her cheeks flushed. Then she lowered her head shyly. She didn't dare to look directly into Xu Hao's eyes. Xu Hao looked at her. He instantly guessed what she was thinking. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Asterisk 7. Ji Feishui was delighted to get Xu Hao's consent. After saying goodbye, he turned around and left the office. Her steps were brisk. Not long after, Hong Qiangwei walked in. She walked in front of Xu Hao and bowed slightly. Then she reported the news about Shui Miao. Shui Miao returned to the villa, and he was a little depressed. After listening to Hong Qiangwei's report, Xu Hao was thoughtful. Shui Miao had always been under his surveillance. A strong and powerful warrior arranged by him. If it weren't for keeping a certain distance to avoid being discovered by Xiao Long. I'm afraid that every word Shui Miao and the others said would be presented in front of him. However, Xu Hao could roughly guess the reason why Shui Miao was in such a state. A smile appeared on his lips. It's interesting. I was still thinking about how to make Shui Miao loyal to me, and now the opportunity has come. I'm in a good mood. I must celebrate. Xiao Long's wife appeared in my mind. Oh no, it should be ex-wife Zhang Wei. Xu Hao picked up the phone. He dialed it immediately. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Zhang Wei was concentrating on her work. She was interrupted by the sudden ring. Seeing that the caller was Xu Hao, her face froze. She answered the phone. Before she could speak, Xu Hao's unquestionable voice came over. See you at XX private restaurant at 6 p.m. Zhang Wei was stunned and said hesitantly. I'm not free today, can I hello? However, she hadn't finished her words. A busy tone came from the other end of the phone. Xu Hao had already hung up the phone. Zhang Wei was immediately annoyed. Very dissatisfied with Xu Hao's domineering behavior. But she had to obey. In the evening, in front of Xu's group, Xiao Long disguised himself as an ordinary old man. His eyes swept across the gate of the group from time to time. Hundreds of elite men were killed. Shui Miao was pregnant with Xu Hao's child again and didn't want to have an abortion, and she had a conflict with them. In addition to what Xu Hao had done to Zhang Wei before. New hatred plus old hatred. It made Xiao Long almost explode. Unbearable, no need to bear it anymore. Decided to come and kill Xu Hao in person. He knew very well that he was not Xu Hao's opponent, so he didn't act rashly. But he patiently waited for the opportunity. Xiaolong had been waiting at the door for a whole afternoon. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Seeing Xu Hao's car drove out of the gate, Xiaolong calmly stopped a taxi and followed behind. The car drove all the way. Arrived at a quiet old alley. The private restaurant was located here. After the car entered the alley, Xiaolong got off the army. Hide in the dark and observe. Just a glance inside, he was stunned. Zhang Wei was standing at the door of the private restaurant. His ex-wife. He had a guess in his mind. The two came here for a date. Xiaolong felt a sharp pain. Seeing Zhang Wei's reluctant expression, he immediately understood that it was Xu Hao who forced him again. The heartache instantly turned into a raging rage. He had to suppress it forcibly. He did not forget the purpose of his trip. Find an opportunity to kill Xu Hao. However, watching Xu Hao take Zhang Wei into the restaurant, Xiaolong still felt uncomfortable. He hadn't seen his ex-wife for a long time. In the past, even if he had no relationship with Zhang Wei. But he could still appear in front of her legitimately. Now they are divorced. In order to avoid being noticed by Xu Hao, he could only peek outside. His mood can be imagined. In the private restaurant, the lighting was soft and the atmosphere was peaceful. Xu Hao walked in with Zhang Wei. With a playful smile on his face. Xiaolong followed all the way and was noticed by him. Since you are looking for death, then I will send you off. Anyway, Xiaolong's luck has been harvested almost. There are still a few more axes waiting behind. The two walked into the box. Sitting down at the table, Xu Hao looked at Zhang Wei. Xiao Wei, long time no see. Zhang Wei pursed her lips tightly and didn't speak. There was a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Xu Hao waved. The waiter came over immediately. Xu Hao ordered the dishes skillfully and waved to let the waiter go down to prepare. He didn't ask Zhang Wei at all. Zhang Wei had long been accustomed to this. It was a dream to get respect from Xu Hao. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair, a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. He asked casually, I heard that Xiao Wei, you are divorced. Zhang Wei just said, lightly. Very cold. She had nothing to say to Xu Hao. However, Xu Hao didn't intend to let her go. What's your attitude? Don't forget that we still have one last appointment. You don't want to spend it outdoors, do you? Swish. Zhang Wei's face changed drastically. She certainly knew why Xu Hao asked her to come here. It was nothing more than fulfilling the last appointment. Xu Hao hadn't come to see her these days. It made her gradually feel confident. She felt that she was okay again. But at this moment, Xu Hao's words were like a blow to the head. It made her sober up instantly. She shuddered and dared not show her face again. Yes, Xiaolong and I are divorced. When Zhang Wei said this, she felt a little relieved. Divorce is right. Otherwise, Xu Hao might get worse. Look, after the divorce, Xu Hao has never come to see her. If this last appointment is completed, will Xu Hao be tired of it and let her go? The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the more determined she was. She must complete this appointment today. Zhang Wei took a deep breath to calm her surging emotions. She looked up at Xu Hao. There was a trace of determination in her eyes. Mr. Xu, this is what you said, the last appointment, I hope you don't break your promise. Xu Hao raised his mouth. Of course, I guarantee it with my reputation, provided that you are obedient after speaking. Xu Hao leaned back in his chair. He looked leisurely and contented. Alas, I'm a little thirsty. Zhang Wei was stunned. Then, she saw the teapot on the table. She instantly understood what Xu Hao meant. Although she was reluctant, but she also knew that she could not disobey Xu Hao. She picked up the teapot and poured tea. This was exactly the attitude Xu Hao wanted. Not long after, the food was served one after another. Soon the whole table was filled. Xu Hao looked directly at Zhang Wei. He joked. Why are you so far away from me? Are you afraid that I will eat you now? Zhang Wei lowered her head slightly and bit her teeth lightly. She had no choice. She slowly stood up, moved her body, and sat next to Xu Hao. Xu Hao smiled. He casually embraced Zhang Wei's slender waist. Zhang Wei was wearing a professional suit today. The color was classic black, simple and elegant. Under the slim short skirt, a pair of slender and straight beautiful legs were exposed, and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was neatly tied behind her head. A few strands of hair fell on her cheeks inadvertently, adding a bit of charm. However, at this moment, her eyes were full of entanglement. It formed a sharp contrast. "I want to eat fish." Xu Hao said this, but he didn't move his chopsticks. Jiang Wei naturally understood what he meant. Helplessly stretched out her chopsticks and picked up food for Xu Hao. The ribs seemed to be good too. After eating a few dishes, Xu Hao spoke again. "How can we eat food without wine?" Jiang Wei glanced at the motai on the table, opened the bottle cap and filled Xu Hao's glass. Seeing that Xu Hao had no intention of taking action, she hesitated again, still brought the wine glass to Xu Hao's mouth. Xu Hao smiled. "This wine, I want to drink imported wine." Jiang Wei was stunned. She was confused. What imported wine? Could it be red wine? Just thinking about it, Xu Hao's hand slowly moved up, pointed at her lips. Jiang Wei suddenly realized. So this is what imported means. A blush appeared on her face. It was really embarrassing. Xu Hao looked at her with a sense of oppression. Jiang Wei gritted her teeth. She raised her head and drank the wine in the glass. Then she moved closer to Xu Hao. Finally, they were together. And outside, Xiaolong looked through the window and saw the scene in the box. His heart was broken. He clenched his fists and his body trembled slightly. He stared at the two people in the box. His heart was full of anger, pain and helplessness. He hated Xu Hao, and hated his own inexperience even more. Ding Xiaolong's mentality exploded, emotional value plus 1001. After dinner, Xu Hao took Jiang Wei to see a movie. There was still a lot of time for 2.3 in one night, so they played slowly. They came to a movie theater. Xu Hao took the 2 tickets for the back seats bought by Hong Qiangwei. Jiang Wei was in a complicated mood. She had never seen a movie before. Unexpectedly, the first time she came, it was with Xu Hao. After all the previous things, she knew that resistance would only bring more pain. She pursed her lips and tried to make herself enthusiastic. Jiang Wei gently took Xu Hao's arm and walked into the cinema together. As soon as they entered the theater, the lights were dim and there was a quiet atmosphere. Xu Hao took Jiang Wei to find a seat and sat down. Jiang Wei slightly approached Xu Hao. Xu Hao was in a good mood. His hand naturally rested on her shoulder. Jiang Wei trembled slightly and then let him do whatever he wanted. The movie started. Xu Hao's attention was not on the screen at all. Who would go to the cinema to watch a movie? He leaned close to Jiang Wei and whispered in her ear. "You are very sensible today, I am very satisfied." Jiang Wei blushed, biting her lips gently. Xu Hao became more and more demanding. "Are you shy?" Outside the cinema, Xiaolong watched everything silently. His eyes were full of pain and anger. Seeing Xu Hao and Jiang Wei being affectionate, his heart seemed to be pierced by countless sharp blades. It was more painful than killing him. Xiaolong was furious. He wanted to kill Xu Hao, but never found a chance. Until the end of the movie. Jiang Wei got up and went to the bathroom. Xu Hao smiled meaningfully. "It's time to clean up this tale." Then, he walked straight to the direction where Xiaolong was hiding. Xiaolong panicked. Discovered by Xu Hao. "Hurry up." He quickened his pace. However, before he took a few steps, a devilish voice sounded behind him. "Where are you going?" Chapter 344. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Sleeping with parents. A sensible daughter. The movie ended and the lights suddenly came on. Xiaolong left quietly. To avoid Xu Hao's detection, he walked through the bustling crowd until he was 1 street away, then stopped. Not long after, Xu Hao brought Jiang Wei out. Jiang Wei went to the bathroom. Xu Hao thought it was time to deal with Xiaolong. Looking in one direction, Xiaolong's heart sank. He was discovered. He decided to escape without hesitation. Just after taking a few steps, a voice sounded behind him. "Where are you going?" Xiaolong's hair stood on end and his scalp was numb. He was extremely shocked. What kind of speed is this? Not to mention that they were 1 street away, there were many pedestrians on the street. How did Xu Hao get through in the blink of an eye? It was like teleportation. It was completely beyond the scope of understanding. These thoughts just flashed through his mind. Xiaolong had no time to think about it. He suddenly stopped, turned around and swung out. As expected, Xu Hao had already come behind him. Xiaolong punched Xu Hao in the face. The wind from his fist whistled, and the king contained his raging natural fire. If this punch hits, His head must explode. Xu Hao was not in a hurry, just like strolling in the garden. He teleported again. Xiaolong hit him with a punch. Xu Hao's head exploded. Before he could be happy, he found something wrong. No sense of reality. Just a residual image. A figure sounded beside him. Weak, because. Xiaolong's mind trembled. Gritting his teeth and waving his hand. A small knife appeared in his hand, aiming directly at Xu Hao's neck. Every move was sure to kill. Just when he was about to cut Xu Hao's neck, Xu Hao's palm came first. The target was an acupuncture point on his body. Xiaolong's face changed suddenly. A layer of qi shield instinctively emerged on his body. Xu Hao's mouth corners slightly raised. He showed a smile, and a layer of qi appeared on his hands. He is also a powerful qi master. At the same time, he also activated the god's hand. The god's hand is not only used to massage and stir up the feeling in the heart. It is also indestructible. Just like this, the qi shield that can resist missiles. It was easily broken by Xu Hao's palm. The palm fell on Xiaolong. However, the imagined scene of Xiaolong flying backwards did not appear. It was like a palm hitting cotton. Of course, it was not that Xiaolong's defense was too strong. But Xu Hao withdrew his strength. This is an alley, and there are many pedestrians on the street outside. He didn't want to make too much noise. After the palm fell, Xiaolong froze in place. A piercing pain quickly spread throughout his body. Big beads of sweat dripped, and blue veins popped. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't make any sound. Xiaolong wanted to burst out his strength to attack Xu Hao. But once he used his strength, the pain became more intense. He had been tempered on the battlefield for more than 10 years. What kind of pain had he not experienced? He had never experienced this kind of pain before. Pain. It hurts so much. He felt like he was about to explode. Now Xiaolong couldn't use his strength. It was the best time to kill him. But Xu Hao didn't do it. Xiaolong still had luck that hadn't been harvested. There would be a surprise if Xiaolong was released. I'll go find him tomorrow. Although I plan to let him go for the time being. Xu Hao didn't forget to kill him and destroy his heart. He glanced at the time and said, "Unfortunately, Xiao Wei is coming out. We are going to get a room and don't want to waste time on you. Just thank your ex-wife, she saved your life." Xiaolong's eyes were burning with anger. Xu Hao could easily kill him. He let him go because he was going to check in with Zhang Wei. This was not taking him seriously at all. Even the time of checking in was more important than dealing with him. The person who checked in with him was his former wife. Xiaolong felt even worse. But at this moment he was powerless. He could only look at the place where Xu Hao disappeared, his heart full of despair and unwillingness. Ding Xiaolong was furious, emotional value plus 999. Ding Xiaolong's mentality collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. When Zhang Wei came back, she saw Xu Hao standing there. But she didn't know. In this short period of time, Xu Hao had already beaten Xiaolong to death. Xu Hao slightly turned his head, looked at Zhang Wei, and stretched out his hand. "Let's go." Zhang Wei was already used to this move. Reached out and took her hand. The two of them left hand in hand. After coming out, Xu Hao glanced around. He didn't see Xiaolong. He had obviously left. At this time, it was late at night. The bustling streets gradually became quiet. The moonlight was like water, sprinkled on them. It was as if they were covered with a layer of silver gauze. Walking with Xu Hao, Zhang Wei didn't know why. She actually felt a warm feeling. She came to her senses and shook her head hurriedly. She muttered in her heart, "Why do I have such an idea? I'm really crazy." Before they knew it, they stopped in front of a hotel. Zhang Wei couldn't help being nervous. This moment finally came. She thought it would be better to complete this last appointment as soon as possible. So, she bit her lip and said with courage, "Mr. Xu, let's go in." Xu Hao looked at her with appreciation. She was sensible, but he didn't want to let her get her wish so easily. He thought of something. He pretended to sigh. "Xiao Wei, I know you miss me. But I'm afraid I can't accompany you today. I just received a message asking me to go take care of some things." Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? This is the first time I've been so proactive and enthusiastic. We've already reached the hotel entrance. You're actually leaving." She stared at Xu Hao in a daze. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Then, Xu Hao asked Hong Qiangwei to find a female assassin. Drive Zhang Wei home. Xu Hao said goodbye and left. Zhang Wei was left in the wind. Good news, Xu Hao didn't take her to get a room, and didn't bully her like before. Bad news, the last appointment is still there, and all her previous efforts are in vain. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Zhang Wei wants to cry but has no tears. Ding Zhang Wei is in a mess, emotional value plus 666. Xu Hao sat in the car leisurely. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Why would he let go of the fat meat in his mouth? In his opinion, the so-called last agreement was just a joke. He would never abide by it. He just thought it was interesting that Zhang Wei took it so seriously and took the initiative to pay. He planned to use this to control her. As for being very angry, it's not that she must be with him. He has many women. At this time, Hong Qiangwei drove the car into a community. Driving towards a villa. In the villa, at this time, the mother and daughter, one big and one small, were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The older young woman was full of charm. Every frown and smile exuded mature charm. The younger girl was 12 or 13 years old, with a childish face. She tied 2 ponytails, very cute. Although she was young, but she had a figure that was inversely proportional to her age. The childlike face was nothing more than this. Little lowly Yu Shaoshan was watching TV. From time to time, she played with the bracelet Xu Hao gave her, absent-mindedly. Finally, she couldn't help it. She looked at the young woman Yu Yun next to her. Mom, can you contact Dad to come over? I haven't seen Dad for a long time. Yu Yun rolled her eyes. She stretched out her finger and gently tapped her daughter's forehead. Why contact him so late at night? He can't come even if you contact him. He's already asleep. The little girl pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Mom, just contact him. Maybe Dad hasn't slept yet. I really miss Dad. Yu Yun sighed helplessly. Why are you so stubborn, kid? Dad is very busy. How can he have time to come over so late at night? Besides, if you miss Dad, doesn't Mom miss him? But it depends on the time. The little girl's eyes lit up. Then Mom, you miss Dad too, so we should contact him even more. Maybe he'll come over right away when he hears that we all miss him. Yu Yun was amused by her daughter's words. You only think of these crooked ideas. Okay, stop it. Be good, it's time to go to bed after watching TV. The little girl was not willing to give in. Mom, I won't go to bed if you don't contact Dad. She said, holding her hands in front of her. She looked angry. Shaoshan, you are disobedient, you deserve a beating again, right? Yu Yun raised her eyebrows. She looked around and found a feather duster. The little girl was a little scared. But in order to see her father, she still resolutely turned her head away. Just then, a crisp ringtone sounded. It broke the silence in the room. Yu Yun stopped and walked quickly to the table. Picked up the phone and looked. The caller ID. Xu Hao. The call was connected. She called gently. Brother Hao. Xu Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yuner, did you miss me? She was over 30 years old and was called so intimately. Yu Yun was embarrassed. To be honest, although she was no longer young. But in front of Xu Hao, she was indeed young. There was nothing wrong with calling. After hesitating for a while, she still replied. I missed you. The little girl heard her mother's address to the other end of the phone. Immediately guessed that it was Xu Hao calling. She ran over and said loudly. Mom, give me the phone, I want to talk to Dad. Yu Yun glared at her daughter. Don't make trouble, there is something serious. Xu Hao also said. There is indeed something I need your help with. Yu Yun asked hurriedly. Brother Wu, what is it? Help me open the door. Yu Yun didn't react for a while. The little girl stood on the sofa without knowing when. She leaned close to her mother's ear and listened to the content of the call. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She shouted in surprise. Did Dad arrive at our door? Xu Hao praised. Shaoshan is so smart. The little girl was very surprised. Great, Dad is here. What are you doing here, Mom? Let's go and greet Dad. She jumped off the sofa excitedly and ran to put on her shoes. She also mocked Yu Yun. Stupid Mom, you can't even think of this. The mother and daughter hurried out. They opened the door and let Xu Hao's car in. As soon as Xu Hao got out of the car, the little girl rushed over. Xu Hao picked her up. It was still so soft and felt great. The little girl hugged Xu Hao's neck and said coquettishly, "Dad, I miss you so much." Xu Hao pinched her cheeks. "I miss Xiaoyao too. Xiaoshan, don't make trouble, let's talk inside." Yu Yun invited Xu Hao to come in. Walked into the villa. Yu Yun squatted down and changed shoes for Yin Hao. She fully demonstrates the style of a good wife and mother. The little girl said excitedly in Xu Hao's arms. "Dad, why did you come suddenly? My mother and I are so surprised." Xu Hao replied with a smile. "I missed my little baby, so I came here." Yu Yun, "Brother Hao, are you tired? Sit down and rest for a while." Xu Hao nodded. He held the little girl and walked to the sofa and sat down. The little girl didn't want to stay honestly. She twisted and turned in Xu's arms. "Dad, how long can you stay with us this time?" Xu Hao scratched her nose. "How long do you want me to stay with you?" The little girl tilted her head and thought for a while and said, "Of course, the longer the better, I want our family to be together forever." Xu Hao smiled. The little girl seemed to think of something. She got down from Xu Hao's arms. She ran to her bedroom like a little whirlwind. After a while, she ran back with something. It was a handmade flower. She made it with her heart during the classroom activities. It was full of her love for her father. "Dad, this is for you." The little girl's eyes were filled with anxiety and expectation. "I wonder if Xu will like this gift." Xu Hao took the flower. "Thank you, Xiaoshan, Dad likes it very much." As he said that, he also took out a few candies for the little girl. The little girl happily took it. She came over to take a bite. Then she ate happily. Yu Yun poured a glass of water and handed it to Xu Hao. "Brother Wu, drink some water." Xu Hao took the water cup and took a sip. The water temperature was just right. Xu Hao continued to play with the little girl. Laughter and laughter echoed in the room. Yu Yun sat aside. Occasionally watching Xu Hao interact with his daughter, he felt happy. Time passed little by little. Yu Yun glanced at the time and said to his daughter, "Xiaoshan, stop pestering Dad, you should go to bed." The little girl refused to do it when she heard it. "I don't want it, I'm not sleepy at all, I want to be with Dad." Yu Yun sighed, knowing that his daughter missed Xu Hao. But it was really late now. Xu Hao also comforted the little girl. "Xiaoshan, go take a bath first, and then we can play for a while, okay?" The little girl hesitated. After nodding, she ran to take a bath. Yu Yun had already prepared pajamas. After the little girl took a bath, she helped her put on. Not long after, Chen Hao also took a bath. When he came out, he saw Yu Yun. His eyes became playful. Yu Yun felt a little flustered when she found Xu Hao's eyes on her. But she hadn't been with Xu Hao for a long time. She also wanted to get close to him. Xu Hao said to the little girl, "Okay, let's play tomorrow, it's time to go to bed." The little girl refused and held Xu Hao tightly. "I want to be with Daddy." "Daddy, you just said that we can play together after I take a bath." "We are going to sleep, why are you together?" Yu Yun rolled her eyes. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Can't we sleep together? I want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy." She never stops talking. Box. Xu Hao and Yu Yun were both shocked by her words. Yu Yun was angry. "Xiaoshan, don't talk nonsense." The little girl didn't listen. Xu Hao said, "Xiaoyao, listen, sleep by yourself, okay?" The little girl still didn't listen. Finally, Yu Yun found a feather duster to beat her daughter. She was stopped by Xu Hao. Okay, let's sleep together." The little girl cheered. Yu Yun frowned. Xu Hao gave her a reassuring look. Yu Yun was relieved. She felt that Xu Hao had given up getting close to her tonight. There was no way, her son was too talkative. He didn't care about her mother at all. "We can only do it another day." Little did he know that Xu Hao had other plans. Chapter 345, Brother stabs in the back. Mother's mentality collapses. Accompanying the wife, Xu Hao and the other two walked into Yu Yun's bedroom. The little girl looked around. She often went into her mother's bedroom. But this time was different, with her father. Yu Yun thought that her daughter was really spoiled. But seeing Xu Hao and his daughter getting along so well, she felt warm in her heart. The three of them lay on the bed, but the little girl had no sleepiness. She touched Xu Hao's face for a while, and then held Yu Yun's hand. "Dad, tell me a story, okay?" the little girl said coquettishly. Xu Hao looked at her. "What story does Xiaoshan want to hear?" The little girl tilted her head and thought about it. I want to hear everything Dad tells. Xu Hao told a random one. Once upon a time, a man was chopping wood and accidentally dropped his axe into the river. The little girl listened intently. Her eyes did not blink. Just then, a river god emerged from the river, holding a golden axe and a silver axe. Xu Hao finished speaking. Xiaoyao, what does this story tell us? The little girl blinked. It tells us to be honest and not greedy. The little girl did not feel sleepy because of this. She pestered Xu Hao to tell a story again. Dad, tell me another one, I want to hear more. Xiaoshan, it's time to go to bed, stop pestering Dad. Yu Yun frowned. The little girl pouted. No, I'm not sleepy yet. Yu Yun, if you don't listen, there will be no candy tomorrow. The little girl was a little scared. But she still didn't want to sleep. She turned to Xu Hao again. Dad, I'm really not sleepy, can we play for a while? The little girl couldn't sleep, so she played for a while. Yu Yun sighed helplessly. She thought that she must deal with this naughty daughter another day. Time passed slowly. The little girl still didn't feel sleepy. Yu Yun was anxious, worried that her daughter would be listless tomorrow. Xiaoshan, you have to go to bed, otherwise you will turn into a little panda. Yu Yun threatened. The little girl blinked. Little pandas are very cute. Xu Hao also said. Xiaoshan, be obedient, go to bed, and play together tomorrow. The little girl hesitated for a moment. Finally nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll go to bed. She closed her eyes. But she opened a crack from time to time. Look at Xu Hao and Yu Yun. Maybe she was tired. The little girl's breathing gradually became stable. She fell asleep. Looking at her sleeping daughter, Yu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Xu Hao. This child is really a headache. Xu Hao smiled. Xiaoshan is very cute, she just wants to be with us too much. Yu Yun leaned on Xu Hao's shoulder. Brother Hao, it's so nice to see you. Xu Hao put his arm around her waist. The hand of God was activated. Gradually, Yu Yun felt something was wrong. Why did you want to be with Xu Hao at this time? No, my daughter was sleeping next to me. Yu Yun had to endure it, but it was too strong. Xu Hao pretended to be puzzled and asked. Yuner, why are you? Yu Yun's eyes were as charming as silk. Ding Yu Yun was ashamed, emotional value plus 888. But Xiao Long dragged his seriously injured body back to the base. Jin Xin, Mu Sen and others were shocked to see this. Quickly stepped forward to support Xiao Long. Brother, what's wrong with you? Who did it? Everyone was shocked and angry. They beat their brother like this. Xiao Long took a breath and uttered 2 words. Xu Hao. Then, he told them what happened today. After hearing this, they fell silent. The atmosphere was very depressing. Just one move. He beat their brother seriously. Xu Hao's strength is really terrifying. Jin Xin suggested. Brother, Xu Hao is powerful, why don't we go back to the dark world? Mu Sen agreed. Yes, brother. Xu Hao is so powerful, and he has many powerful subordinates, what can we do to fight him? Huo Yan also nodded. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of running out of firewood. Let's go back and develop the Dragon King Palace. When we have enough strength, it won't be too late to seek revenge on Xu Hao. Xiao Long's face changed constantly. He was in extreme entanglement. He didn't want to leave. He was worried about Zhang Wei. If he left, what would happen to Zhang Wei? She would only be bullied by Xu Hao again and again. In the end, she might get pregnant with Xu Hao's child like Shui Miao. Xiao Long felt heartbroken when he thought of his beloved woman giving birth to a child for his enemy. But what if he didn't leave? It seemed as if he would not punish Xu Hao if he didn't leave. Xu Hao would still bully Zhang Wei unscrupulously. After experiencing this heavy blow, he deeply realized that he was vulnerable in front of Xu Hao. Xiao Long's eyes flickered, let me think about it. The next day, after some struggle, Xiao Long finally made up his mind. The brothers are right. Instead of watching Zhang Wei being bullied here, it is better to go back and work hard to improve your strength. When you have enough strength, come back for revenge. Jin Xin and others were delighted. It is good that Big Brother can figure it out. We will definitely make a comeback. That's right, when we come back, we must make Xu Hao pay a heavy price. Immediately, several people began to pack up. Huo Yan raised a question. We are leaving, what about the third sister, should we call her? Xiao Long said without hesitation. Of course we should call her, she is also a member of our Dragon King Palace. Mu Sen was a little worried. I wonder if the third sister is under surveillance by Xu Hao in his villa. If he notifies her to leave together, will she be able to track us? This question stumped everyone. With Xu Hao's terrorist intelligence network, this is very likely. What if Xu Hao finds out that we are leaving and we want to root it out? Tu Yao frowned. Finally, it was Jin Shin who spoke. Well, let's leave first, and after leaving the Magic City, we will send a message to the third sister and ask her to follow us. After a moment of silence, everyone nodded. This is the best way. Huo Yan's mouth curled up slightly. The hand in his pocket gently pressed a button to turn off the recording. Xu Hao ordered him to sow discord between Shui Miao and Xiao Long and the others. He said he would inform Shui Miao after it was safe. Isn't that a kind of abandonment? After Shui Miao heard it, he would definitely be more disappointed with them. Pack up your things. Just when they were about to leave. Bu. Figures appeared one after another. There were more than a dozen of them. The aura on each of them was extremely terrifying. At least they were in the late stage of Danjin. Several people were shocked. This what's going on? It turned out that the base they thought was hidden. In fact, it had been discovered long ago. The air seemed to solidify. More than a dozen strong men were like a wall, trapping Xiao Long and others in the middle. The eyes of the people were cold. As if as long as the order was given, they would launch the attack without hesitation. Xiao Long and his companions were extremely alert. They secretly said, "It's over." The 5 guardians of the Dragon King Hall. Most of them were in the early and middle stages of Danjin. Only Jin Shin reached the late stage of Danjin. Even so, they were no match for so many people in front of them. The only hope was Xiao Long. With Xiao Long's Gang Jin strength, it would be easy to get rid of a group of Danjin. But now Xiao Long was seriously injured. Not to mention fighting a group of late Danjin strongmen. It was difficult to even use his strength. Jin Shin suppressed his fear and asked, "What do you mean?" Although he was 99% sure that these people were Xu Hao's men. But what if it wasn't? These people just surrounded them and didn't let them leave. They didn't reply. Xiao Long and his friends became more and more depressed. Finally, half an hour later, a car drove slowly. It stopped in front of everyone. Hong Qiangwei got out of the car and opened the door for Xu Hao. When Xu Hao appeared, Xiao Long and his friends found that the faces of the dozen people who were expressionless like robots. They showed a fanaticism. There was no doubt. These people were Xu Hao's men. Master. When Xu Hao approached, everyone knelt on one knee. Their eyes were full of fanaticism. Xu Hao waved his hand and asked them to stand up. His eyes fell on the vigilant Xiao Long and his friends. He felt a little unhappy. If his men hadn't noticed that Xiao Long and his friends were about to escape, he would probably still be at Yu Yun's mother and daughter's house. Harvesting Yu Yun's emotional value. The big heads were harvested last night. When she was with Xu Hao, her daughter was right beside her. You can imagine how nervous she was. She was afraid of waking her daughter up. After a night, Yu Yun was still embarrassed. This was a good sign. This time Yu Yun controlled herself well and didn't wake up the little girl. Next time, she won't be so lucky. Even if she didn't wake her up, he would wake her up. Xu Hao, what are you going to do? The moment he saw Xu Hao, Xiao Long's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He gritted his teeth. Xu Hao smiled calmly. Don't be nervous. What bad intentions could I have? I just saw you were about to leave, so I wanted to see you off. As soon as the voice fell, the faces of several people changed drastically. They knew very well. Xu Hao's words were definitely not good intentions. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them. Xiao Long's face was extremely ugly. He suppressed his anger. From the beginning to the end, you have been bullying me. I have never done anything to harm you. Now I am ready to leave. You won't kill me, right? The tone was full of grief and indignation. It makes people feel pity. Who understands family members? Who is more miserable than him? Since he met Xu Hao, half a year later, he has been living under the shadow of Xu Hao. Bai Yugong's wife was taken away, and he wanted to avenge his wife, but was severely punished by Xu Hao. At the auction, he saw something he wanted, but was intercepted by Xu Hao. Watching Xu Hao take his wife to a hotel. Now he wants to kill him. Is there any justice? Xu Hao frowned. I don't like to hear that. You came to trouble me last time, but luckily I'm a little bit stronger than you. And you asked someone to attack my shoe company, but luckily I arranged people to guard it and didn't let you succeed. You wanted to follow and kill me yesterday, do you think I can let you go? If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. You, the dignified master of the Dragon King Palace, don't you know it? Xiaolong was stunned. He was unwilling. Can it be counted like this? Okay, those were indeed done by him. But didn't Xu Hao suffer any damage? On the contrary, he lost his wife and his army. He also got Shui Miao involved. Xiaolong was not surprised that Xu Hao revealed his identity. Xu Hao has such a powerful intelligence network. It would be strange if he didn't know. Xiaolong said hatefully. Xu Hao, don't bully me too much. Xu Hao said in a playful tone. Is it okay if I bully you? Seeing this, Xiaolong knew that it would not be possible to end well today. He had to do it. He gritted his teeth and took out a pill from his arms. He got this by chance. It can stimulate the potential of the human body and burst out terrifying strength. But the risk is too great. After taking it, it will reduce his lifespan, so he has never used it. Now, he has no choice. Without hesitation, Xiaolong opened his mouth and threw the pill into his mouth. Not long after, his aura began to surge. It should be the return of strength. Jin Xin was delighted to see this. Protect the big brother. He stood in front of Xiaolong first, his eyes firm. Mu Sen and Tu Yao also knew that this was the last chance. They stood on both sides of Xiaolong. To kill Xiaolong, step over their bodies. Huo Yan came behind Xiaolong. At this time, Xu Hao looked at him. Huo Yan understood and quietly took out the dagger. He stabbed Xiaolong in the back. Xiaolong was still excited about the recovery of his strength. As a strong man of Gangqi, it was too uncomfortable to not be able to use his strength. Now he has regained his power. Although he has not mastered it for a long time, there are still great side effects. But he has no choice. Suddenly, a knife pierced through him. The surging momentum paused, slowly subsided. Jin Xin, Mu Sen and others also felt something unusual. Looking back, they were almost scared to death. They saw that their eldest brother was stabbed through by a knife. Brother! Several people exclaimed. At the same time, they also saw Huo Yan who stabbed the knife, shocked and angry. Huo Yan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you stab my brother? You son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Mu Sen was furious and was about to rush forward. However, Yan moved. He left quickly. Xiaolong turned his head with difficulty. He looked at Huo Yan, his eyes full of confusion. Huo Yan was his brother, his beloved friend. Why did you kill him? Thinking back to the time when they were fighting in the dark world. Huo Yan encountered life and death crises several times, and he rescued him. Never expected. Brothers who had shared life and death would betray. Jin Xin and others continued to curse. Huo Yan, you beast, ungrateful wolf, have you forgotten how many times my brother saved you? Ungrateful thing, I will tear you into pieces. You betrayed us. Xiaolong took a breath and spit out 3 words. Why? Huo Yan did not answer him. He also ignored Jin Xin and others and walked straight to Xu Hao. Kneeling on one knee 3 steps away. His face showed the same fanaticism as Xu Hao's men. My lord. Xu Hao smiled slightly. Get up, you did a good job. Huo Yan stood up. Xiaolong and the others were furious. It turned out that Huo Yan had surrendered to Xu Hao a long time ago. It was that time he was caught. The reason he was able to come back was because Xu Hao had planted an undercover. No wonder their base was exposed so easily. They couldn't help it. They thought of the 10 elite teams that were killed. At that time, they thought it was Xu Hao's intelligence network that was powerful. Now it seems that it is not the case. Jin Xin questioned. Huo Yan, our people are coming here, did you inform Xu Hao? Huo Yao had a blank expression and did not speak. Xu Hao said at this time. Since they want to know, tell them. Yes, my lord. Huo Yan responded and looked at Jin Xin. That's right, I was the one who leaked this news to my subordinates. Hearing this, several people were furious. Those are all your brothers, how could you do that? I don't have any brothers, only my master. Huo Yan said disdainfully. Several people were shocked. They could tell that Huo Yan was not flattering. He respected Xu Hao from the bottom of his heart. Unbelievable. You have to know that Huo Yan, like them, has been trained in the dark world for many years. How could he recognize someone else as his master? Chapter 346, Take care of the wife's sister. My daughter found out that the master is pregnant. Too chaotic. Ding Xiaolong's mind collapsed, emotional value plus 1001. Breaks of severe pain came. The knife stabbed by Huo Yan was too fierce, Xiaolong could feel his life slipping away. Knowing that he was doomed today, Xiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood and endured the pain. Looking at the brothers, he said, "You will escape when you have a chance later, don't worry about me." Jin Xin and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Looking around, not to mention the existence of Xu Hao, there are still more than a dozen Han Dan Jin masters surrounding them. How could they escape? Brother, don't say that, at worst we will die together. Jin Xin's eyes were determined. Mu Sen clenched his fists. Brother, we won't abandon you. We have been through life and death together, even if we die today, we will die together. Tu nodded vigorously. Yes, brother, we won't leave. A warm current surged in Xiaolong's heart. This is a good brother who can sacrifice his life for him. Brothers, I have implicated you. If there is an afterlife, we will still be brothers. Tears flashed in Xiaolong's eyes. Brother, don't talk nonsense. We have never regretted going through life with you. Even if we die today, we will not regret it. They stood back to back, looking at the enemies around them vigilantly, fighting side by side for the last time. A round of applause rang out. Xu Hao smiled at the few people. It's really a deep brotherly love. The eyes fell on Xiaolong's head. After Huo Yan's backstab just now, Xiaolong's luck shrank again and became extremely weak. It will be completely harvested soon. So, Xu Hao said deliberately. There is only one life, and there is nothing left after death. My target is Xiaolong, and it has nothing to do with you. Now I give you a chance. Submit to me like Huo Yan, and work for me from now on. I can let you go. After hearing Xu Hao's words, Jin Xin and the others were furious. Jin Xin's eyes were wide open. Don't even think about it. Let us be your dogs. Dream on. Mu Sen also gritted his teeth and said, we will never betray our big brother, and we will never work for people like you. Tu Yao straightened his chest. He said righteously, don't dream about it. We brothers live and die together, and we will never succumb to you. Facing the rejection of several people, Xu Hao was not surprised at all. These people are affected by the protagonist's halo. They are Xiaolong's diehards. It is impossible to subdue them with ordinary means. Thinking back to the time when Huo Yan was subdued, tortured for several days, the other party was only slightly loose. If it weren't for the special ability of mind control, it would be impossible to subdue him. Xu Hao sighed and said slowly, is it worth dying for someone who sacrificed his companions? Jin Xin looked at Xu Hao coldly. What do you mean? Don't even think about alienating our brotherhood. Xu Hao's mouth curled up. Isn't it? In order to kill me, Shui Miao was allowed to approach me and poison me. What's Shui Miao's strength? Isn't it courting death to send him to my side? Everyone was shocked. What? Xu Hao knew Shui Miao's identity a long time ago. Their eyes fell on Huo Yan who was standing aside. Isn't it? Huo Yan had already surrendered to Xu Hao. He must have leaked it to Xu Hao. Damn it. At the same time, they finally understood why Shui Miao had been unable to poison me. Several people couldn't help but feel ashamed. They thought Shui Miao fell in love with Xu Hao and couldn't do it. They had misunderstood. Xiaolong was the same. Although he supported Shui Miao at the first time, but he also had this doubt. He blamed himself in his heart. Seeing the faces of several people, he smiled smugly. I also want to thank you for giving me such a beautiful woman. Shui Miao acted in front of me, and I played with her. She even sacrificed herself to poison me, which made me admire her. But women are always emotional, and I became her first man. As the saying goes, love grows over time, and gradually she surrendered and did whatever she was asked to do. She also told me everything about you, and I was very relieved. Hearing Xu Hao's words, several people's faces changed drastically. They were just ashamed. It turned out that Shui Miao really fell in love with Xu Hao and betrayed them. No one, including Xiaolong, thought that Xu Hao would lie at this time. All of them were furious. Although there was a traitor named Huo Yan, it was only a matter of time before they would end up like this. But being betrayed by Shui Miao is another matter. Jin Xin cursed loudly. Shui Miao is a traitor. We trusted her so much, but she actually betrayed us for a man. It's unforgivable. Mu Sen was also furious. We treated her as one of our own, but she betrayed us. How could she be so cruel? After they had vented their anger, Xu Hao continued. No way, you don't believe it, do you? You don't think Shui Miao really surrendered to me, do you? Xiao Long and the others were bewildered. Is it true that you just lied? You are teasing them. They are all dying. Tease the dying, what kind of hobby is this? Of course they don't know that Xu Hao's goal is Xiao Long's luck. Xu Hao continued. I just lied to you. Shui Miao really wanted to kill me. She tried every means to poison me. She would not let me go even if I was pregnant. I thought I had no chance to conquer her, but you gave me a chance and actually doubted her. She is still sad at home now. I will go to ask about her well-being when the time comes. With the presence of the child, she will slowly submit to me. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. You are really good people. After speaking, Chen Hao gestured to Huo Yan. Huo Yan understood and took out a recorder. It played the words they had just escaped and abandoned Shui Miao. And the accusations just now. Xu Hao's voice sounded slowly. I believe that with these things, Shui Miao will be very disappointed in you, and I can take advantage of the opportunity. Xiao Long and others looked extremely ugly. Combined with the scene when they saw Shui Miao last time, they knew that what Chen Hao said was the truth. Thinking that it was because they doubted Shui Miao that gave Xu Hao the opportunity to conquer Shui Miao. They were very upset. Puff. Xiao Long was so angry that he spit out a mouthful of blood. Ding Xiao Long is furious, emotion value plus 1001. Xu Hao stared at Xiao Long's head. The luck halo was crumbling. It was time to end. Okay, I've told you so much, you can die in peace. Hearing this, Jin Xin and the others regained their minds and were extremely vigilant. Xu Hao turned to Huo Yan and said, Go ahead, Xiao Long is in your hands. Huo Yan nodded respectfully. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen Dan Jin masters burst out with momentum. They attacked together to kill Xiao Long and his men. It is worth mentioning that none of Xu Hao's dozen men attacked Xiao Long. Instead, Huo Yan dealt with him alone. Facing the siege of so many masters, Xiao Long was desperate. But, there were still a few brothers fighting side by side with him. Even for the brothers, he couldn't just surrender. And when Xiao Long saw that only Huo Yan, the traitor, was against him, he became even more furious. He swore that even if he died, he would drag Huo Yan down with him. However, he overestimated himself. The two of them started fighting instantly. Xiao Long was indeed the protagonist of Dragon King. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not killed instantly by Huo Yan. But he could only resist with difficulty. It was impossible to fight back. In a few moments, Xiao Long's body was covered with wounds. Huo Yan's attack was not fatal. It didn't seem like they were going to end the fight quickly. Instead, they were killing people. The three people who were surrounded and beaten had bloodshot eyes. They wanted to help Xiao Long, but they couldn't break through the blockade. Jin Xin shouted in grief and anger. Huo Yan, you are not a human being. Have you forgotten how many times Big Brother saved you? How could you treat him like this? Mu Sen also cursed angrily. Huo Yan, you traitor, you will be punished. Big Brother was so good to you, but you repay kindness with hatred. Tu Yao begged in a crying voice. Huo Yan, please let Big Brother go, or give him a quick death. We know that he will die today, but you can't treat Big Brother like this. However, Huo Yan turned a deaf ear to their curses and prayers. He continued to attack Xiao Long coldly. Ding! Xiao Long was unwilling to give up. Emotional value plus 1001. Xu Hao stared at Xiao Long's head. The luck aura completely disappeared at this moment. He smiled. He did not stop Huo Yan's attack. Removing Xiao Long was only one of the goals. Another goal was to let Huo Yan kill Xiao Long in front of Jin Xin and others. Only when they were unstable could he use mind control to subdue them. In this way, not only could he kill the protagonist, but he could also subdue his subordinates. Best of both worlds. Time passed slowly. Every minute and every second seemed to be infinitely stretched. Huo Yan continued to inflict cruel attacks on Xiaolong. Xiaolong was tortured beyond recognition at this time. Jin Xin and others saw it. His heart was filled with grief and despair. Finally, after a long torture, Huo Yan raised the short knife in his hand. Prepare to give Xiaolong the final blow. Before that, Xu Hao looked at Xiaolong. Said, just go without worry, I will subdue Shui Miao and let her give birth to the child. I will also take good care of Zhang Wei, and sooner or later let her get pregnant with my child. Xiaolong's eyes widened. He never thought. In the past, he was the Dragon King, domineering and unparalleled. He would end up like this. The people he cherished will also face a tragic fate. He was unwilling, but he was powerless to resist. Under Huo Yan's fatal blow, Xiaolong slowly fell down, and died with his eyes open. Brother. Seeing Xiaolong fall, several people in the metal element almost spoke. Their beliefs, at this moment collapsed, as if they had lost their spiritual support and fell into despair. Several people stopped resisting. Surprisingly, the dozen or so strong men who besieged them also stopped attacking. Jin Xin and others didn't care. All they saw was Xiaolong's incomplete body. He rushed to Xiaolong in a few steps. Brother, why did you? Jin Xin couldn't say the rest of the words. There was only endless grief. Mu Sen and Tu Yao were grief-stricken. Knelt beside Xiaolong and cried bitterly. Slowly, they came back to their senses, their eyes were determined. The eldest brother was dead. Anyway, they couldn't escape the encirclement. It's better to commit suicide and leave a whole body. Just when they were about to commit suicide, Xu Hao silently said in his heart, mind control, start. An invisible force surged into the minds of Jin Xin and the other two. The three of them immediately hugged their heads in pain, their faces grim. As time passed, finally, the few people recovered. When they looked at Xu Hao again, the previous grief and despair were no longer in their eyes. Instead, there was fanaticism. The three had been completely conquered by Xu Hao. They knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully. Xu Hao nodded and ordered. You go back to reorganize the Dragon King Palace and listen to my orders at any time. Yes, sir. The three responded in unison. Not only the three of them, Huo Yan also had to go back. Only 4 guardians could intimidate those subordinates. So far, in the dark world, the dreaded Dragon King Palace was controlled by Xu Hao behind the scenes. The 3,000 subordinates of the Dragon King Palace all had good strength. Although they were far inferior to Xu Hao's, no appearance. But they were also a considerable force. If they started fighting, they could be used as pioneers, and they would not feel bad if they died. After solving Xiaolong's problem, Xu took a car to Shenong Hall. Luo Qingxian was no longer seeing patients because she was gradually pregnant. The clinic is run by 2 apprentices, Feng Zixuan and Xu Qingshe. All along, the relationship between the master and apprentice and Xu Hao. Except Xu Qingshe, everyone else knows it. In fact, Xu Qingshui's medical skills can tell it at a glance. It's just that although she can read the qi, but who would use the qi to observe the master and the sisters on weekdays? Today, Xu Qingshe set out from the Xu family villa and came to Shenong Hall as usual. In the past, Xu Qingshe often lived with her sister Feng Zixuan. Since she recognized Xu Hao, she moved back home. Of course, sometimes she still lives with the master and the sisters. It happened that Luo Qingxian and Feng Zixuan also came to the clinic. Xu Qingshe smiled and greeted the master and the elder sister. Master, elder sister, good morning. Suddenly, her eyes fell on Luo Qingxian's belly. Luo Qingxian was wearing a light blue long skirt today. The slightly bulging belly was looming under the cover of the long skirt. Xu Qingshe didn't react at first. She asked in confusion, Master, why did you get fat? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Luo Qingxian's face. A trace of panic appeared on her calm face. She has always been calm, aloof, and unmoved by external things. She was easily deceived by Xu Hao at the beginning. At that time, she didn't care about worldly views. After Xu Hao asked Lu Yiren to explain some knowledge to her, she slowly reacted. She knew that this was wrong. Senior brother Xu was a married man, and he was also the father of the apprentice. They were not suitable in any way. But things had already happened. She couldn't leave Xu Hao again, so she could only choose to accept it. She had been hiding it from this little apprentice. Unexpectedly, Xu Qingxie discovered the clues. Xu Qingxie saw the master's reaction and became more and more confused. In her impression, the master was like a fairy descending to the earth, with an elegant temperament. No matter what happened, he could handle it calmly. How could she be so flustered because of a sentence like, getting fat? Is she sick? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Xu Qingxie couldn't help but start to look at the qi. After a while, her face became very interesting. She stared at Luo Qingxian blankly, and the whole person was stunned. After a long while, she finally uttered a few words with difficulty. Master, you are pregnant. Her eyes were full of astonishment, doubt and confusion. Noticed Xu Qingxui's shocked expression. Luo Qingxian was flustered. She didn't know how to explain to this little apprentice. Feng Zixuan, who was standing by, was also shocked. She knew what kind of storm would be caused if this matter was revealed. Master was still good, after all, he was of the same generation as Xu Hao. If she was found out, she would be finished. She was the senior sister of the little apprentice sister, and Xu Hao was still her master. It was too messy. Chapter 347, Daughter peeks. Discovers a big secret. Shocked. Secretary surrenders. Xu Qingxie came back to her senses from the shock. She took her master Luo Qingxian's hand. She asked curiously, Master, what's going on? Whose child is it? In her impression, she has never seen her master get close to any man. When Luo Qingxian was asked this by Xu Qingxie, she immediately hesitated. She didn't know how to answer. Master, just tell me, what's there to be embarrassed about? Xu Qingxie thought that the master was embarrassed. As she said that, she gently touched Luo Qingxian's belly. It seemed that she could feel the little life being nurtured inside. Luo Qingxian was helpless. Xu Qingxie saw that the master was unwilling to say. She turned around and asked her senior sister Feng Zixuan. Senior sister, you must know, tell me whose child the master's child is. Feng Zixuan panicked. She didn't want to get involved in this matter. Hurry up and said, I don't know either, you ask the master, I'm going to work. Feng Zixuan laughed and left. Let the master handle it. In this way, Xu Qingxie kept following Luo Qingxian. She had to find out the truth. Luo Qingxian was pestered by the little apprentice. But she didn't know how to start. Just then, Xu Hao walked into Shenong Hall. Just happened to meet Feng Zixuan. Feng Zixuan hadn't seen Xu Hao for a few days and missed him. Then she thought of the little apprentice sister pestering the master. Now is not the time to reminisce. She hurriedly said, Master, go and see, Qingxie knows that the master is pregnant. Xu Hao raised his eyebrows. His first reaction was not panic. But he thought that there were a lot of emotional points to harvest. Following Feng Zixuan's guidance, Xu Hao went upstairs. Feng Zixuan didn't dare to follow her up, for fear that the little sister would find out about his relationship with her father. As soon as Xu Hao went upstairs, he saw the fourth daughter Xu Qingxie pestering Luo Qingxian and asking questions. Luo Qingxian saw Xu Hao coming, and her eyes lit up. Hoping Xu Hao could help her solve it, Xu Hao gave her a reassuring look. Dad, why are you here? Xu Qingxie also saw Xu Hao. Asked in surprise. Xu Hao said unhappily. Why? I can't come. I just came to see if you were lazy, learn from your sister. Xu Qingxie explained. It's not busy now, sister can handle it alone, and I'm not lazy. Dad, I have something to tell you, master is pregnant. Xu Hao responded calmly. Okay, your master is pregnant, why are you so excited? Of course I'm happy, I'm going to have a little sister too, finally I'm not the youngest one. 130 Xu Qingxie was really happy for her master. The master used to be like a fairy. High above, out of reach. Distance, no humanity. Now the master is pregnant. She feels that the master is also a real person, with ordinary people's emotions and experiences. She kept asking about the master's pregnancy. Mainly want to know who the father of the child is. The master has a simple personality. Can't be deceived. They, as apprentices, can't tolerate it. Xu Qingxie seemed to think of something. Said, by the way, Dad, do you still have the pregnancy-preserving medicine you gave to Suma last time? Can you give some to the master? She saw her sister Xiao Wanzhe, who was born not long ago. She is very different from other babies. She is very smart and cute, and as delicate as a porcelain doll. She thinks this is related to Xu Hao's pregnancy-preserving method. The master is pregnant. She also hopes that the master's child will be as smart and cute as her younger sister. I'm here to give my junior sister some pregnancy-preserving medicine. As he said that, Xu Hao took out a bag of medicine. It was the pregnancy-preserving medicine that the system had drawn. Ah, Dad, you knew it a long time ago. Xu Qingshe was surprised. Isn't it obvious at a glance? Xu Hao asked back. Okay. Xu Qingshe thought to herself that she could see it too. It's just that she didn't look closely before. With Xu Hao's medical skills, he could tell without a close look. Junior sister. Xu Hao handed the medicine to Luo Qingxian. Thank you, senior brother. Luo Qingxian took the medicine and was touched. Since Xu Hao knew she was pregnant, he often sent her medicine. She was a Danjin strongman. After taking these medicines, she could clearly feel the changes in her body. The effect of the medicine was really good. The moment her eyes met with Xu Hao, a kind of emotion was revealed in her eyes. Xu Qingshe watched from the side. A strange feeling surged in her heart. Her eyes scanned back and forth between Xu Hao and Luo Qingxian. A bold guess gradually emerged in her mind. The master was pregnant, and my father cared so much about the master. He also specially sent the pregnancy medicine. Moreover, since the master went down the mountain, he stayed with them almost every day. I have never seen a man around the master. If you insist on talking about men, there is only Xu Hao, a man. In addition to asking the senior sister just now, judging from her dodging look, she definitely knew. Then why didn't you tell her? You didn't want her to know. And why? The more she thought about it, the more Xu Qingshe felt something was wrong. She frowned, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She didn't know how to express her doubts. She stared at the two of them. She tried to find the answer from their expressions. She had a seed of doubt in her heart. Being stared at by Xu Qingshe. A blush appeared on Luo Qingxian's face. She looked a little flustered. Seeing Xu Qingshui's performance, Xu Hao smiled. Yes, just keep doubting like this. Seeing the master like this, Xu Qingshe became more suspicious. She looked at the time and it was getting late. She was going to help the senior sister. Master, Dad, I have to go and leave first. She glanced at Luo Qingxian and Xu Hao. She turned and left the room. However, after Xu Qingshe left the room, she walked a distance and came back. She peeked into the room quietly. I always feel that there is something wrong with my master and my father. I must investigate the truth. Xu Qingshe knows that Xu Hao and Luo Qingxian are very powerful. So she was cautious and tried her best to hide her footsteps. But how could she hide it from Xu Hao's perception? However, Xu Hao did not expose it. An idea came to his mind. He looked at Luo Qingxian. Qingxian, don't feel stressed, take good care of yourself and the child. Luo Qingxian raised her head. Her eyes met Xu Hao's. She said softly, Brother, thank you. From her appearance, she didn't notice Xu Qingshe outside. In the past, as a Danjin expert, she couldn't fail to notice Xu Qingshe. It was just because she was flustered now. With Xu Hao here, she relaxed her vigilance. Xu Hao stepped forward. He held Luo Qingxian's hand. Are you still so polite to me? They are an old couple. Luo Qingxian didn't mean to pull her hand back. She was held by Xu Hao like this. It felt very warm. Outside, Xu Qingshe saw this scene. She was stunned. Her guess was right. There was definitely something wrong with the master and her father. After calming down, she continued to look inside. In the room, Xu Hao looked at Luo Qingxian with deep affection. Qingxian, you are so beautiful. Being stared at by Xu Hao's burning eyes. Luo Qingxian's cheeks were stained with a blush. She lowered her head slightly. You don't say that. Luo Qingxian looked shy at this time. It was in sharp contrast with her fairy-like cold temperament. Xu Hao's index finger moved. Approach Luo Qingxian. Lift her chin. Luo Qingxian's heartbeat quickened, biting her lips. She felt nervous and sweet. Seeing Xu Hao's face approaching, Luo Qingxian closed her eyes slightly. She was immersed in this beautiful moment, forgetting everything around her. Xu Qingshe, who was outside, saw this scene. Her eyes widened in shock. Her little heart was beating non-stop. Her mind was in a mess. It was confirmed. The child in the master's belly was the father's. She couldn't help but get angry. How could Dad do this? There was Su Ma at home, why did he hook up with Fu? And the master too. Knowing that Dad had a family, he was still her father. Why was she still with Dad? Xu Qingshui's eyes flickered. She was struggling whether to break in and expose them. There was a voice in her heart telling her, this was wrong, and it must be stopped. But another voice said, after exposing it, what could she change? It would only bring embarrassment. After a fierce ideological struggle, Xu Qingshui finally decided to keep it secret for the time being. She took a deep breath. She tried to calm herself down. She had to be careful. However, looking at the scene in the room, Xu Qingshui's ABEF face gradually became unnatural. Luo Qingxian was pregnant. She had to be restrained. What should I do if I was very angry? So she saw a blushing scene. Ding Luo Qingxian was embarrassed, emotional value plus 456. Ding Xu Qingshui was unbelievable, emotional value plus 789. She watched for a while. Fearing that she would be discovered, Xu Qingshui left in disgrace. Her heartbeat was violent and her breathing was rapid. It's so scary. I never expected it. A fairy-like master would actually do that kind of thing. She kept thinking of that amazing scene. The master knelt in front of her father. This scene was like a brand. It was deeply engraved in her mind and could not be erased. All morning, Xu Qingshui was in a hurry to do things. From time to time, she recalled the scene she saw, and her eyes were blurred with shame. When Xu Hao and Luo Qingxian appeared again, Xu Qingshui's eyes were evasive. Strange. Originally, they were at fault, and they discovered the secret. They should be guilty. As a result, she lowered her head and dared not look at the two. She didn't know how to face them. She keenly noticed Xu Qingshui's abnormality. Luo Qingxian felt strange. She thought that this little disciple had noticed something. She was ready to show her cards. Unexpectedly, he was so shy in front of her. Luo Qingxian was a little confused. She didn't know what was wrong with this little disciple. On the side, Feng Zixuan saw that there was no trouble. She thought Xu Hao had handled it. She breathed a sigh of relief. Master Luo Qingxian was her barrier. The master was discovered, and it felt that she was not far away. She didn't expect the master to be discovered. She was always worried. Now that everything is calm, she feels much more at ease. Taking in the expressions of the three people, Xu Hao showed a meaningful smile. Seeing Xu Qingshui's uneasy look, Xu Hao felt amused. He wanted to tease her. He pretended to be puzzled and asked, Qingshui, why do you look absent-minded? Are you in trouble? Hearing this, Feng Zixuan and Luo Qingxian looked at her in surprise. They also felt that Xu Qingshui was not right. Hearing Xu Hao's question, Xu Qingshui's body trembled slightly. She quickly shook her head and said, Dad, I just didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a little dazed. He spoke hesitantly and was very nervous. Ding Xu Qingshui was flustered, emotional value plus 987. Since she was here, Chen Hao left after having lunch with the three girls. Feng Zixuan felt resentful. He didn't get close to her. Xu Hao gave her a look. He said he would find her alone. Feng Zixuan shyly turned her head away. One day passed like this. A new day came. Today is also the birthday of the little secretary Ji Feishui. Xu Hao finally understood. He had already conquered her. Why did he wait until now to hand himself over? It turned out that he was waiting for her birthday. Ji Feishui is the secretary of Xu Group. All along, Xu Hao is a hands-off boss, leaving all affairs to her. During the day, she was busy at work, dealing with various documents and affairs. Until the afternoon, Ji Feishui finally finished her work and was relieved. She found Xu Hao and said happily, Mr. Xu, let's go. Looking at Ji Feishui who looked a little tired, Xu Hao asked, Feishui, it's your birthday today, do you have any plans? Ji Feishui was stunned. A trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. She shook her head. No plans. She came back from abroad and had no friends at all. Originally, she wanted to invite Xu Hao to celebrate her birthday together. Just the two of them together. Xu Hao took her hand. Said, let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Ji Feishui followed Xu Hao to a restaurant. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to the door of a private room. Go in. Opening the door, Xu Hao motioned her to go in. Ji Feishui looked at the room, which was pitch black. She couldn't help but feel a little scared. But seeing Xu Hao's encouraging eyes, she still plucked up the courage and walked in. As soon as she stepped into the room, bang bang sounded. 2 fireworks tubes suddenly exploded. She was startled. The lights were turned on at this time. Li Yunshu and Sha Qingge were standing on both sides. They were looking at her with a smile. Fei Shui, happy birthday. Then look at the room. There was a big cake. Flowers and balloons filled the whole room, beautiful as a dream. The colorful balloons, under the reflection of the lights, flickered softly. The delicate flowers exuded fragrance. There were several colorful candles on the big cake. The candlelight flickered. It created a warm atmosphere. Ji Feishui was moved in an indescribable way. She just wanted to have a casual birthday. Unexpectedly, Xu Hao prepared so much for her. He also found her only 2 friends. In fact, Li Yunshu was at her bestie Sha Qingge's house, taking care of Sha Qingge's daughter Xiao Qingwu. After learning about Ji Feishui's birthday from Xu Hao, she planned to come together to celebrate. After all, they will be good sisters in the future. They need to build a good relationship. As for the child, she is being taken care of by Hong Qiangwei. Xiao Qingwu is very smart, she doesn't cry or make a fuss, so there's no need to worry about her at all. It's not an exaggeration to say that she's the easiest baby to take care of. All the children born to Xu Hao are the easiest to take care of. Li Yunshu and Sha Qingge took out the birthday gifts they prepared. Ji Feishui was moved. Thank you. Xu Hao also took out his birthday gift. It's a necklace. This necklace is also produced by the system. It's made of various gems, shining brightly under the light. It's extremely precious at first glance. Ji Feishui hesitated a little, it's too expensive. When she saw Xu Hao's gentle eyes, the words that came to her mouth were swallowed back. She was about to become Xu Hao's person. It would seem hypocritical to refuse. She took it with a smile. Chapter 348, The Goddess That Cannot Be Obtained. Xu Hao stood up and kicked the red line against heaven. Ji Feishui accepted the necklace. Xu Hao said with a smile. I'll put it on you. Yes. Ji Feishui nodded shyly. When Xu Hao's fingers touched her skin, a sweet feeling came to her heart. Xu Hao put the necklace on her. The dazzling crystal pendant radiated light around her neck. She blushed slightly when being stared at by Xu Hao. Thank you, Mr. Xu. At this time, Li Yunshu smiled and took out the gift she had carefully prepared. A beautifully packaged bag. She showed the bag to Ji Feishui and said, Feishui, this is my gift to you, it feels especially suitable for you. The bag is made of delicate material, like silk. The workmanship is exquisite, and every stitch reveals the care. The gemstone accessories on it add a touch of luxury and fashion. This is the latest model of Louis Vuitton, fashionable and atmospheric. Ji Feishui took the bag and was about to thank. Sha Qingge also presented her own gift. A jade bracelet. The bracelet is emerald green and has a soft and delicate texture. Holding it in your hand is like touching warm jade. The carvings on it are exquisite. Each line is carefully crafted. It means good luck, Sha Qingge said with a smile. Feishui, I hope this bracelet can bring you good luck. Ji Feishui took the bracelet and put it on her hand. The emerald green contrasted with her fair skin. Yunshu, Qingge, I like them both very much. Thank you. Ji Feishui was moved and looked at the 2 of them. It's good to have you here. Oh, don't be polite. We are good sisters. Then, they sat together at the table full of delicious food. The birthday cake on the table was very exquisite, like a work of art. There were several candles on it. Sha Qingge cooperated to turn off the lights. Xu Hao picked up the lighter, 387, and lit the candles. In an instant, the whole room was shrouded in candlelight. The flames flickered gently, emitting warm light. Li Yunshu and Sha Qingge sang birthday songs. The songs echoed in the room. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Ji Feishui closed her eyes slightly. She made a wish silently. Then, she blew out the candles gently. There was a round of applause. Feishui, tell me what you wished for. Li Yunshu asked curiously. Ji Feishui smiled and shook her head. The wish will not work if it is spoken out. Everyone laughed. Next, they ate cakes and delicacies while chatting and laughing, sharing some recent interesting things. There was constant laughter. Li Yunshu brought a bottle of drink at this time. Although Sha Qingge was cured of her weakness after giving birth by Xu Hao's healing spell. But it is not suitable to drink alcohol to feed her daughter. You can only drink some drinks. Li Yunshu opened the drink and poured it for several people. Then raised the glass. Let's toast to Fei Shui's birthday. Cheers. Everyone said in unison. The crisp clinking of glasses echoed in the air. Seeing this scene, Fei Shui felt warm in her heart. Since her parents left, this is her first birthday. In the past, she only worked hard for revenge. Now, with the help of Xu Hao, she has avenged her. She can finally relax, start living her own life. She accidentally met Xu Hao's eyes. She blushed and looked away. After dinner, Sha Qingge suggested going to KTV. There was a look of expectation in her eyes. She didn't often go out with Xu Hao. This is a rare opportunity. She wanted to show herself in front of Xu Hao. Fei Shui nodded. This is her birthday, no objection. Li Yunshu also said it was okay. The three girls looked at Xu Hao, waiting for his decision. Xu Hao looked at Fei Shui and said with a smile. Fei Shui is the protagonist today, if you want to go, go together. Fei Shui's face flushed. A sweet feeling surged in her heart. So, they went to the nearby royal club together. The three women were stunningly beautiful. Xu Hao was also a household name. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, before going out, they all covered up. They walked on the street. Not far behind them, a person who also wore a mask. He looked sneaky, afraid of being recognized. Who else but Lu Ming? Lu Ming has been extremely depressed these 2 days. He was framed for molesting a senior. It caused an uproar on the internet. He suffered serious cyberbullying. Now he dared not go to school at all. He was afraid of being beaten when walking on the road. Even when he went out to eat, he had to disguise himself. Lu Ming was fed up with such a life. But he was helpless. No matter how he explained, no one believed him. During this period, those classmates who had borrowed money from him before also asked him to pay it back. Lu Ming refused. Why should he pay back the money he borrowed with his own ability? Of course it was a joke. However, he also knew that he couldn't keep the stalemate like this. So he promised to pay it back in a month. And add interest. This pressured the classmates. Lu Ming calculated in his mind. After the demolition in a month, he will get dozens or hundreds of times the compensation. This little interest is nothing to him. Lu Ming walked with his head down, thinking about things silently. Suddenly, bang, he accidentally bumped into someone next to him. The man immediately said angrily, "Don't you have eyes?" Lu Ming was in a bad mood and was about to get angry. He couldn't help but think of the woman who had embarrassed his aunt. Thinking of his current situation, he had to suppress his anger and apologize. Sorry. The passerby walked away cursing. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and continued to walk forward. Being interrupted, he couldn't think anymore. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, he stopped. He stared at the 4 figures in front of him. To be precise, he was the only man among the 4 people. Xu Hao. Lu Ming recognized him almost at a glance.